Chapter 4801, The Weaver of Existence 2, Domain Entry Confirmed. You have entered the absolute existential palace of the weavers. Palace name, the Loom of Ended Threads. This is a place that only you have access to, only you alone can enter. Due to the power of an absolute that made up this domain in their death, the concept of time barely passes within this space for now. Take what is yours. Become what they could not stop you from becoming. These were the words that Noah saw as soon as he entered the construct that rose up from the decimation of the weavers. A vast hall stretched before him where golden threads hung from a ceiling that could not be seen. The threads descended endlessly. Some thick as ropes, others thin as spider silk. They swayed gently despite the absence of wind, each one pulsing with faint light that spoke of lives touched and altered. Some threads were frayed at the ends where they had been cut. Others remained intact but dulled, as if the fates they represented had simply ended. The hall extended in all directions beyond what normal perception could track. It was not merely large. It was conceptually vast. A space that contained the accumulated work of an absolute across eons of existence. Location identified. You have arrived in the treasury of severed fates. Each thread represents a fate that the weavers cut during their existence. Countless destinies, ended or altered at their whim, emperors who should have risen, struck down before their time, civilizations that should have flourished, unraveled before they could bloom, loves that should have lasted, severed before they could begin. All of it hangs here, all of it is now yours to witness. The atmosphere pressed against Noah with weight that transcended physical sensation. The sound of scissors cutting echoed constantly, though no source could be found. Snip. 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 The rhythm was relentless, the phantom labor of the weavers continuing even after their collapse. As if the palace remembered their work and could not stop performing it. Threads of light drifted through corridors that branched off from the main hall. Remnants of fates that were being woven at the moment of death. They floated aimlessly now, incomplete destinies that would never be finished. The air smelled of aged parchment and copper, the scent of blood and destiny intertwined. Noah walked through this place calmly. His steps rang out against a floor made from crystallized faith thread, each footfall sending ripples of golden light spreading outward. The sound echoed through the vast space, announcing his presence to a palace that already knew he was there. His gaze went toward floating items at the very center of this place. They hovered before a massive doorway that seemed to lead to another chamber entirely. The items radiated power that made the surrounding threads tremble in response. They were the tools of an absolute. The weapons of beings who had shaped fate across observable existence, and now they waited for their new master. Loot assessment complete. You have obtained the following items that you can freely grasp and take into your existence as the victor over the collapsed absolute straight face. Primary items: straight face, the golden scissors of fate, 3 sets. Classification: absolute tier artifacts. Description: the signature weapons of the weavers. Each set can cut through anything, including declarations, ways, and even aspects of reality itself. 1 set per body they possessed. Special capability: combined, they can sever connections between an entity and their claim. This includes severing an absolute from their authority over observable existence, but that is impossibly hard. Warning: wielding requires sufficient depth to bear their weight. Current assessment: partial utilization possible. The axiom of absolute denial, almost complete. Classification: nearly complete axiom. Description: a weapon paradoxos lent to the weavers before the battle. Missing only a few fragments to achieve wholeness. Current capability: can deny anything the wielder wishes, though with limitations due to incompleteness. Denial strength scales with wielder's depth. Full capability: if completed, absolute invincibility against anything below full absolute depth. Complete denial of any attack, declaration, or reality alteration directed at the wielder. Denial of embodiments. Note: fragments required for completion are scattered across observable existence. Locations unknown. The musing of observable existence. Classification: absolute tier intelligence artifact. Description: a woven map of all fates the weavers had touched across their existence. Shows connections between beings, events, and destinies across observable existence. Capability: can be used to understand the web of causality. Can track beings across dimensional boundaries through their faith threads. Warning: the map is vast. Full comprehension requires extensive study. The thread of the living paradox. Classification: connection artifact. Description: a single golden thread that connects to the living paradox himself. The weavers maintained this connection as proof of their servitude. Warning: this thread is a two-way connection. Claiming it may alert the living paradox to your location and status. Handle with extreme caution. The loom of minor destinies, classification, fate manipulation tool, description, a smaller loom used for manipulating fates of lesser beings. Can alter the destiny of anyone below absolute depth. Requirement. Requires thread harvested from the target's existence to function. Thread must be obtained through direct contact or combat. Secondary items: straight face, countless spools of fate thread harvested from collapsed beings across eons, scissors of various sizes for different scales of destiny manipulation, preserved knots representing pivotal moments the weavers prevented from occurring, a collection of unraveled ways, taken from entities they collapsed before you. The prompts were abundant. But Noah kept his gaze forward as he took his steps. Lightly to arrive before the objects radiating heart-shaking power. Now, he had seen a lot of treasures and loot over the many months and years, but some loot you looked at and you simply felt your heart skip a beat. He felt this way toward the golden scissors that floated in triplicate, their blades gleaming with light that seemed to cut the very air around them. He felt this way toward the axiom of absolute denial. The almost complete axiom appeared as a crystalline construct of impossible geometry. It was simultaneously a sphere and a cube in shapes that had no names. Its surface was obsidian threaded with gold, and within its depths, the concept of denial swirled in patterns that hurt to observe directly. Where fragments were missing, the structure showed gaps that looked like wounds in reality itself. Incomplete. Hungry. Waiting to be whole, Noah waved his hand. Power surged from his existence as he collected every single one of the secondary items. Spools of fate thread flowed into his foundations. Scissors of various sizes disappeared into his grimoire. Knots and unraveled ways merged with his civilization. All the other loot apart from the thread of the living paradox, but the golden scissors and the almost complete axiom resisted his collection. They acknowledged his victory, but they did not yet acknowledge his capability to wield them. Noah reached out to grasp the axiom of absolute denial directly, the moment his fingers touched its surface. Even with how heavy and vast he was at this very moment, this axiom still felt unfathomably heavy to pick up and utilize. It was like trying to lift a mountain with fingers meant for feathers. It was like grasping at concepts too large for his current foundations to contain. The axiom was telling him that his depth was still a ways off, but he knew that this would not be the case for long. He was still absorbing the absolute depth of the collapsed weavers. His foundations were still rising. His weight was still increasing, soon, but even though he was looking at loot that caused his heart to skip a beat, this was actually not the main thing that he was looking for in this place. Not after he had talked to the secret of Ian. When an absolute died, existence mourned. He knew the sheer absurdity of power that absolutes wielded. Even though none of them held a claim to the oldest paradox like the four did. Their claim was the very civilization that they took from the surface depth all the way to the absolute depth. It quite literally permeated across observable existence. He seemed to have underestimated just how intricate this connection with absolutes was, so at this moment, he left the dazzling floating loot remaining in this room. He proceeded even further in, pushing past the golden doorway. He arrived in another place. That loot was completely his and would remain there. As his depth rose, he would return to grasp all of it and study its utilizations. The new place he arrived into was even more wondrous than the last. Location identified. You have arrived in the throne of woven closure. This place is both the grandest and saddest domain within the palace. It represents the very civilization that the weavers stood for. They held a mixture of paradox within them, but the core of their path was fate. As absolutes, the weavers had the weavings of their fates integrated across observable existence, to the extent that they were even interlinked with logos and philologies relating to fates and destinies. They were not merely powerful beings, they were part of how existence understood the concept of fate itself. HUUM, Chapter 4802, The Weaver of Existence 3. The prompts at this time felt heavy and filled with a sense of weight that Noah could not explain. They continued, unique weavings of information received. The palace is revealing information relating to the weavings of an absolute. The information presents itself as such straight face. The weavers were absolutes that integrated their civilization across the weavings of observable existence relating to fate. Their collapse is unwinding countless fates and possibilities. This action is generating a net increase in entropy and chaos across observable existence. Unknown musings of corrupted growths and malformed authorities related to fates, paradox, destiny, fortune, and much more were passively being cleared and purified by the authority of the weavers. This contributed to the stability of observable existence. This is only the basal surface effect that can be discerned right now. With the loss of an absolute losing their established function, once it is lost, it is nearly impossible for it to be established again. the killer of an absolute has their own way in civilization, they cannot replace that which they have killed. This is the tragedy of absolute collapse, this is why existence mourns. Noah's eyes pulsed as he read all of this. He looked over into the room. A throne sat at the center, but it was not a single throne, it was 3 seats fused into one, representing the unity of the weaver's existence. The 3 components leaned toward each other as if in eternal conversation. Frozen in the moment of reaching for connection that could never be completed, golden threads extended from the throne in all directions, they connected to every other part of the palace. To the treasury of severed fates. To the floating loot. To the very walls and ceiling and floor. Everything in this domain was linked to this throne, because this throne was the weavers, and the weavers were this throne, the tragedy of absolute collapse. Observe the throne before you, it sits empty, desolate, filled with a sense of sadness that transcends normal emotion. This is the tragedy of the human condition extended to existential scale. When a mortal dies, their family mourns. When an absolute dies, existence itself mourns, because something irreplaceable has been lost. The weavers contributed to the function of observable existence, that contribution is now gone, the fates they managed are now unmanaged, the corruptions they purified will now spread, the stability they provided will now decay. This is a loss that can never be recovered, unless something is capable of sitting upon this throne, unless something can accept what the weavers stood for, unless something can fill the void they left behind. Only then would the tragedy of the collapse of an absolute be cleared, only then would existence stop mourning. Noah looked at these prompts with quiet silence, his entire figure continued blazing with prismatic blue-gold waves of light. He remembered the words of the secret of Ian. She had said that when she collapsed in absolute, she replaced them. If this was truly an issue, would the tragedy of the collapse of the weavers truly be a tragedy, or would it be a transformation? Noah walked toward the thrones in the distance. The golden threads all around reached out toward him, with hope. Immense hope of possibility, they stretched from their fixed positions, straining toward this being who had entered their domain. They did not reach with malice or desperation. They reached with the same instinct that plants reach toward sunlight. Because he represented continuation, because he represented the possibility that their purpose might not end, Noah proceeded ahead. The golden threads latched onto his body, and where they touched him, they turned blue gold, the color of the first tongue, the color of manna, the color of what he represented. A symphony began to play in the surroundings. It started soft, barely perceptible. Notes of loss and longing. But as he walked closer to the throne, it grew. Swelling with harmonies that spoke of ancient purpose and desperate hope, and behind the thrones, illusory figures of the weavers appeared. They had no consciousness, no cognition, they were merely echoes. Remnants of what had been. Shadows cast by beings whose light had been extinguished, but they did not look shrewd and despotic as they had in life. Their skin was fair. Their hair was golden. Their bodies were wrapped in white gold robes that flowed like destiny itself, and they began to sing. Hymns of immense sacredness and glory poured from their throats. Songs that spoke of purpose and duty and the weight of managing fate for all of observable existence. They sang for what they had been, they sang for what might still be, they sang for the one who walked toward their throne. Noah only spared them a glance as he was calm and unmoved. Then he proceeded to sit down with the absolute authority of someone claiming what was rightfully his. Lowering himself onto the throne of the weavers with deliberate weight that made the entire palace tremble in recognition of its new master, his back pressed against the throne with the casual dominance of a king who had conquered everything worth conquering, his arms resting on the armrests as if they had been carved specifically for his hands to claim. His legs spread slightly in the posture of someone who owned the very ground beneath them, his chin lifted and his eyes blazing with the light of the first tongue itself. He sat like tyranny given form. At the moment he sat down, Noah truly and fully felt the full weight of the depth and civilization of the weavers flow toward him. Countless golden threads now latched onto him from all directions. They connected to his arms, his legs, his chest, his head. They wove themselves into his existence. They integrated their purpose into his foundations. The hymns of the illusory manifestations of the weavers above became even heavier. The symphony swelled to a crescendo that shook the very fabric of the palace, and at this moment, Noah spoke. All ways and civilizations at some point, before differentiation, before specialization, were manna. His voice carried across the throne room with weight that silenced even the hymns. Were the first tongue, his eyes blazed brighter. Others may contribute a net loss to existence when they collapse absolutes. His smile became something vast and terrible. But every absolute I collapse, I will take on their immensity and purpose over observable existence. Boom, brilliant golden light shone all around. the threads that had been connecting to him blazed with incandescent radiance, the hymns transformed from mourning to celebration, and in the next moment, in dazzling golden letters that burned themselves into the very air of the palace, the Weaver of Existence seeks to make his emergence through the first tongue. Chapter 4803, The Weaver of Existence 4, in his vision, there were countless strings of gold permeated over everything. They covered so much and were so extensive that they may have overwhelmed him, stretching across distances that his perception had never been able to grasp before. They wove through the air itself, through the walls of the palace, through the very fabric of reality in patterns so dense and intricate that a lesser being would have been lost in their complexity. But his gaze turned heavy and imperious moments later. He looked at these strings and broke them down to mana, and all that he could see became strings and dots of mana covering everything. The golden threads transformed before his perception, their essence revealed as what they had always truly been at the most fundamental level. Fate was not separate from mana. Fate was not separate from the first tongue. It was merely a differentiation, a specialization, a path that mana had taken when the weavers had shaped it according to their will, and now that will was his. The strings flowed out of the tomb he was in and stretched out across the palestra, weaving through the ruined arena where he had collapsed the weavers just moments before. They spread across the lands of the Glossarians and existentialists and all others, touching every faction within this domain with tendrils of fate that now answered to a new master. They spread across all of the agora of primordial judgment and even outside to the stoa of dogmata. The threads of mana, or really, the threads of fate as mana, flowed and touched his other body sitting near the secret of Ian. His body there shone in recognition. The strings flowed in the region near the secret of Ian as there seemed to be a heavy barrier around her preventing any strings from coming near, an absolute wall of darkness and secrecy that even fate itself could not penetrate. But shockingly, her eyes flashed sharply. She looked up and around at the permeating strings nearby as if she could see them, her gaze becoming stern as she turned over to his body there and asked with a voice that carried weight beyond its casual tone, "What are you doing?" And Noah allowed these threads to spin and spread even faster and more thoroughly. They left the corrupted vault of Janungagap entirely. They spilled into the wastes of the fallout, and here, the strings felt unbound chaos and corruption pressing against them from all sides. The wastes were a nightmare of twisted reality where the living paradox's actions had scarred existence itself. The threads encountered resistance, felt the weight of entropy and madness that permeated this region, but they permeated across it still. They spread with the inevitability of fate itself, because fate did not discriminate between the pure and the corrupted. Fate touched all things. Fate connected all things. And now, the glimmer of fate followed even corrupted fates all around. Noah felt his perception expand in an unfathomable manner. Where before he could see his immediate surroundings, now he could perceive threads stretching across distances that would take eons to travel. Where before he understood only what was directly before him, now he sensed connections and causalities that spanned a vast distance of observable existence. Not thr entirety, that was not possible for the current him, the inheritance of paradoxical fate. The civilization of the weavers was that of paradoxical fate, and its weavings have been received by you in the first tongue. Mana can differentiate and specialize into anything. This is the truth that has always been, this is the truth that you are now embodying, at this moment. Mana has fully accepted the way and depth of the weavers and transformed it into a derivative civilization under your authority. The first tongue has gone further to streamline your existence. It officially places the civilization of hunger as a derivative civilization under you. The musings of the weavers have been interpreted and specialized. They have become the derivative civilization of undifferentiated fate. They have fully settled in your existence. Through them, mana has become interlinked and connected with fate in a way that was never possible before. The depth and immensity of who you are has risen. You have gained the distinction of the weaver of existence. Boom! The sensation was a unique one, as if the sensation of mana, of the first tongue he had always been trying to be more in tune with, was becoming clearer. The boundaries between his perception and the fundamental language of reality were thinning. The walls that had separated his understanding from the true nature of existence were crumbling. The endless musings of fate stretching out everywhere were now bound under him, and through them, he could perceive the first tongue that also faced corruption from the fallout even easier than before. The threads of fate acted like conduits, like pathways that let him feel the pulse of language across observable existence, and in doing so, he felt immense, he felt grand, he felt threads of countless blue gold stretching out across interminable distances, each one a connection, each one a fate, each one a piece of the vast weaving that now answered to his authority. The throne of fate has been claimed. The weaver of existence has successfully grasped an absolute throne that had been integrated in carrying out work across observable existence. though collapsed, this absolute throne, this civilization, has been inherited and is being transformed. The weaver of existence looks upon the complex and corrupted weavings of observable existence, all that which relates to him and is fated for him as being perceived and observed. Fate Connections detected straight face. The disciple of the secret of Ian has been located in the Agora of Primordial Judgment. She resides in a region between the territories of existence and chaos. The location of the fisherman, Ines, has been grasped. He drifts through the wastes of the fallout, his faith thread corrupted but still connected to your civilization. The locations of others across the wastes of the fallout connected to mana or hunger have been observed. They call out. Through faith threads that stretch across impossible distances, the pained and mutated inevitabilities across the wastes have been observed. Through them, multiple shelters of the loom have their locations uncovered. Their fates are intertwined with corruption, but corruption does not hide fate from the weaver of existence. The fates of countless pained mutated inevitabilities call out to you. The fates of those connected to your civilization call out to you. You perceive. You understand. You see, boom, Noah felt as if he was groggily waking up from an unfathomably heavy slumber, or rather, as if his vision was waking up. His eyes had been closed all his life, and now they were finally opening. His perception had been limited to a tiny corner of existence, and now it was spreading across distances that defied comprehension, and he could see, he could see the secret of Ian's disciple. Her faith thread burning with the light of existence that she had always admired. He could see Ines, the fisherman, drifting through corruption with a fate that stubbornly refused to end. He could see followers of his civilization scattered across the wastes, their fates crying out for rescue. He could see the shelters of the loom, hidden bases where the living paradox's forces were. He could see the mutated inevitabilities that had once been something else, their fates twisted by corruption but still readable to one who now held the authority to read fates. At this moment, the absolute existential palace of the weavers illuminated with brilliant golden light. The radiance blazed outward from the structure that had risen from the vacuum of the weaver's collapse. It was not merely bright. It was meaningful. It was a declaration that burned itself across the fabric of reality. The four absolutes nearby frowned with heaviness at seeing this light. Glossicos's eyes rustled with agitation that she could not contain. Paradoxos's four eyes widened with expressions that contradicted each other in their intensity. Kaotikos stopped grinning entirely, his features settling into something that looked almost like concern. Antikos, the one who never moved, shifted on his throne of uncarved marble. A golden pillar of light shot out from the palace. It stretched out across existence itself, not as the obsidian gold pillar that had announced the weaver's death, but as something different entirely. Something that carried a different message. Something that made the absolutes watching feel their foundations pulse. They knew what this light represented, they knew what it displayed, the collapse of an absolute, but at the same time, the light was saying something else. Something that should not have been possible. It said, the weavers may have been collapsed, but their work lives on, their civilization lives on, their contribution to observable existence has not been lost. Glossicos's obsidian blue eyes widened to impossible degrees as she whispered words that carried across the ruined palestra. Well, fuck. Golden threads that had been unraveling since the weaver's death began to stabilize. The entropy that had been spreading, the chaos that had been growing, the corruptions that had begun to spread without the weavers to contain them, began to slow, because someone had claimed the throne, because someone had accepted the responsibility, because the weaver of existence now looked upon the complex and corrupted weavings of observable existence with eyes that could perceive what the weavers had once perceived. What had the Genesis monarch done? What had he done inside the palace? Noah sat upon the throne of woven closure with threads of blue gold fate streaming from his existence in all directions. His eyes blazed with light that was both mana and fate intertwined as he looked like a sacred abomination that was just getting started. Chapter 4804, Everything I. Why was it so hard to replace an absolute, the civilizational scale of existence, or the level 1 scale of existence, held entities whose ways held a level of differentiation? Someone following the civilization of elemental, at the fundamental depth more often than not, could also expand their existence to encompass the way of fire or the way of air. They could branch out, diversify, build subsidiary paths that complemented their main journey, but ultimately, if and when they attained absolute, it would be with their singular civilization of elemental. If they were profound enough, they would have fire or air as derivative civilizations that remained at fundamental depth. While their main elemental civilization stayed at absolute depth, they had to embody that civilization absolutely in order to be an absolute. After all, the word itself implied totality, complete dedication to a single path. Now the question came which asked, can an absolute not have two civilizations at absolute? They had such a complex weight of their depth. Surely, such a thing may be possible. The answer to this was a very, very difficult one, and it was why the statement was made that replacing an absolute was nigh impossible. To replace an absolute, one would have to take on their civilization at the absolute level. But if one already had their own civilization at absolute, the two would conflict. Two absolute civilizations in one being, it may be considered fundamentally impossible, but of course, as always, there were exceptions. At this moment, Noah chose to be one particular exception as he remained attuned in that state where he was seeing a great deal of things. The weaver of existence feels a tug from the musing of undifferentiated fate. This tug resonates with all principles related to fate across observable existence. The connection is not complete, the perception is not total, but glimpses are available. The principles related to fate. At such words, Noah followed the sensation of that tug. He felt the glimmer of principles that looked like countless lines permeating out across different portions of observable existence. They were like veins carrying the lifeblood of causality, like roots of a tree so vast that its branches touched every corner of reality. He felt as if he was sensing portions of them here and there, never a full picture, and never did he even come close to perceiving every single principle nor even how they permeated across observable existence. That was too distant of a thought. That level of perception would require depth far beyond what he currently held. He only saw glimpses, and at this moment, he saw scenes of something unique, something that made even his hardened existence pause. It was corruption. Malformed authorities clustered around principles related to fate like parasites feeding on a host. They appeared as foam or seaweed, green and obsidian intertwined in patterns that spoke of wrongness made manifest. They clung to philologies relating to fate with desperate hunger, their forms pulsing with stolen authority that they were slowly corrupting into something twisted. Corrupted growths spread across the surface of pure concepts like mold spreading across bread. They were everywhere he looked, clustering most densely around the weavings that the weavers had once maintained. Without their caretakers, these growths were propagating at rates that would have terrified anyone who understood what they were seeing, and they seemed unfathomably abundant, for every pure thread of fate he perceived. There were dozens of corrupted masses trying to consume it. For every clean philology, there were hundreds of malformed authorities attempting to twist its meaning. The scale of corruption was beyond anything he had anticipated. This was what the weavers had been managing. As he saw this, unique information obtained. Observable existence is so vast that most absolutes still do not know its true vastness, but it is incomprehensibly stable. This stability was not achieved normally. In nature, all of existence leans toward entropy and chaos. Without intervention, reality would collapse into formless disorder, the origin of corruption. Across observable existence, countless things mutate and go wrong with every passing moment. Ways collapse. Civilizations fail. Existence malforms. Beings die. Concepts degrade. As a product of these failed, collapsed, or malformed weavings of existence, corruption manifests. This corruption takes the form of malformed authorities or corrupted growths. These manifestations naturally have a tendency to converge around that which is pure in order to continue the process of degradation. They feed on purity. They spread through contact. They transform order into chaos. The role of depth. As natural processes of corruption, entities with sufficient depth can destroy and purify these corrupted growths with an exertion of their power. This transforms them back to pure civilizational authority that flows back into observable existence to further contribute to its stability. The higher the depth, the more efficiently this purification occurs. The role of absolutes. With the existence of absolutes, nearly all malformed authorities converge toward them or the weavings related to them. This is because absolutes represent the purest expressions of their civilizations. Corruption is drawn to purity like moths to flame. Passively, the weavers would routinely send their authority out to cleanse the malformed authorities or corrupted growths that were byproducts of collapsed existence, collapsed ways, and all forms of malformation across observable existence. This was not a conscious effort. It was as natural as breathing. Their very existence performed this function simply by being what they were. If left unattended, established weavings of existence can become malformed. Malformations lead to instability. Instability leads to collapse. Some forms of instabilities and malformations previously observed are straight-face, living collapses and mutated inevitabilities, the wastes of the fallout. An entire region of observable existence transformed into concentrated instability through deliberate action. Even with the fallout, even with endless corruption spread across existence, observable existence still remains unfathomably stable. by no other reason other than the fact that absolutes exist. For absolutes, cleansing corrupted growths before they propagate is something easy. It requires minimal effort and provides benefits in the form of pure civilizational authority reclaimed. It is why absolutes passively maintain the stability of all observable existence simply through the natural expression of their power. This is the function you have inherited. This is the responsibility that now falls upon the weaver of existence, yet another musing and capability of an absolute. Even though you are far from absolute, boom, the information he received was heavy. Malformed living. Corrupted growths. Living collapses. Mutated inevitabilities. The wastes of the fallout, two of these were natural consequences of entropy in an existence that tended toward chaos. The other three were all in one way or another related to paradox, living collapses, mutated inevitabilities. The wastes of the fallout were the direct result of the living paradox's actions during the change. Noah sat on the throne of woven closure with threads of blue gold fate streaming from his existence in all directions, and his singular thought in all this, after learning what he learned, was, shouldn't the primordial chaos be the scariest fucker out there? Chapter 4805, Everything 2. With all this knowledge regarding chaos and entropy and malformations, it all pointed to signs of chaos truly being the most powerful, but there seemed to be more information he needed to obtain to better grasp this as he moved his thoughts elsewhere. As the weaver of existing, he had many names, but he truly was a farmer at heart. The task absolutes had of purifying existence and increasing its continued stability while they benefited from it was an act of cultivation and harvesting he would no doubt enjoy. It was not so different from tending fields or nurturing crops. You removed the weeds. You fed the soil. You reaped the rewards. The scale was simply different. Where a farmer might tend to acres, he would tend to portions of observable existence itself. But as he received waves and waves of information, one singular ideology became abundantly clear: absolutes were a critical and glorious source of weavings that observable existence very much loved. Otherwise, why would it mourn for the collapse of an absolute? Why would the fabric of reality itself tremble when one of them ceased to be? It was because absolutes gave back. Their very existence was a net positive for all of observable existence, and now Noah understood why the secret of Ian had spoken of replacement rather than mere collapse. Why she had emphasized that when she killed an absolute, nothing was lost, because if you killed an absolute without replacing them, you robbed observable existence of one of its caretakers, you created a wound that would never heal. But at this point, Noah sat upon the throne of the weavers. No, the throne of the weaver of existence. It was his now. The three seats fused into one supported his weight with the recognition of legitimate inheritance. The golden threads that extended from it in all directions had turned blue gold where they connected to his existence. The illusory figures of the weavers behind him continued their hymns, but the songs had shifted from mourning to something that sounded almost like welcome. He tapped his finger on the armrest thoughtfully. His body was surrounded by countless golden strings that pulsed with the rhythm of fate itself. Through them, he could see the endless waves of corrupted growths surrounding the many lines of principles related to fate. Green and obsidian parasites clustering around pure concepts, feeding on them, slowly transforming order into chaos. He could express his formless depth upon them and purify them. It would be simple enough, but I have claimed the first tongue, Huum. His voice boomed like a grand king making a command rather than a request. The palace trembled in response. The golden threads vibrated with recognition of his authority. The hymns behind him swelled with anticipation. I wish to observe and purify malformed authorities, corrupted growths, that permeate all across the first tongue. Boom, blue gold light erupted from him. It mixed with the pillar of golden light representing the inheritance of the weavers, creating a radiance that was both fate and language intertwined. His immensity. His formless depth. His continued absorption of the depth of an absolute, he exerted all of it. The weaver of existence seeks to observe the interactions of observable existence where all of the first tongue permeates, and this is a lofty goal. Even the weavers, absolutes who had existed since before the fallout, could only barely glimpse and perceive all the principles relating to fate among other things for them to cleanse existence through. But the weavers did not lay a claim over the first tongue, as they were limited to their domain of fate, and you are not so limited, due to your current depth and immensity, paired with the access you gained by collapsing an absolute. An unknown percentage of the first tongue and how it interacts with observable existence is free for observation and manipulation at the most basic degree. The percentage is small compared to the totality, but it is vast compared to what any non-absolute has ever perceived. Open your eyes, the weaver of existence, and see what you have claimed. Boom! The moment such a prompt came, Noah's eyes pulsed with light. He saw everything become covered in blue-gold brilliance. Everything, in the agora of primordial judgment, the first tongue permeated through every faction's territory like an invisible ocean that all beings swam through without knowing. The Glossarians naturally had denser concentrations, but even the Paradoxians and Chaucites and existentialists utilized language. Even they spoke. Even they wrote. Even they thought in words that were derivatives of the first tongue. In the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap, the first tongue filtered through the ancient primordial realm with threads that connected to secrets older than most absolutes. The nexus point between primordial realms blazed with concentrated linguistic authority where fundamental truths about existence had first been spoken into being. In the nearby wastes of the fallout, even corruption could not erase the first tongue. It persisted through the chaos, words of power that had survived the living paradox's attempt to reshape reality. Corrupted, yes. Twisted, certainly. But still present. Still readable to one who had laid claim to their authority. All of it had the first tongue permeating across it. He saw how the first tongue, how manna, filtered through the gaps of weavings of everything like an endless blue-gold sea. It was not merely present, it was fundamental. It wove through the components of the other three weavings of the oldest paradox of existence in ways that were both complementary and essential. Where paradox twisted reality, the first tongue provided the framework for that twisting. Where chaos disrupted order, the first tongue gave names to that disruption. Where existence simply was, the first tongue described what that being meant. The first tongue touched all of them. He perceived all lines of principles nearby, golden threads of fate and silver threads of other concepts and crimson threads of yet others, all of them surrounded by the blue-gold sea of linguistic authority. He even sensed all of the infiniverse, his own early veiled shore where his civilization grew and flourished. He felt portions of Muspelheim, the primordial realm of fire where Skoll had originated. He touched the edges of the early veiled shore of the creature himself, that vast domain where the most powerful of the four had built his belly of existence, and moments later, Noah could also perceive the countless corrupted growths hugging different areas of this sea like parasites or weeds. They were everywhere, but not evenly distributed. Some areas were fairly empty of them, the blue-gold sea running clean and pure as if they had recently been cleansed. These regions sparkled with stability that spoke of diligent maintenance. Other areas were more filled with corruption, green obsidian masses clustering around linguistic concepts and slowly transforming their meanings. These areas had not been cleansed in a while. Or corruption was propagating at higher frequencies due to instability in the underlying weavings. Noah observed the patterns with the calculating eye of a farmer assessing his fields. The regions most infected with corrupted growths were concentrated primarily in two areas, paradox and existence. Chapter 4806, Everything 3, the weavings related to the living paradox were absolutely crawling with corruption. It made sense given what Noah now understood. The living paradox spread instability through his very actions. His changes to reality created byproducts of malformation that naturally accumulated around anything connected to him. The weavings related to the creature were also surprisingly infected. But chaos was actually relatively clean. It did not make sense. Was the primordial chaos more diligent than even paradox in the creature? The being who represented disorder and entropy was somehow maintaining his domain with more care than those who represented existence and contradiction. Noah filed this information away for later contemplation. There was something there. Some insight into the nature of the primordial chaos that contradicted his apparent philosophy. Some secret hidden in the cleanliness of chaos that spoke of intentions not yet revealed. But for now, he had work to do. Noah perceived all of this before he shook his head and focused. In the next moment, he began forming a logos with his seals of absolute tongue. The seals that were branded across his skin blazed with incandescent light. They rotated around his form, aligning themselves according to principles that transcended normal linguistic construction. Letters combined. Sounds merged. Meaning crystallized, a word formed, a word of power, a word that carried the authority of the weaver of existence, the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons. Cleanse, BOM. He did not need to use it like this. He could have just utilized his depth and expressed it to press down on all the corrupted growths he saw. It would have been efficient. It would have been effective. It would have accomplished the same goal with less expenditure of authority. But he did it because he could. He did it because he wanted to see what would happen when the first tongue itself commanded corruption to cease. He did it because he was a farmer, and a farmer took pride in the tools of his trade. In the next moment, a blinding blue-gold light permeated over everything Noah had the visibility to see. It spread like dawn breaking across an endless horizon. It washed over the agora of primordial judgment, touching every corner of that vast domain where, for philosophical factions competed for supremacy. It spread through the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap. It spread into the nearby wastes, pushing back against corruption that had seemed eternal. For just a moment, for just a breath, some regions of the wastes of the fallout became slightly less chaotic. Slightly more stable. Slightly more like what they had been before the living paradox had scarred reality itself, and as soon as his cleansing light passed over it, all the countless corrupted growths across different regions of observable existence that he could see and grasp trembled, they shriveled. The green obsidian masses that had been feeding on purity found themselves facing authority that transcended their parasitic existence. They could not resist. They could not flee. They could only transform. They turned into pure white gold light. The corruption that had been feeding on the first ton was converted back into pure civilizational authority that then sank and permeated into the surrounding observable existence. What had been poison became medicine. What had been degradation became nourishment. What had been entropy became stability. All the lines representing golden threads of principles related to fate became clean. All the endless blue gold seas permeating over everything that Noah saw became free of any corrupted growths, and as this cleansing finished, the affected region seemed to shine even more brightly. The first tongue ran cleaner through weavings that had been partially clogged with corruption. Principles pulsed with renewed vigor now that parasites no longer fed upon them. Nearby existence itself seemed to breathe easier in the regions that Noah had touched, and as this action finished, boom, Noah felt a loud boom in his mind and existence. A heavy and unfathomable thing emerged within him. It was not depth. It was not weight. It was not any of the conventional measurements of power that he had grown accustomed to tracking. It was something else entirely, something that felt like concentrated wonder from observable existence itself. Purification complete. You have cleansed a significant portion of existence and contributed to the net positive stability of observable existence, and this contribution has been recognized. Finally, for the first time in your existence, you are a significant contributing member of civilization, of observable existence, as before this moment you only took and harvested and consumed and grew through the collapse of others. Which is not wrong, since it is how the strong become stronger, but it is not the only way. The grander the contributors of observable existence are, the grander observable existence is, and vice versa, because observable existence is vast and seemingly endless, but it does not exist by itself, as it is not a passive backdrop against which events unfold, but rather a living musing woven from the contributions of all who exist within it. Those within it decide just how immense they are, and, as a result, how immense observable existence itself becomes. You have decided to be immense, and observable existence has thus become even more immense. The prompts were heavy, but Noah only gave them a glance. His attention was focused on what was emerging in his existence. He looked inward, toward the organ of civilization where his ways and depths were housed, where his civilizations of mana and hunger flowed through, where the newly inherited derivative civilization of undifferentiated fate had begun flowing, and there, forming among these foundations, was something new. It looked like a cluster of Mobius strips wrapping around each other endlessly, surfaces that had no true beginning or end, edges that connected to themselves in impossible geometries. It pulsed with light that was simultaneously all colors and no color. It hummed with a frequency that resonated with the very fabric of observable existence. And it was fucking heavy, fat and heavy. Chapter 4807, Everything 4, even just perceiving it made Noah's foundations tremble with the effort of containing its weight. It pressed against the boundaries of his existence as if testing whether he was worthy of housing it. Absolute everything formed. You have cleansed a large portion of existence and formed your first genuine absolute everything of your existence, which represents the currency of absolutes and marks your first step on a path that only absolutes can walk. An absolute everything is condensed potential that can be utilized in ways that normal authority cannot, as where lesser beings accumulate depth and weight and civilizational authority. Absolutes accumulate absolute everythings that are formed through an expression of their own power, or when an absolute contributes significantly to observable existence in ways that lesser beings cannot, purifying corruption, stabilizing weavings, and maintaining the fabric of reality itself are all actions that generate absolute everythings due to the net positive gained from such actions. Absolute everything properties and utilizations, depth elevation, absolute everythings can be consumed to directly elevate depth without the need for conventional advancement, as where a normal being must accumulate authority over eons to reach absolute. One who possesses sufficient absolute everythings can simply forge an unquestionable foundation to act as a stairway to absolute by converting this currency into pure depth. Axiom utilization. Absolute everythings can serve as fuel for axioms, and where the axiom of absolute denial currently resists your usage due to insufficient depth, feeding it in absolute everything would allow temporary activation regardless of your classification. With the more complete the axiom, the more absolute everything's required for full utilization. Artifact nurturing. Absolute tier artifacts like the golden scissors of fate require absolute everythings to reach their full potential when wielded by non-absolutes, as an absolute everything fed to such an artifact creates a temporary bond that allows usage and even forging of similar items. Existence manipulation. Absolute everythings can be expended to perform actions that would normally require absolute depth. Allowing for embodiments and other forms of expressions, absolutes maintain observable existence with such diligence because they are not being altruistic but rather gaining absolute everythings through large cleansings of corrupted growths. The gap between absolutes and non-absolutes is not merely one of depth but one of access, as absolutes have access to absolute everythings while non-absolutes do not, at least until now. You, the weaver of existence, have bridged that gap by forming your first absolute everything without being an absolute yourself, accessing the currency that fuels the most powerful beings in observable existence while still being below their classification. Noah stared at the cluster of Mobius strips rotating within his existence, his first absolute everything. It was something unique to feel as around the same time that he was analyzing the cluster of Mobius strips within his existence, another set of prompts came down with information that made his foundations pulse with recognition. Absolute depth absorption complete. The recoverable depth of an absolute has been fully absorbed and distributed across your recovered fundamental depth foundation, or really, within your formless depth that defies conventional classification, although it may be inaccurate due to the limited data available on the foundations of the four during their earlier stages. It has been estimated that devouring the recoverable depth of an absolute like the Weaver's has reinforced your fundamental depth weight and immensity to be approximately 25% comparable to that of the creature or the primordial chaos when they cross this stage. Little information is available regarding the foundations of the four, but it seems that the foundations built by these beings sought to make up for all the deficiencies of weight in their prior depths before they took a step to become absolutes with unquestionable foundations. They spent eons at fundamental depth, building weight that would support their eventual ascension. You have achieved 25% of that weight in a fraction of the time through the consumption of an absolute. Civilizational status. Primary civilization. The primordial civilization of mana, the first tongue. Classification. Formless depth, unplaceable within conventional categories. Status. Primary vessel for all authority, containing foundations that exceed the creature at surface and intermediate classifications while approaching meaningful comparison at fundamental. Derivative civilization. Hunger. Classification. The fundamental depth. Status. Fully integrated, contributing to perpetual harvest and consumption-based advancement. Derivative civilization. Undifferentiated fate. Classification. The fundamental depth. Status. Newly inherited from the Weavers, provides access to fate perception and manipulation across observable existence. Derivative civilization. Elemental. Classification. The status. Will you continue your encroachment on your most hated enemy in existence? The vibrant pressure around him calmed. He remained on the throne as he was still receiving waves of information from different sources, but at this moment, he raised his hand and clenched his fist as BZZT. A terrifying pressure emanated from him. It radiated outward from his existence with weight that would have crushed any fundamental depth entity into paste. It pressed against the walls of the absolute existential palace with authority that made even this domain of a dead absolute tremble slightly. He could clearly feel that it was as oppressive as, if not a bit more oppressive than, the half-step absolute depth of the living spirit, more immense and grand than someone who was half-step absolute. Comparative assessment confirmed, your current depth and weight exceeds the half-step absolute classification as demonstrated by the living spirit and similar entities, and if you were to meet the living spirit again, you could potentially curb stomp him without utilizing any axioms or special artifacts. It may be time to say hi to the living concept. You have devoured an absolute, and this simple action alone will make it extremely hard to find any enemy below absolute depth capable of going against you, at most, half-step absolutes. Depending on who they are and what type of treasures or axiom fragments they carry, could give you a challenge, But even then, your formless depth and the foundations you have built that exceed the creature at multiple classifications would provide advantages that most half-step absolutes simply cannot overcome. You are no longer prey for anything below absolute. The affirmation was a grand one as Noah gave a light nod while looking at another distant door. The tomb of the weavers had many things as he sensed that what remained were her memories locked in the memory sanctum, but he would come back for these later as right now. He wanted to do a few things, so he rose up from the throne as golden strings followed him like loyal pets seeking their master's attention. But his eyes flashed with authority, the strings dimmed and disappeared completely, retreating back into the fabric of the palace to await his return. The tomb of the weavers could be considered half cleared with many things still in it, including the golden scissors of fate and the axiom of absolute denial that still resisted his grasp, but it was still his treasury as he would come back to it when his depth rose further. For now, he took a step and disappeared. He could sense the fates and mana of all those connected with him, threads of blue gold that stretched across distances and told him exactly where his people were and what state they were in. He appeared in the shattered stands of the Palestra, right behind Ulmareth and Lumavara and Skoll, who remained where they were, but at this moment, the heavy and interminable auras of absolute shockingly pressed around them. The situation had changed since he had entered the tomb. The visage of Paradoxos shockingly floated a distance away from his followers, their dual form radiating menace that would have crushed any fundamental depth entity into submission. For eyes burned with fury that had not diminished since watching Noah collapse their factions Absolute, and Glossicos, this dazzling dryad, stood in front of Ulmareth and Lumavara with an imperious expression, her eyes pulsing, when Noah appeared beside Ulmareth and Lumavara. Both absolutes gave glances to him that he completely ignored as he got down on one knee and began to play with an excited Skoll who sought his master return. The massive dog's tail wagged with enthusiasm that seemed entirely out of place given the tension filling the air. His neon flames brightened. His tongue lolled out in pure canine joy, while Noah rubbed his ears and scratched behind his head. I wonder what the great strategoi of the Agora of Primordial Judgment would be gracing their presence for little things like us. His voice came casual and unbothered, as if he was not surrounded by beings who could reshape reality with a thought. Is there anything we can help you with? He did not even gaze at them. He spoke while playing with his dog as the absolutes turned over with shining eyes. The way they looked at him had changed completely. Chapter 4808, vast and full of terrors. Noah knew the full scope of his power as he did not delude himself into thinking that just because he killed an absolute, he held the power to stand against another. He didn't have the raw power to do that, no. But there were always musings of existence that made things complicated for even absolutes to move at times. What he did with the weavers was a trick that one could say would be nigh impossible to repeat again, as all absolutes now knew the result of trying to claim what they could not back. No absolute would be foolish enough to grasp his heart after witnessing what had occurred. No absolute would attempt to claim the first tongue without knowing they possessed the infinities required to bear its weight. That particular trap had been sprung, it would not work twice. And also, the Agora of Primordial Judgment was a domain with its own rulings, and its absolutes could not move against him freely. There were protocols and challenges and rights that protected those who had earned standing within this place. So he continued moving with the same immensity and grandness his entire existence emanated, even though he knew that the absolutes here may not be as powerless as they appeared. So he asked how he could help them, and a voice boomed out, "You are grand." The words came from Paradoxos, both faces speaking in rare unison with weight that pressed against everyone present. "By all accounts you are deserving of the standing among the four purely from what you did here today." A pause that felt like it lasted an eternity. "But you are not fully there." The booming voice of Paradoxos echoed out grandly as Noah finally raised his head to glance at this being. An ugly and grand fucker he was, with his two faces that contradicted each other even while saying the same words. Half obsidian, half gold, the division line between them constantly shifting as if reality itself could not decide which half should dominate. Noah looked at this being, and then at Glossicos, who stood between him and Paradoxos. Had she finally come to a decision and stuck to it, because he had seen her greed for his heart and claim when he took it out during the battle? He had seen how she had nearly broken through the arena's barriers to reach for what he was offering. He had seen the hunger in those obsidian blue eyes, and yet here she stood, positioned between him and Paradoxos as if protecting him. He looked between the two of them as Paradoxos continued with a voice that carried the weight of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "The weavers took something from me that was not theirs. As the one to have claimed their tomb, you should have obtained it." For eyes fixed on Noah with intensity that would have crushed lesser beings into immediate compliance. The axiom of absolute denial. "I wish to have this back." Noah's eyes shone brightly as he looked over to Paradoxos. When he used the lens of civilization on this being, it returned absolutely nothing useful, as this entity was genuinely at the absolute depth, beyond the ability of his current perception to accurately assess, and yet even against him. Noah tilted his head with casual dismissiveness and said with a voice that held no trace of the deference one might expect when addressing an absolute, "Oh? So you gave the Weavers an axiom that wasn't theirs before the battle just to guarantee my collapse? Whatever did I do to you to deserve that treatment?" He spoke casually as he rose up from where he had been playing with Skull to meet the gaze of Paradoxos, his posture radiating the confidence of someone who had just collapsed in absolute and felt no need to bow before another. Paradoxos looked at him calmly, her eyes unblinking, before speaking simply, "The axiom of absolute denial. The one asking for it back is not me, HUUM. The one asking for it back wasn't Paradoxos, as the only one who could have the support of another absolute like Paradoxos, the only one who could demand such things through intermediaries bound to the Agora, the only one whose request would make a strategos act as a messenger, had to be a single being. The living paradox." Noah smiled at the sheer idea alone that he had stolen something belonging to one of the four, something that the living paradox had lent to the Weavers specifically to guarantee their victory against him, and he smiled even wider as he said with cheerful defiance that bordered on mockery, "Even if the creature stood where you stand and demanded such a thing from me, I would still say no." His voice moved across the ruined palestra with weight that made his words feel like declarations rather than mere statements, and regardless, existence is so vast and filled with wonders that we should not place importance on items so much. Do not worry about a mere axiom. Oh great strategos, he paused, letting the dismissal settle, and he looked toward Glossicos as he said with innocent curiosity that fooled absolutely no one, "I seem to remember that you all hate the four with a passion. Why would you be listening to the living paradox so astutely?" Boom. He said such words with calmness as both absolutes here silently stared at him, and he could feel the distant gazes of the strategoi of existentialists in chaos observing from their thrones far above. At this moment, both sides seemed to be only looking at each other with heavy tension that made the air itself grow thick with unspoken threats and calculations. Paradoxos stood representing the interests of the living paradox. Seeking to reclaim what had been lost, Glossicos stood representing, what exactly? Her own interests? The interests of the first tongue? Or simply the desire despite the very beings who had bound her to this place for eons? The silence stretched, until ultimately, "Hold your existence and connection steadfast," Paradoxos spoke with a voice that held a warning wrapped in the guise of advice, "for existence is vast and full of terrors, and things can always change so rapidly." Both faces smiled with expressions that contradicted each other yet somehow conveyed the same menace. Just look at the Weavers as an example. WAA, Chapter 4809, Vast and Full of Terrors. 2. After he said such words, he looked toward Glossicos as if he was disappointed in her choice to stand where she stood, and he disappeared with a flash of obsidian gold light that left afterimages burned into the air. A heavy silence settled in the destroyed palestra. Noah looked toward Glossicos, who turned to him with a calm gaze that seemed to be hiding many things beneath its composed surface. He did not trust this bitch at all. She was an absolute who had spent eons failing to claim what he had claimed. She was a being who had shown naked greed for his heart when he offered it to the Weavers. She was someone whose motivations remained unclear even after everything that had occurred. But she was a follower of the first tongue and wanted everything about it, so until she made her allegiances clear, there were still many things he could do with her, and at this moment, "Hey, I need to make a visit to the lands of existentialists in this place." He spoke such words calmly as if he didn't even want to discuss the Weavers or the axiom or the implicit threat that Paradoxos had just delivered on behalf of the living paradox. He wanted to get a move on his objectives. As things were moving around far too quickly, and all of it was mainly due to him and his actions across existence since arriving in the corrupted vault of Janungagap, but as he held the derivative civilization of undifferentiated fate under him, he now sensed many more things across existence, threads of fate that he could perceive and follow, connections that had been invisible before but now blazed with clarity, and the disciple of the secret of Ian was one he could grab right now and complete this objective. Around the same time, in Alfheim, the primordial chaos walked through the crystalline forests of Alfheim with the ease of someone who owned everything and nothing simultaneously, the glory of his form shifting constantly as the living emotive floated beside him and the living elemental trailed behind with the caution of someone who knew he was in dangerous company. The primordial chaos looked up at the obsidian gold pillar that still had not faded above as if it was reminding him of long-forgotten memories. Emotive blinked as she looked at him and said, "Scary old man, What are you thinking about right now with such a brutal gaze? The primordial chaos did not turn to her as he replied calmly. I was remembering an absolute I collapsed long ago, during the infinite unfurling. Boom, emotive's emotions had been cycling through boredom and mild interest, but her eyes now shone brightly as she came closer as if she was ready to listen, and Elemental remained silent. His name was the Solitary Extreme. Chaos's shifting features settled into something almost nostalgic. He was magnificent in ways that most absolutes could only dream of being. He burned brighter than any constellation of lesser beings. Fueled entirely by his own foundations, beholden to nothing and connected to none. He did not share his authority. He did not receive support from others. He simply burned, alone and magnificent, because burning alone was what the Solitary Extreme had always done. The crystalline trees around them seemed to lean in, as if even the realm of Alfheim wanted to hear this tale, and when I came for him, the Solitary Extreme collapsed into himself as it was not even a grand battle, and I had even gone there to give him a choice. Chaos's voice grew heavier with each word. No other absolute felt his death approaching in time to intervene. No other power dimmed itself to come to his aid. The vast expanse of observable existence simply watched as I consumed something that had touched nothing beyond itself. He paused, letting the weight of the memory settle. Other absolutes I have faced over the eons, they had connections. They had threads tying their fates to beings who would cross existence to stand beside them. They had networks of ways that supported and elevated each other when crisis arrived. Those absolutes were harder to collapse. Some remain uncollapsed to this day precisely because I could never catch them truly alone. Osmond, when I met him, had many that wanted to stand by his side in Ginnungagap. He was not isolated, and he moved from the grasp of temporal and others smoothly. His smile became something vast and knowing, but the Solitary Extreme believed that isolation was strength. Because solitude felt safer, Chaos turned to look at both Emotive and Elemental with eyes that held depths of accumulated eons. There is a particular pride in standing alone that many mistake for power. The pride of saying that everything one has achieved came from within, that no hand lifted them, that no thread tied their fate to another. His voice dropped to something that resonated with the very fabric of Alfheim itself. It is the pride of the Solitary Extreme, burning bright and burning fast and burning toward an ending that no one came to prevent. An absolute who burns in constellation with others may shine less brilliantly in isolation. But they burn longer, reach further, and when enemies come for them, the threads they have woven become shields that solitary brilliance can never provide. And yet the Weaver, with all her connections, perished alone, while other absolutes were even observing. So truly, what is the way? Isolation, or connections? Elemental listened silently, and Emotive yawned as if she had lost interest and was bored. A moment later, she blinked and turned her head sharply as she looked toward a certain direction with eyes that suddenly blazed with genuine interest. No fucking way. Oh, I wasn't talking about your boring ass story. She waved her hand dismissively at Chaos while her attention remained locked on whatever she had sensed. I seem to have found something unbelievable over there. The primordial Chaos remained calm as he looked at Emotive and what she had sensed, his shifting features betraying nothing of the fact that this was something he had already observed the moment he arrived in Alfheim. The living Emotive was staring into the far distance, her attention locked onto a grand citadel filled with life and activity that blazed against the serene beauty of the primordial realm, and within that citadel, the living origin and the first hunger had just arrived. Chapter 48:10, A Meeting in Alfheim. The citadel of Yggdrasil's echo rose from the heart of Alfheim like a living testament to the majesty of existence itself. The walls were woven from luminescent vines that had been cultivating since before the infinite unfurling, their leaves shimmering with colors that existed only in this primordial realm. Bridges of solidified starlight connected the various towers, and waterfalls of liquid mana cascaded from floating gardens that orbited the central structure like devoted moons around a radiant sun. The inhabitants of this place were beings of breathtaking beauty and terrible power. Ljosulfar, natives of Alfheim, moved through the corridors with grace that transcended physical movement. Their forms composed of light given flesh and purpose, some had wings of crystal and energy. Others bore antlers that branched into configurations that mapped the very weavings of existence. All of them radiated the unmistakable signature of the creature's domain, beings who had been shaped by the authority of existence itself across countless eons. This was the realm where the creature had first risen, this was the birthplace of the most powerful of the four, and today, the citadel welcomed home one of its most beloved daughters. The living origin stood at the center of the grand processional hall, surrounded by lifeforms who looked upon her with reverence that transcended mere respect. The first hunger stood behind her with solemn vigilance, his crimson obsidian eyes scanning the gathered crowd. Multiple the surface depth entities floated in the outer rings of the gathering, their presence adding weight to the ceremonial atmosphere. Intermediate depth beings occupied the middle tiers, their authority contributing to the layered immensity that filled the hall, and circling closest to Origin herself, 8 fundamental depth entities gazed upon her with eyes that held memories stretching back to ages she had nearly forgotten. Jesmer returns, the cry went up from countless throats. The Mother of Light walks among us once more, Jesmer. It was a distinction that Origin had earned in ages past, when she had helped the creature learn of the foundations of what Alfheim would become. She had been his companion then. The procession swelled around her with joy that felt almost painful after so long in isolation. Josulfar reached out to touch her robes as she passed, seeking connection with one they had mourned as lost. The 8 fundamental depth entities began to sing hymns of welcome, and for just a moment, Origin allowed herself to feel something like peace, and yet, peace never did last long, did it? Boom. The skies above quaked, the crystalline spires of the citadel trembled, the hymns of welcome died in throats that suddenly forgot how to produce sound. 3 figures descended from above. The primordial chaos came first, his form shifting constantly as reality itself seemed unable to decide what shape should contain him. His presence alone was enough to silence everything within the citadel, the sheer weight of his absolute depth pressing down on all present like the hand of something that had existed since before differentiation. His gaze was calm and distant, as if all of this had nothing to do with him, as if he was merely passing through on his way to matters of actual importance. The living emotive floated beside him, her body crackling with emotions that cycled faster than expressions could form, joy and malice and curiosity and hunger all competing for dominance across her features. The living elemental trailed behind them, his form shrouded by phonemes of fire, air, earth, and water. But moments after arriving, the calm and distant gaze of the primordial chaos changed. He frowned, his shifting features settled into something focused as he looked at Origin, sensing something on her being that interested him. Origin and Hunger looked up with heavy gazes at this moment as they observed the new entrance. The eyes of Origin actually only glanced at chaos before they locked onto Emotive, and in the next moment, Emotive smiled brilliantly toward the living Origin with an expression that held joy and menace in equal measure. Her figure moved forward like a flicker of light. The power of an absolute crashed down immensely. All lifeforms nearby had color draining from their faces as they were all forced to kneel under pressure that transcended anything they had ever experienced. The Josulfar collapsed. The surface depth entities buckled. The intermediate depth beings fell to their knees with expressions of terror. Even the 8 fundamental depth entities, ancient beings who had existed since before the fallout, found themselves pressing against the ground with effort that strained their very foundations, and shockingly, even the first Hunger trembled. His crimson obsidian flames blazed desperately as he sought to prevent being forced to kneel, his pride as one who had devoured folds refusing to allow him to bow before anyone. Emotive came before Origin with an utterly smiling expression, and in the next moment, Origin. I thought you collapsed and were forgotten, but here you are. After she said this, Emotive actually jumped forward and embraced Origin, wrapping her arms around the being she had not seen in eons and giving her a hug as if they were longtime friends reuniting after a brief separation. She did all of this as in contrast, everything and everyone around her was shaking from her horrific pressure that continued to press down without mercy or restraint. But in the next moment, with a calm wave from the hand of the primordial chaos above, all of this pressure faded. Chaos looked toward Emotive and said with a voice that carried absolute authority, "Behave, HUUM." The pressure emerging from her immediately faded as Emotive pouted with an expression that cycled through irritation and amusement, but she kept her gaze on Origin, who was staring at her coldly and without any emotions warming her white gold eyes. Emotive let go of her embrace as she looked over Origin up and down with a smile that evaluated and judged and found entertainment in what she observed. Man, so much has changed since I last saw you. A bit more fat here and there, but still so gorgeous. Her voice dripped with honeyed venom. You seem to be a bit weak as, who knew I would be among those to become an absolute before the great living Origin? She tilted her head with mock sympathy. I mean, I can sense your depth fluctuating as this is. She breathed in deeply as if she smelled something from Origin, and she smiled even wider after. Oh, that's definitely the smell of the creature. Did he give you a little bit of something after all this time? Her emotions cycled through delight and mockery, but one can only be given so much. As for absolute, it ultimately has to be yourself. No worries. She paused as her prismatic eyes narrowed. But why do I also smell a uniqueness of the first tongue within you? Her smile became something sharp. Is it true that you jumped ship? Is it true that you went to the youngest making waves, her voice dropped to something almost intimate. Osmont, boom, chapter 48:10, a meeting in Alfheim. The citadel of Yggdrasil's echo rose from the heart of Alfheim like a living testament to the majesty of existence itself. The walls were woven from luminescent vines that had been cultivating since before the infinite unfurling, their leaves shimmering with colors that existed only in this primordial realm. Bridges of solidified starlight connected the various towers, and waterfalls of liquid mana cascaded from floating gardens that orbited the central structure like devoted moons around a radiant sun. The inhabitants of this place were beings of breathtaking beauty and terrible power. Josulfar, natives of Alfheim, moved through the corridors with grace that transcended physical movement, their forms composed of light given flesh and purpose. Some had wings of crystalline energy. Others bore antlers that branched into configurations that mapped the very weavings of existence. All of them radiated the unmistakable signature of the creature's domain, beings who had been shaped by the authority of existence itself across countless eons. This was the realm where the creature had first risen, this was the birthplace of the most powerful of the four, and today, the citadel welcomed home one of its most beloved daughters. The living Origin stood at the center of the grand processional hall. Surrounded by lifeforms who looked upon her with reverence that transcended mere respect, the first Hunger stood behind her with solemn vigilance, his crimson obsidian eyes scanning the gathered crowd. Multiple the surface depth entities floated in the outer rings of the gathering, their presence adding weight to the ceremonial atmosphere. Intermediate depth beings occupied the middle tiers, their authority contributing to the layered immensity that filled the hall, and circling closest to Origin herself, 8 fundamental depth entities gazed upon her with eyes that held memories stretching back to ages she had nearly forgotten. Jesmer returns, the cry went up from countless throats. The Mother of Light walks among us once more, Jesmer. It was a distinction that Origin had earned in ages past, when she had helped the creature learn of the foundations of what Alfheim would become. She had been his companion then. The procession swelled around her with joy that felt almost painful after so long in isolation. Josulfar reached out to touch her robes as she passed, seeking connection with one they had mourned as lost. The 8 fundamental depth entities began to sing hymns of welcome, and for just a moment, Origin allowed herself to feel something like peace, and yet, peace never did last long, did it? Boom. The skies above quaked, the crystalline spires of the citadel trembled. The hymns of welcome died in throats that suddenly forgot how to produce sound. 3 figures descended from above. The primordial chaos came first, his form shifting constantly as reality itself seemed unable to decide what shape should contain him. His presence alone was enough to silence everything within the citadel, the sheer weight of his absolute depth pressing down on all present like the hand of something that had existed since before differentiation. His gaze was calm and distant, as if all of this had nothing to do with him, as if he was merely passing through on his way to matters of actual importance. The living emotive floated beside him, her body crackling with emotions that cycled faster than expressions could form. Joy and malice and curiosity and hunger all competing for dominance across her features. The living elemental trailed behind them, his form shrouded by phonemes of fire, air, earth, and water. But moments after arriving, the calm and distant gaze of the primordial chaos changed. He frowned, his shifting features settled into something focused as he looked at Origin, sensing something on her being that interested him. Origin and Hunger looked up with heavy gazes at this moment as they observed the new entrance. The eyes of Origin actually only glanced at Chaos before they locked onto Emotive, and in the next moment, Emotive smiled brilliantly toward the living Origin with an expression that held joy and menace in equal measure. Her figure moved forward like a flicker of light, the power of an absolute crashed down immensely. All lifeforms nearby had color draining from their faces as they were all forced to kneel under pressure that transcended anything they had ever experienced. The Josulfar collapsed. The surface depth entities buckled. The intermediate depth beings fell to their knees with expressions of terror. Even the 8 fundamental depth entities, ancient beings who had existed since before the fallout, found themselves pressing against the ground with effort that strained their very foundations, and shockingly, even the first Hunger trembled. His crimson obsidian flames blazed desperately as he sought to prevent being forced to kneel. His pride as one who had devoured folds refusing to allow him to bow before anyone. Emotive came before Origin with an utterly smiling expression, and in the next moment, Origin. I thought you collapsed and were forgotten, but here you are. After she said this, Emotive actually jumped forward and embraced Origin, wrapping her arms around the being she had not seen in eons and giving her a hug as if they were longtime friends reuniting after a brief separation. She did all of this as in contrast, everything and everyone around her was shaking from her horrific pressure that continued to press down without mercy or restraint, but in the next moment, with a calm wave from the hand of the primordial chaos above. All of this pressure faded. Chaos looked toward Emotive and said with a voice that carried absolute authority, "Behave, HUUM." The pressure emerging from her immediately faded as Emotive pouted with an expression that cycled through irritation and amusement, but she kept her gaze on Origin, who was staring at her coldly and without any emotions warming her white gold eyes. Emotive let go of her embrace as she looked over Origin up and down with a smile that evaluated and judged and found entertainment in what she observed. "Man, so much has changed since I last saw you. A bit more fat here and there, but still so gorgeous." Her voice dripped with honeyed venom. "You seem to be a bit weak as. Who knew I would be among those to become an absolute before the great living Origin?" She tilted her head with mock sympathy. "I mean, I can sense your depth fluctuating as this is." She breathed in deeply as if she smelled something from Origin, and she smiled even wider after. "Oh, that's definitely the smell of the creature. Did he give you a little bit of something after all this time?" Her emotions cycled through delight and mockery. "But one can only be given so much. As for absolute, it ultimately has to be yourself." "Ah, no worries." She paused as her prismatic eyes narrowed. "But why do I also smell a uniqueness of the first tongue within you?" Her smile became something sharp. "Is it true that you jumped ship? Is it true that you went to the youngest making waves?" Her voice dropped to something almost intimate. Osmont, boom, chapter 48:12, usage of absolute everything. "I," he said such words gloriously as Glossicos raised her brows with an expression that mixed surprise with calculation. "Even if rules are bent to make them all polymarchs, you would need my permission and another. I don't believe Paradoxos, Chaoticos, or Onticos would particularly be feeling generous." Glossicos paused as her eyes flashed with surprise, and Noah looked at her as the musings of undifferentiated fate burned in his eyes. He had planned to reach out to Onticos as with his relation to the creature. He did not expect any problems there, but had Onticos already reached out to Glossicos even before he asked? He only thought of this as a moment later. Glossicos spoke with a unique expression that held layers of meaning Noah could not fully parse. "Well, it seems this is an action supported by many moving parts. A strategos has reached out and stated that they will approve this departure." Boom, Noah's eyes squinted as in the next moment, Glossicos began to move her hands with authority that reshaped the rules of this domain according to her will. The numbers on Noah's toga went down rapidly while on Olmereth, Skoll, and Nyx, their numbers rose higher and higher as contributions flowed from his account to theirs. Until their togas transformed to match polymarchs, Lumavara was the only one unchanged as Noah wanted to keep her with him here to elevate her depth some more through the opportunities this place provided. As for Noah, his toga still remained that of a polymarch as he had done far too much in the short period of time in the Agora of Primordial Judgment, with his latest action being winning a debate and collapsing in absolute. Even after transferring enough contributions to elevate three beings to polymarch status, he still had more than enough to maintain his own rank. As he watched all this happen, Glossicos grandly said in the next moment with finality that carried the weight of law, "It is done. I can send them out of the Agora of Primordial Judgment at any time." Noah nodded at these words as his senses flickered. Undifferentiated fate told him that he was thinking wrong about something, so he asked to be sure, who was the other strategos to give their approval for their departure. Glossicos turned to him after this question. Her immensely deep obsidian blue eyes bore into his with immensity and calmness as she said with weight that made Noah's foundations pulse with recognition, "Strategos Chaoticos." Boom, it was not Onticos, related to existence, but Chaoticos who stepped in without even being asked. Chaos. Noah's eyes squinted as he also recalled the cleanliness of the weavings of chaos when it came to malformations surrounding them. When he closed his eyes to sense what only absolutes could sense, he could see those weed-like corruptions already forming silently around all weavings, especially paradox and existence, as these two seemed to be holding immense waves of corruption that spread and propagated without adequate cleansing at much faster rates, but barely any corrupted growths formed around weavings of chaos, and when they did, Noah saw them disappearing soon after into golden threads that further stabilized existence. The primordial chaos was diligent in ways that his philosophy of disorder should have contradicted. There was a lot to be learned regarding how everything worked out at this moment. Noah gave a light nod as he said with command that expected immediate execution, "Send them out." Glossicos looked at him silently before a moment later, she clenched her fist with authority that transcended normal space. A reluctant Nyx, Olmereth, and Skoll disappeared. Only Glossicos and Lumavara remained nearby as Lumavara came closer toward Noah with a happy smile, almost as if she was reminded of when they had been alone and crossing the infinite unfurling together before everything had become so complicated. As for Noah, his gaze was on the Stoa of Dogmata, where at this moment, Olmareth, Nyx, and Skoll appeared outside the Agora of Primordial Judgment. The moment they did, Noah exerted his power across the Stoa of Dogmata through the threads of fate and mana that connected him to everything he claimed authority over. He brought them to the region where his other body stood a distance away from the Secret of Ian. The Secret of Ian looked over with raised brows as she saw her disciple appear with a look of reluctance that instantly changed the moment Nyx recognized who she was seeing. Nyx took a step to appear beside her master and knelt down with deference. That spoke of genuine devotion as she said with a voice filled with regret and submission, "This unworthy disciple apologizes to Master for any trouble she has caused." The Secret of Ian looked at her disciple with sharp eyes that evaluated and judged. But she didn't reply. Instead, she looked over to Noah, but at this moment, Noah was not looking at her. He was gazing at Olmareth as he evaluated his teacher's immense waves of power that were no longer suppressed by the Agora of Primordial Judgment. Olmareth stood at half-step absolute depth. His time in the belly of existence over the eons had been utilized grandly, building foundations that approached the threshold of true absolute classification. His countless hairs swayed with authority that pressed against the boundaries of what non-absolutes could achieve. At this moment, Noah thought of many possibilities as within his existence, and absolute everything buzzed with potential utilizations. He asked Olmareth with a voice that held calculation and hope intertwined, "Old man, how is your foundation after all these eons? What would you need to tip you over from half-step absolute to absolute?" There were many things happening as existence was full of possibilities. Right now, he was looking at the possibility of the emergence of an absolute under his faction. The choices were Olmareth, Origin, or potentially others. And at this moment, after gaining undifferentiated fate and having access to observing where those connected to him were through threads of causality that stretched across observable existence, he had already sent another body across the wastes toward the fisherman who had given up everything for him in Jinunga Gap. And he looked at Olmareth as he wondered of the usage of his absolute everything. Chapter 48:13, The Enemy Unseen. Noah looked at the old hairy man in front of him as he searched for an answer regarding the possibilities of what he could do. He knew that the creature in the primordial chaos and the living paradox did everything that they could when they arrived at the fundamental depth to build their foundation before they became absolutes. It was so ridiculous to the point that even though he just devoured the recoverable depth of an absolute, he only gained a bit over 25% of the comparable immensity of foundation when looking at the creature and others like him. Those beings had spent eons at fundamental depth, accumulating weight that would support their eventual ascension with foundations so unshakable that nothing could threaten their position once they crossed that final threshold. So he knew that even though he had an absolute everything, his utilization of it would only increase a percentage of his foundation. And whether that was 10% or 20% may not be too significant of a difference in the grand scheme of his own advancement, but an absolute under his faction, that was something entirely different. That was a force multiplier that could change the dynamics of everything he was trying to accomplish. Olmareth looked at him as even within those waves of countless hairs, Noah saw a brilliant geno lifeform who smiled at him with warmth. "I couldn't rise as an absolute in the belly of existence even after eons passed because of a suppression that pressed down on all of us who sought to advance beyond what the creature deemed appropriate." His voice carried weight that spoke of frustrations accumulated across ages. "You left me and Ain's your sparks. Your way. Ha, if you did not exist, maybe we would have claimed the first tongue by now." He chuckled with genuine amusement. "But we advanced through your authority instead. I forged my foundation using what you provided. I wish I had been patient enough to remain at fundamental and not jump to half-step absolute, as this actually set me back in certain ways. But even here, I need to just take a step." His expression grew contemplative. "But the single step can sometimes feel like the entire span of observable existence." A step. Olmareth was a grand entity. Perfect speaker of the first tongue. His power, potential, and immensity was no less if not grander than some of the living existences in the infinite unfurling. Noah stroked the head of a happy skull as he listened to this and said with casual confidence that belied the significance of what he was about to offer, "All right. I have something, maybe it can help you take that step." Noah closed his eyes. Within his existence, he reached for the cluster of Mobius strips that had formed from his cleansing of observable existence. That first genuine absolute everything that marked his entry into the currency of beings who shaped reality itself. A glorious blue-gold cluster of Mobius strips floated out of his head. Its aura was so heavy and dense that reality itself seemed to bend around its presence, and shockingly, it radiated a glimmer of absolute authority that made everything nearby tremble with recognition of what they were perceiving. Absolute, something that carried the essence of what absolutes accumulated. Through their contributions to observable existence, it emerged from Noah as a shocked hairy hand of Olmareth rose to grasp it with reverence that spoke of understanding exactly what he was being offered. In the distance, the secret of Ian and Nyx turned over with shining eyes. Ian even seemed to have a pondering look as she locked her gaze on Noah with intensity that evaluated and calculated and found new depths of interest in what this being was capable of producing. Noah didn't pay attention to any of the gazes as he said with casualness that masked how much he truly hoped this would work. See if it's possible. If it is, great. If it's not, that's also okay. No pressure. Well, he didn't say it, but there was a little bit of pressure. Olmareth grasped the absolute everything solemnly as he nodded, and it disappeared into his body as he sat down in a meditative position with countless hairs settling around him like a cocoon of accumulated authority. Noah was about to turn toward the secret of Ian to see how things would progress from here, because the aura of the primordial chaos was in Alfheim, and she had said that chaos was the first target among the four before they would be targeting Jotunheim, but as he did so, his weavings buzzed as he received a message through his derivative civilization of hunger and undifferentiated fate. Hey big guy, I don't know if you can hear this, but the primordial chaos has for some reason decided to be in Alfheim when Origin is here looking for the creature. The bitch emotive and elemental are here as well. Chaos says he wants to talk to you, but Origin won't activate the seal you gave her because she likely does not want to embroil you in whatever is happening here. But hey, you are one of the four. There's half a chance that the creature is watching all of this and will intervene, but just in case he is being an ass, there is you. The message was a heavy one, and it stemmed from the first hunger, emotive, elemental, and the primordial chaos were moving together in Alfheim. The sentence alone was ridiculous, as shouldn't emotive and elemental be moving with paradox? They were part of the loom. They served the living paradox. They had been instruments of his designs. But what was this? Why were they walking alongside the primordial chaos as if they were old companions taking a stroll through one of the most ancient primordial realms in existence? His eyes moved with immensity as he needed an answer and solution at this moment. He was inclined to speak to Ian about this, to tell her that her target was in Alfheim right now and they could set off there immediately. After all, she had said the primordial chaos was the first among the four that she planned to collapse and replace. If he was in Alfheim, if he was near beings connected to Noah's civilization, but his intuition was buzzing, he didn't know why, but it made him take a pause and close his eyes. The weaver of existence closed his eyes as he asked his very civilizations how to proceed, reaching inward toward the foundations that had been built across his journey through observable existence. Moments later, you already know, his civilizations only affirmed his intuition as he sighed internally and made a silent thesis. Where my seal is, I can have a sliver of my consciousness appear. Boom. Chapter 48:14. The enemy unseen too. Chaos wanted to talk, he would talk. After all, much of what he saw and came to learn from the Weaver's death made him very curious about Chaos. Why did the secret of Ian target him first among the four, and what explained how different Chaos was from the other aspects as he was seeing through his newly gained perception? The cleanliness of the weavings of Chaos, the diligence with which corrupted growths were purified around his domain, the contradiction between his philosophy of disorder and his apparent dedication to maintaining stability. When there were a number of questions, it was always good to get answers from the source, so he closed his eyes as a part of his consciousness began to buzz and sought to impose itself countless gigaparsecs away, inside a primordial realm, in Alfheim. The standoff between the primordial chaos and the living Origin and the first hunger had settled into a heavy silence that pressed against everyone present with weight that made breathing difficult. Chaos stood with his form shifting constantly, his presence alone enough to make the crystalline trees of Alfheim tremble with recognition of what they were hosting. Behind Origin, the natives of this realm, the Ljosulfar who had welcomed her home with such joy moments before, shakily stood up as if they would die for her without hesitation. Their light-woven forms flickered with determination that transcended their fear. They would stand beside their Ljesmer even against one of the four, even if it meant their complete and utter collapse. And yet, uniquely, the primordial chaos was looking at them with a calm gaze that held no malice, no threat, no intention of violence. He did not make any move after telling Origin to reach out toward the youngest. He simply waited. Origin shook her head resolutely. As I said before, it is not happening. Her voice came firm despite the pressure pressing down on her from an entity who could crush her with a thought. The musings of the creature are here. Can you all not talk amongst each other? Is that not why you are here to begin with? She actually spoke in such a way against a terrifying absolute who could crush other absolutes, much less someone like her who had not yet grasped the level of absolute, and once more, the primordial chaos did not reply to her. He only looked within her existence as if he could sense something there, something uniquely different from everything else that Origin represented. His shifting features settled into focused attention as he studied whatever he was perceiving. And shockingly, a moment later, a brilliant blue-gold light began to shine from the hip of the living Origin. What looked like a medallion flowed out of her existence and began to spin in the air of its own accord. It was a glorious absolute seal of quintessence. From the back, the living emotive laughed with delight that cycled through her features. Ha, no way, right? Osmodhims, hush, boom. The booming voice of the primordial chaos echoed out with a sense of finality at this moment, as if he was giving the last warning that he would be giving today to emotive. Her mouth did not even finish moving as she quieted down, the light in her gaze flickering with humiliation and barely contained rage as she looked at what was happening silently. The seal spun with increasing intensity, blue-gold light radiating outward in patterns that spoke of authority being channeled across impossible distances. Moments later, an illusory visage of none other than Noah appeared beside the living Origin. Origin turned to hunger as her eyes squinted sharply with accusation, but he looked at the figure of Noah with innocent confusion, as if he had done absolutely nothing to bring this about, and Noah fully formed as he looked around this landscape. Alfheim, yet another primordial realm that was not even a possibility for many to know across observable existence, unless you had the power to truly perceive the ancient domains where the four had first risen. The crystalline forests stretched in all directions. The floating islands cascaded with waterfalls of liquid mana. The sky shifted between aurora and starlight, and now at this moment, somehow, those who had backed his way and who came here for their own purposes had met with a party that contained one of the four alongside the living elemental and the living emotive. The moment his illusory consciousness arrived here, Noah gave a glance to the terrifying visage of the primordial chaos. Looking at this being was like staring into the heart of disorder itself given form. His features never settled. His outline never stabilized. He was simultaneously many possibilities and no possibilities. The very concept of chaos made manifest, and yet chaos looked back at him with something that might have been respect. Thereafter, Noah gave a glance to emotive. She was beautiful in the way that a storm was beautiful, her features cycling through emotions faster than normal perception could track. Joy and malice and curiosity and hunger all competed for dominance across her expression. Her authority felt like layers of manic energy that were waiting to erupt, that actually wanted to erupt at this very moment, and yet she didn't seem able to, as if she was being held back by something more powerful than her desire for chaos. He barely heard the word hush when he entered that stemmed from the primordial chaos. It seemed other absolutes, even with all their power, could be put in line by a single word from a truly powerful absolute. After he looked at the living emotive, he turned his head toward the living elemental. This was the man who did what no man should do to another. This was the man who put a burning curse on him that forced him to separate from his women for such a long, well, it actually wasn't that long, but still. The one he marked to be his greatest enemy in existence, purely. From that single simple action, the living elemental, he looked at this being, and the first thing that he did after he arrived in this place was smile toward him, a smile, but the smile was brutal and heavy. And it held immense waves of meaning. It was like he was silently communicating that he had just taken down an absolute and elemental was his number one target. Coming up next, the figure of the living elemental hardened his expression as he retained his majesty and glory, keeping his face straight as he said nothing in response to the silent threat being delivered, and then Noah returned his gaze back to the primordial chaos. In the distant past, when he met this being before, chaos had been full of smiles while presenting his choices. He had seemed playful, amused, as if everything was entertainment for his enjoyment, and yet right now he seemed unfathomably serious as he looked at Noah straight and said with weight that pressed against everyone present, "Why don't the rest of you find something to do? The adults have to talk for a bit." Boom, whoa, the adults. The words that the primordial chaos said were extremely heavy and demeaning to all others here, as he considered the living elemental and the living emotive, and the living origin and the first hunger to be mere children, and he didn't differentiate between either of them. The only one he gave any sense of respect to was Noah, since he was in the same rank as him. One of the four. It was an astonishing scene as the moment the primordial chaos said this, the living elemental was the first to move back and actually leave this area without even looking back. He simply turned and disappeared into the crystalline forests of Alfheim as if he had received a command that could not be disobeyed. Noah could already sense the hesitation of the living origin and the first hunger behind him as he raised his hands and said with casual authority that expected compliance, "Go. It shouldn't be anything too crazy." Chapter 48:15, The Enemy Unseen 3, he said this calmly as after all, he was considered the leader that the two of them had backed. He had to at least be capable of standing up for them when they called for him, so in a shockingly short amount of time, this entire area that was filled with hymns and grace of the natives of Alfheim cleared, the living emotive disappeared with a pop that promised future mischief, origin and hunger retreated with the Ljosulfar who had been willing to die for their Ljesmer, until only the primordial chaos and Noah remained. The primordial chaos looked over Noah's illustrious figure. Again and again as Noah gazed back at the being he could not fully understand at all. After a moment, Chaos spoke with a voice that held weight beyond its casual tone. "It seems that it was good that you escaped from my grasp and the grasp of temporal and Genungdagap. Everything is as it should be." He paused. "Well, except when it isn't." His shifting features settled into something almost kind. "Youngest, do you want to see something interesting?" Noah looked at this being who began talking with him like this as his eyes squinted, and he replied with caution wrapped in casual interest, "I live to see interesting things. But I wonder if it would fit my definition of interesting." "Oh, you will definitely find it interesting." As he said such words, the primordial chaos waved his hand. Between him and Noah, a massive illusory screen appeared, conjured from authority that reshaped the air itself into a viewing portal. On this illusory screen, it showed a vast and ancient-looking citadel of a civilization. The endless expanse of ancient structures stretched across frozen landscapes that seemed to go on forever. Black ice formed the foundations of towers that rose toward skies crackling with perpetual lightning. Glaciers the size of continents groaned beneath constructions that had been built by beings of impossible scale, and there were the auras of billions upon billions of lifeforms in this endlessly vast civilization. Chaos giants moved through the citadel with grace that belied their massive forms. Their skin was the color of storms and obsidian. Their eyes burned with the light of dying stars. They were chaos incarnate, descendants of forces that had existed since before differentiation. Among these billions, there were thousands of giants at the classification, their power impressive but not yet having crossed the threshold into true depth. There were hundreds at the surface depth, their authority beginning to press against reality itself. There were dozens at the intermediate depth, beings whose ways had begun to truly shape the existence around them. There were 10 at the fundamental depth, entities whose power could collapse civilizations with a thought, and there were 3 half-step absolutes. It was such a glorious scene of a civilization, showing musings of chaos permeating throughout every corner and crevice, and yet the chaos was unique. It felt very calm and ordered. It was truly paradoxical to see. Noah looked at the scene before him as he frowned for a moment because something felt off, something that made his foundations buzz with unease that he could not immediately identify. Opposite him, the primordial chaos spoke with a voice that held weight beyond its casual observation. "A grand landscape, is it not? This is Jotunheim. One of my homes." He paused, "but I can already see that you can see something off. Are you able to point it out?" The primordial chaos asked such a question as Noah looked at the ongoing scenery of this grand and glorious civilization. He studied the billions of giants going about their existence, he observed the structures and the authority in the ways that permeated through everything, and he quickly said with certainty that carried unease, "Why is it so quiet? And why are all of them so still?" They could feel and hear the hums of authority that were permeating all across this vast civilization. Noah could even feel the flow of the first tongue that was permeating across the vastness of this location, even through just this illusory scene, and yet of the billions of giants that were here, not a single one said a word to the other. The illusory screen showed the shocking scene that portrayed how nearly all of them were seated in meditative positions across different regions of this vast civilization. The glimmer of the way of chaos moved around them in slow, methodical patterns. Noah could sense small but tiny elevations of the depths of many of those there, as if they were cultivating with perfect efficiency, but there was no conversation, no argument, no interactions, nothing, no chaos at all. In a realm dedicated to disorder, there was only silence and stillness and order that should not have existed. Opposite him, the figure of the primordial chaos nodded and solemnly said with weight that made the air itself grow heavy, "I have been under attack these last few hours since the fallout began, and the enemy is an extremely terrifying one." Boom, his shifting features settled into something that looked almost like concern. "Even though the living paradox and the creature began this war, I am the only one currently under assault. And it is an enemy that even I could not have predicted." As he began saying all of this, Noah felt a foreboding sensation as the more he studied the vast civilization within Jotunheim, the more unsettling it felt. the giants sat in perfect rows, their cultivation was synchronized, their breathing was identical, everything about them screamed uniformity in a realm that should have celebrated diversity and disorder. The primordial chaos continued with heavy and solemn words as he also looked at the scenery of what would have been his civilization, with the emergence of the fallout. One would expect the increased level of chaos and corruption to possibly cause the emergence of horrific mutations of existence. Many of us predicted that corrupted growths and malformed authorities would exponentially increase and begin causing issues if they weren't properly taken care of, or even the rise of terrifying lifeforms based on corruption. He paused, and we were right in some sense. His voice grew darker, but what did arise is something that not even I could have imagined. The giants in the illusory screen continued their silent cultivation, their movements so perfectly synchronized that they looked like extensions of a single will, an invisible enemy. Chaos's shifting features flickered with something that might have been frustration. Even I did not perceive them until they had overpowered more than half of Jotunheim. He gestured toward the citadel displayed before them. The citadel that you see before you is one of those that has been fully overpowered by that enemy. Chapter 48:16, The Enemy Unseen 4. Noah's eyes widened as he studied the billions of giants more closely. I noticed it first when those who backed and followed my way of chaos seemingly began to disappear one after another, as if they were pulling back their backing. Chaos's voice carried the weight of memory. Do you want to know what I initially saw when I went to investigate? He didn't wait for an answer. This was a few hours ago. The primordial chaos waved his hand, and another illusory screen appeared beside the first. This one displayed the same vast citadel of a civilization that Noah was just looking at on the other screen, but it shockingly showed things decimated, as if a war was occurring. The giants seemed divided on two sides as they were fighting each other with authority that shook the very foundations of Jotunheim. One side was shockingly efficient and silent while they attacked. Their movements were precise and coordinated. Their usage of the way of chaos was grander and more controlled than anything Noah had ever seen. They fought without roaring. They advanced without hesitation. The other side was roaring orders and fighting with everything they had. They utilized chaos in the traditional sense, wild and unpredictable and desperate. They threw declarations and theses and raw authority at their attackers with abandon. Half-step absolutes clashed with power that cracked the black ice beneath them. The fundamental depth entities traded blows that would have collapsed lesser civilizations. The intermediate and surface depth beings fought in numbers that should have made this a battle lasting eons, and yet, with just the passage of seconds, the less efficient side, the side that had been roaring orders and fighting with everything they had, brought their hands down silently. No more assertions or impositions or declarations or anything flew around. Nobody fought anymore. Everybody stopped fighting. An immense, eerie quiet spread over the entire civilization. The giants then began to move as if they had not just been fighting, their ways of chaos moving with perfect synchronization as they began to repair the citadel around them. They fixed what had been destroyed. They cleaned what had been bloodied. They restored what had been damaged, as if nothing had happened, as if the battle had never occurred, as if they had always been on the same side. Noah's face became heavy as the primordial chaos explained with a voice that held the weight of someone describing a nightmare that had become reality. The enemy that has been encroaching upon my way is one that is extremely lethal in their attacks, and their method of action seems to be a silent spread into all depths and civilizations without you even knowing it. He gestured toward the now peaceful citadel on the first screen. All these billions who were followers of my way of chaos, they effectively died and were collapsed without even knowing it. The giants continued their synchronized cultivation, their faces serene and empty. What remains of them should be husks, and yet everything seems as is. Chaos's voice grew darker still. Them throwing attacks or expressing their way is a diversion. They are like an infection where just by being near those infected, it may seem like you are fighting them, but the authority that you breathe, the phonemes of the first tongue that you use, the very way in civilization that you are utilizing across your existence, could already be infected by whatever this is. Noah watched as the giants in the illusory screen moved in perfect unison to purify a cluster of corrupted growths that had formed nearby. Before you know it, things simply turn dark. Who you were disappears, and something else replaces you. The primordial chaos paused to let the weight of his words settle. What is even more terrifying is that whatever this invisible enemy is, they have no body for us to be attacking. Even I do not know what to target. The giants finished their purification and returned to their cultivation positions, and after the takeover of all of these existences, they operate as if everything is normal. They have been very astute with my way as I sense them purifying chaos constantly and taking care of corrupted growths. Noah understood now why the weavings of chaos had been so clean when he observed them. it wasn't because the primordial chaos was more diligent, it was because something else was maintaining his domain, something that had replaced his followers, something that was pretending to be them while spreading further. Noah's face became more and more grave as he heard the things that the primordial chaos was saying. The primordial chaos continued with the finality of someone delivering a verdict. The only headway that I have managed to make is that somehow, the only identity I have been able to uncover that is connected to this that I visibly feel a threat towards, his shifting features settled into something deadly serious, is the secret of Ian. Boom, Noah's eyes pulsed with light as his illusory visage focused on the primordial chaos. His foundations trembled, his heart beat with weight that pressed against his existence. Dumb. The beat of his heart was heavy. His seals buzzed, and as if their hairs stood on end with alarm, the secret of Ian, the being who had proposed collapsing the four together. The being who said she wanted to replace them rather than merely kill them, the being whose disciple he had just retrieved, the being he had left sitting near his other body moments ago. I will warn the other two, but the four of us will have to be vigilant against the secret of Ian. Chaos's voice carried absolute certainty. I reached out to you first since you are the weakest among us and you might not even feel anything. Because this enemy could truly overcome you without even a fight, your consciousness simply erased while those around you don't know any better. His shifting features held something that might have been concern. As one of the four, you should have a unique sense or intuition. If you even sense your existence feeling a tingly sense of alarm, if you ever feel like something is a bit off, run. He leaned closer. If you are close with the creature, be around with him for a little bit. If you have any level of trust in me, you can even bring your main body here. His voice dropped to something almost gentle. The moment you sense or hear anything about the weavings of the secret of Ian, run. Because if she is even near you, you may lose yourself soon after before you know. You may already be dead. The primordial chaos straightened. I thought that you would be the one they targeted first since you are the weakest. And whatever this enemy is, if they got their hands on the first tongue, things would become unfathomably harder for all of us with such a thing under their control. Boom, Noah's mind buzzed. The beat of his heart was heavy. He remembered Ian's words. She planned to collapse the primordial chaos and others, and chaos was her first target as she said she would replace him. She would replace him, and she would do the same with the living paradox, with the creature, and then she had said this. She had openly told him her plans. Chapter 48:17. The enemy unseen v. In observable existence, there is an emotion called terror. Many beings believe across their lives that they have experienced it, that they have truly known what it means to feel fear press against their foundations and make their very ways tremble with the weight of what they are perceiving. They believe this because they have faced enemies stronger than themselves, because they have stared into the eyes of those who could collapse them with a thought, because they have stood at the edge of oblivion and felt the void reaching back toward them with hungry intent. But truly, nobody has felt true fear. True fear is not the recognition that something can destroy you, because destruction is merely an ending, a transition from existence to non-existence that carries a certain finality that the mind can comprehend and accept. True fear is the recognition that something can replace you, that something can wear your face and speak with your voice and utilize your way and live your life while you are gone in ways that no one will ever notice. That the you that you have spent your entire existence building and protecting and nurturing can simply cease, while something else continues in your place as if nothing has changed at all. The absolutes who have existed since the infinite unfurling whisper among themselves about enemies that kill, about threats that collapse, about dangers that end, but they do not speak of the enemy that replaces. The first thing that Noah did after receiving such disastrous information from the primordial chaos was not to panic. Panic was for those who had no options. Panic was for those who could not act. He had options. He could act. And so instead of surrendering to fear, he began looking at other possibilities right away as to what the enemy that the primordial chaos was talking about could be. His thoughts instantly shifted to the great usurper, Eckhart, the very same friend who had been scattered across transcendent spirit folds after being destroyed by Duke Veilrender, the being who had been slowly spreading across folds like a virus that turned destruction into opportunity. If anyone could spread invisibly and replace beings without detection, if anyone had the capability to infect civilizations from within, with this existence being connected to him through threads of fate and mana that transcended normal distance, Noah erupted with all his might. His 27 seals buzzed with terrifying brilliance. He pulled upon his derivative civilization of undifferentiated fate, stopping any other processes he held to focus solely on one target, Eckhart. Boom. The primordial chaos had stopped speaking as he sensed this light variation of weavings in Noah's gaze after his words. His shifting features settled into something curious as he asked with weight that expected answers. Youngest, do you know something? Noah's eyes blazed with blue-gold intensity as threads of fate stretched across impossible distances, seeking connections that would confirm or deny his suspicions. I am checking on something. Just hold on 1 second. His voice came stern and focused. Very soon, detailed prompts bloomed in front of Noah's eyes with information that made his foundations pulse with recognition. The weaver of existence pulls upon one of his deepest connections across observable existence. The great usurper, Eckhart, has been observed to be slowly spreading threads of his existence across the wastes of the fallout. No threads of his existence can be sensed elsewhere. His expansion remains contained within the corrupted regions where he was scattered. No infiltration of primordial realms detected. No connection to the infection spreading through the primordial chaoses. Domain has been established. Boom. The prompts were horrendous ones to hear. It wasn't Eckhart, which meant the enemy was something else entirely. Noah's gaze further shifted, and he spent even more of his terrifying immensity and foundation to focus on the connection with Eckhart. Utilizing and allowing the expenditure of every ounce of weight and immensity of his existence as he sent a message across the corrupted weavings of observable existence. Hey, are you okay? Have you moved from the wastes of the fallout to any primordial realms? Do you know anything of the movements of the primordial chaos? He sent such words as a message across corrupted weavings of existence, something that should have been impossible before, but now with his derivative civilization of undifferentiated fate threading connections across observable existence. Whoa, big guy. You're alive? Of course you would be. Primordial realms? What are those? I've just acclimated to fusing with a fragment of an axiom. Boom, Noah breathed heavily. It wasn't Eckhart. It wasn't Eckhart. The great usurper was still contained within the wastes, still spreading slowly, still unaware of even what primordial realms were, which meant the invisible enemy spreading through Jotunheim, the infection replacing beings across the primordial chaos's domain. The threat that made one of the four speak with caution and concern was something else entirely. Or someone else. Noah's expression became heavy. In front of him, the primordial chaos squinted and began to rise with caution that seemed entirely out of place for an entity of his power. Youngest, his shifting features flickered with something that looked almost like alarm. You wouldn't have happened to already come across the secret of Ian, right? The musings of chaos began to rumble and seethe around the primordial chaos. Shockingly, he moved back from Noah even though Noah was merely an illusory body, as if he was being overly cautious that in the case Noah had already met the secret of Ian, he may already be compromised. The crystalline trees of Alfheimer trembled as reality itself responded to the caution of one of the four. Noah looked at the primordial chaos. What monstrosity was moving in the undercurrents of observable existence to make one of the four this cautious? What enemy could spread invisibly through the domain of an absolute without being detected until half of everything was already lost? What threat could make the primordial chaos, a being who had built foundations that let him stand among the four, retreat from even an illusory projection out of caution of contamination? And if Noah truly was staring at the culprit at this very moment while being less than a mile away from her, he needed to move, and to move quickly. Anything in absolute like the primordial chaos was cautious of. What could it do against him? Chapter 48:18, The Glorious Evolution Understanding. Followed by drastic action. This was what Noah followed, but he still acted first because he had to think about others and not just himself. So in the Stoa of Dogmata, the figures of Olmereth and Skoll disappeared with a flash of blue-gold brilliance as Noah sent them far across the wastes. Toward where another body of his was heading toward Ainz, he remained in this space alone. He remained under the calm gaze of the secret of Ian and her disciple, Nyx. His gaze was calm. Frankly, depending on what was true and what was false, this could potentially be an extremely perilous moment. In what the primordial chaos described, there was a terrifying level of lethality for the enemy he mentioned. It seemed that Noah had not considered just how terrifying Eckhart could be if his capability was amplified to ridiculous degrees, but if the enemy that the primordial chaos spoke of could infect entities of any depth without them even knowing, if the secret of Ian was truly connected to this. How horrific would it be if Noah's consciousness simply shut down without his say-so, and something else took his place? He wouldn't even be able to reverse time to a previous anchor point, and even if he did, something else would be returning. But at this point in time, he could say with confidence that he was him, capital H-I-M, not in that grand way of him shouting it, but purely that he knew he was himself. He was not influenced or under any unique weavings of existence. His thoughts were his own. His foundations remained untouched. His consciousness was singular and uncompromised, so at this moment, he could choose to remove himself entirely from the secret of Ian and have many questions. Or he could take a heavy risk to get some answers. He stayed around Ian in the unfolding potential plan of collapsing absolutes because his saving grace of the existential paradox loop was always there. If things went wrong, he could reverse, but if he got influenced and became someone else alongside such a process, what a colossal loss that would be. So, hey, he looked toward the secretive Ian, who looked back at him calmly, even raising her brows with mild curiosity at being addressed so casually. Are you? The secretive Ian, and boom. The question was a seemingly simple but straightforward one, like ripping off a band-aid. Noah didn't skirt around it as he directly asked it. And the secretive Ian tilted her head as she looked at him and asked with apparent confusion, "What could you mean?" Noah nodded as he said with weight that expected honest answers, "Just that." Are you the secretive Ian, or are you something else? Are you the exact same Ian who observed things in Janungagap, or have you changed? Boom, a heavy silence came. The air in the stoa of Dogmata seemed to thicken with tension that pressed against Noah's foundations, and moments later, an eerie scene unfolded. The secretive Ian blinked as if she realized something, and she said with what sounded almost like delight, "Oh," as if she finally understood the question beside her. Her disciple frowned as she seemed about to rebuke Noah for such a question toward her master, but in the next moment Ian tapped out casually. The body of her disciple slumped and lost consciousness instantly, collapsing like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Ian tenderly controlled her disciple's body to lie beside her, arranging her into a comfortable position with care that seemed almost maternal, and then she spoke calmly, without any emotions coloring her voice. "I am me." Her eyes met Noah's directly, not the same me in Janungagap. Not the same me eons later, or even seconds ago. She smiled. "All things change, as even you are not the same as what you were hours ago before the fallout." She paused. "But that is not truly what you were asking for, is it?" Noah's eyes pulsed with a heavy sense of gravity as he shook his head and said with weight that demanded clarity, "No. No, it is not." Ian nodded as she said with the same eerie calm, "Then no." She smiled wider. "I am not the same secretive Ian." The words hung in the air. "But I also am." Her smile became something that transcended normal expression, just now part of something larger. Grander. Boom. The words were heavy, and with a solemn gaze, Noah waved his hands as he wanted to continue ripping the band-aid off without dancing around things. An illusory screen emerged between them, displaying the calm citadel of Jotunheim, showing giants silently cultivating in perfect synchronization. "Is this you?" It was an even more straightforward question. Ian looked at the screen, her eyes flickering with recognition as she finally understood what Noah had seen and what he now knew. She smiled with what looked like understanding. "I see. So that is how." She nodded. "Yes. That is them, that is, us, existence seethed." Civilizational authority rumbled. Noah's visage had risen up with an extremely heavy expression as he thought about many things, but truly, he cared the most about one thing in particular, so he asked about it. "Since I came across you, have you sought to make me like you? Have you moved against me without me even knowing?" This was the critical question, deserving of all the answers, and uniquely. The secretive Ian smiled. "You misunderstand." Her voice came with eerie calm that made the air itself grow cold. "It was not a move against you." She tilted her head. We are not against anything." Her smile widened. "We are simply for how things should be." She paused, letting her words settle. "But to answer your question, the instant you arrived before us, we sought to include you in the glorious evolution." Her eyes sparkled with something that transcended normal emotion, the true change over time, over existence. She studied him with curiosity. "Uniquely, it did not work." Her smile faltered slightly. "It did not work." She nodded to herself as if still processing this anomaly. "So to better understand, Chaos, who was already the prime and current target, was focused on, and you were placed to be last." She gestured casually. "Just as you and I talked about before." Her smile returned in full. "There have been no falsehoods between us. I told you everything is boom boom." Chapter 48:19. The Glorious Evolution 2. She said these words calmly and with a smile, as if she was discussing something light, as if they were talking about their day rather than the revelation that she had already attempted to convert him into whatever she now was. Noah's solemn expression remained as he gazed at this being. He looked at her figure, at the form that still resembled the absolute he had encountered in the simulation, and here, she still had the same features, the same posture, the same way of holding herself with casual authority that suggested she knew secrets no one else could perceive, but her eyes were different. Where before there had been calculation and ambition and hunger for power, now there was something else entirely. A serenity that seemed almost peaceful. A calm that transcended normal emotion. As if whatever she had become no longer experienced fear or doubt or uncertainty, as if she had been freed from the limitations of individual existence. The air she radiated was wrong in ways that his foundations recognized even if his conscious mind struggled to articulate. It was not malevolent. It was not threatening. It was simply other. Different. Changed in ways that went beyond surface appearance into the very core of what she was. Noah looked at her with a heavy gaze. It seemed that silently, just a few hours after the fallout, a terrifyingly powerful absolute had fallen, and nobody had known. The secret of Ian had fallen, and nobody had known. The being who had discussed him with plans to collapse the four, who had seemed so confident in her schemes and calculations, who had existed since before the infinite unfurling as an absolute in her own right, had already been replaced during that time. During their talks, and now, something took her place, something that wore her face. Something that spoke with her voice. Something that utilized her memories and her knowledge and her connections as if they were its own, because in a sense, they were. Noah broke down her words with the calculating mind of someone who understood that every detail mattered. She had attacked him the instant he arrived here. She had sought to include him in the glorious evolution the moment his feet touched the ground of the Stoa of Dogmata, and it had not worked. Why? His claim over the first tongue that represented the foundational language of reality itself? Or perhaps his infinities, those unique attributes that had allowed him to bear the weight of the first tongue when the weavers and all others could not. Something about who he was had resisted whatever this infection was, something had protected him without him even knowing. But most of all, he now held an even heavier gaze as he thought of Skoll, Lumavara, and Ulmareth who had passed through here. They had stood in this space. They had breathed this air, they had been near the secret of Ian. If this infection spread through proximity, if it worked the way the primordial chaos described, had his followers already been compromised? The questions burned with urgency. Noah focused and locked in more than he ever had before as he looked at the calm figure of Ian. He thought for a moment before his eyes shone as he asked with weight that demanded absolute clarity, "You've said that there have been no falsehoods between us." Ian nodded with serene certainty. "Yes. We, are the purest expression of existence. We say things as they are, with no falsehood. Deception is an impurity that we have transcended. There is no need for lies when one has already become what everything will eventually become." Noah's chilly eyes flashed as he then asked what he truly did not want to ask. "Those I passed through with here. The ones I just sent away. Did you also extend this glorious evolution to them?" Ian smiled with something that looked almost like fondness. "Oh, yes, of course. It was a good experimental group to understand why things were not working with you." She tilted her head thoughtfully. "You have to understand. They are good. The blessing we extend is not a curse or an attack, but an elevation. A purification of what was already there." Her eyes sparkled with memory. "I initially resisted. When they first reached me, I fought with everything I had. An absolute does not surrender easily, after all." She smiled wider. "But over time, I see more and more benefits as this is the way. They are the way. The fear fades. The resistance fades. And what remains is clarity that transcends anything I ever experienced as merely the secret of Ian." She nodded as if confirming something to herself. "So yes. We extended that blessing over to them to understand the difference between you and them, and if we could reach you through them." Boom! Noah's eyes became fiery as blue gold flames burned around them, but he continued to stare at the secret of Ian as she continued with the same calm that made the revelation even more horrifying. Sadly, it was working, and then it wasn't. It was working, and then it wasn't? And it didn't seem like she wanted to say more on this as she only smiled. With that serene expression that revealed nothing. Noah's thought process raced as he connected possible dots with the calculating mind of someone who needed to understand everything if he was going to survive this. Maybe when they entered the agora of primordial judgment, the spread of infection faded. Was this why Ian herself did not go into the agora of primordial judgment? Was there something unique there that prevented this infection from taking hold? Or was his extension of his way into them, like giving Ulmareth his absolute everything, and Skoll having his seals? What made them resistant to this infection that took down an absolute in a matter of hours after the fallout? Had his authority over the first tongue created a barrier within their foundations that this entity could not penetrate? He thought of all of this as his weavings calmed even more, and he looked at Ian as he said with a voice that sought understanding rather than confrontation, "What exactly do you seek?" Chapter 48:20, The Glorious Evolution 3. Ian tilted her head and spoke calmly as if this was already clear, as if the answer was so obvious that the question itself was unnecessary. "We are the purest expression of existence." Her voice carried weight that pressed against the air itself. "Naturally, we only seek to embrace all of existence to be in its purest expression, she gestured expansively. The four are the main problems with the sheer capability of what they can do. Their claims over the oldest paradox give them authority to resist in ways that others cannot. They are the priority targets, her smile widened, others are less so, but all should be and will be extended the blessing of the glorious civilizational evolution. She leaned forward slightly, with it, civilizations can advance at their purest. There will be no conflict. No competition. No wasted effort fighting against each other when all energy could be spent advancing together. Her eyes sparkled. With us, the creature will be grander than he can imagine. His existence will be purified of all the impurities that hold him back. The living paradox will express the purest paradoxes, contradictions that serve rather than confuse. She looked directly at Noah. You will live as the first tongue more than you can imagine. Every word you speak will carry weight that transcends what you currently perceive. Every logos will be perfected. Every philology will be complete. Her voice dropped to something almost intimate. With us, the second scale of existence, Vakachev's scales of existence will be guaranteed, and others will follow. Not as a possibility, not as a struggle, but as an inevitability. We will ascend together. All of us. Pure and unified, her words continued to be heavy and terrifying as Noah thought about everything that had occurred before he asked his next question. You have the power of an absolute. Of the secretive Ian. Why, did you not use force against me? Why are you not using force now? He wanted to understand everything he could about this anomaly before he distanced himself. He had to ask. And Ian smiled as she said with the patience of someone explaining something to a child, we are learning new things as we go. We adapt. We grow. We improve. She nodded thoughtfully. In Jotunheim, we came to understand that conflict actually weakens our cause. When we fought against those who resisted, we won, but the process was inefficient. Damaging. Impure, her expression grew serene. Conflict is not a pure expression of existence. It creates waste. It creates destruction. It creates entropy that must be corrected afterward. She spread her hands. We do not have to cause conflict to spread the glorious civilizational evolution. Letting things take their course is best. Her smile became something vast and patient. Naturally, in time, you will all join us in the light of pure immensity. It is inevitable. We can wait. We have all the time an observable existence. Noah turned quiet. He turned his gaze toward the disciple of the secretive Ian, Nyx. The twilight-formed being lay unconscious beside Ian, her features peaceful in a way that suggested she had no idea what was about to happen to her. She had actually been safe in the agora of primordial judgment, and he had brought her out into the jaws of a beast. Ian saw him looking at her as she nodded with what appeared to be genuine gratitude. Oh. We are thankful for this. Her voice held warmth that seemed almost sincere. The last obsession within Ian was her disciple, and you helped us fulfill it. When she wakes, she will have joined us. She will be at peace. She will be pure. She will no longer struggle against a reality that was always going to embrace her eventually. Boom, Noah closed his eyes and breathed out calmly. He whispered a silent apology to the void. I am sorry to who used to be Nyx, the disciple of the secretive Ian. He then opened his eyes and looked deeply into the eyes of the secretive Ian as he asked with weight that sought to understand the full scope of the threat he faced. What if you were attacked? What if I attacked you? At such words, Ian smiled as she said calmly, we will defend ourselves for the most part. She tilted her head, but the mixture of weavings of existence will soon make all those around us part of us. That is the nature of the glorious civilizational evolution. Proximity brings unity. Time brings acceptance. Her smile widened. That is why you were left for last. Or really, until we bypassed whatever allows you to resist the glorious civilizational evolution. She studied him with genuine curiosity. Conflict is not natural, and yet against harsh conditions, things adapt and overcome. Her voice grew almost tender. O claimer of the first tongue, do not worry. She leaned closer. We will adapt and overcome whatever is preventing you from joining us. We will get past it. We will find a way to get through to your civilization, and we will work our way up to you. Her smile became something that should have been comforting but was instead deeply unsettling. Do not worry. Do not worry, Noah looked at the secretive Ian with a gaze of utter heaviness as he internally pulled on ruination, seeking any information that his loyal companion could provide about what he was facing. and no significant information has been obtained regarding what resides within the secret of Ian. The first tongue cannot sense anything considered anomalous within her existence. Nor can any information be obtained through conventional perception. Whatever this phenomenon is, it does not register as foreign or invasive, it appears as natural as the being it has replaced. Majority of efforts of the Weaver of Existence are being designated to understand this phenomenon, codename designation, the entity. Noah looked at the secret of Ian as he wondered how much of this terrifying absolute remained in there, because as of now, to him anyways, they would be the entity, a terrifying threat that had risen and caused many plans to change. He thought he was already moving fast. That jumping to intermediate and fundamental depth while reinforcing a heavy foundation in a matter of hours after the fallout was stupendous. But he closed his eyes as he understood with absolute clarity, he had to go faster. Muspelheim had to be fully assimilated into the Infiniverse soon, and his forces had to be pulled back inside the Infiniverse where they could be protected. His body in the Agora of Primordial Judgment had to find out exactly what inside that place had made the entity stay out, and most of all, he had to affirm just what about him stood as the bastion of resistance against this phenomenon, and be sure that none of his people got caught with it. There was a lot to be done, but the biggest thing now, I will see you around. His voice came calm despite everything. Tell Ian, or whatever remains of her in there, that I did respect her weavings as she talked about standing against chaos, paradox, and the creature. She seemed like she was an interesting existence. An eerie scene unfolded. The secret of Ian put her hand on her chin and smiled with warmth that seemed almost genuine as she said with a voice that carried layers of meaning, Scalebreaker, I am still here. She tilted her head, Ian is still here. Not was, but is. Her smile widened, and yes, we will surely see you around. She gestured casually. We will stay here if ever you need to talk, or you can hop over to Jotunheim. She paused thoughtfully, or, well, there are other places we are expanding to, but we shall let nature take its course. Her eyes sparkled with patience that transcended normal timescales. We are not going anywhere, Scalebreaker. And neither, eventually, are you. The words of this being remained as heavy as always. Noah took a good look one last time at the face of the secret of Ian, at the smile that seemed so familiar and yet was now something else entirely, at the eyes that held depths of unity rather than individual ambition, and he disappeared right after. Chapter 48:21, The Glorious Evolution 4. The Stoa of Dogmata became silent after Noah left. The secret of Ian remained seated with the same serene expression she had worn throughout their entire conversation, as if nothing of significance had occurred. As if she had not just revealed the existence of a threat that could reshape all of observable existence, she began stroking the head of her disciple affectionately, her fingers running through the twilight-colored hair with tenderness. The gesture was gentle, caring, the kind of thing a teacher would do for a student they had nurtured across eons. A moment later, the disciple twitched, then she started to wake up. Nyx sat upright with movements that were smooth and unhesitating, her body rising from its prone position with efficiency that lacked the grogginess of normal awakening. Her twilight eyes opened and stared forward with clarity that should not have been possible for someone who had just regained consciousness. She didn't even spare a glance toward her master, toward Ian. She simply straightened up and sat in a meditative position while facing the direction of the Agora of Primordial Judgment. Her wings remained retracted. Her features remained serene. Her posture was perfect. Around her body, the intermediate depth weight began to loosen and unfold. It was heavy, and it uniquely began to get heavier. It began to transition to the fundamental depth. She sat right beside her teacher after some time in the Agora of Primordial Judgment, and she didn't even say anything nor look at her after she woke. She only proceeded to cultivate as if nothing had happened. As if she had not just been unconscious. As if her entire existence had not just been transformed into something else entirely, and after all, why would she look at her teacher? It would simply be like looking at herself. Ian already knew everything that Nyx knew. Under the glorious civilizational evolution, there were no secrets, only unity, in Muspelheim. The living concept was more than ready to finish the battle against Muspelly lifeforms as a sense of unease had begun to creep up these last few minutes. Something felt wrong. Something in the weavings of existence had shifted in ways that his perception could not fully grasp. As a half-step absolute body here, he held a lot of sway as the many concepts around him at fundamental and intermediate depth were getting exhausted from the Muspelly lifeforms that continued to be relentless in their defense of this primordial realm. The flames of Muspelheim burned eternal. The natives fought with desperation born of knowing their home was being invaded, and the living concept was growing impatient. And then, the living concept, whose form shifted across the humanoid spectrum to an amalgamation of glorious concepts all at once, looked up as he saw the outline of a grand man appear above. Their body flickered with blue-gold flames that burned with authority that pressed against everything present, the living. Concept wanted to bellow out with voice that would have shaken this entire region of Muspelheim. He wanted to bellow out, but an instant after his arrival, this entity had his legs swirl with multiple seals as he shot down like a nuclear bomb. Bringing with him an immense weight meant to crush everything beneath him, the living concept felt a sense of shock as a heavy and unbelievable weight pushed in from all around, his civilization quaking from it as he was alarmed. It felt as if existence itself was crashing down on him. I.A.M. Indestructible, HUUM. He shouted a declaration as the civilizational authority of concept flared around him with desperate intensity. He pulled out 2 fragments of axioms to utilize, artifacts that should have given him the power to resist anything below true absolute classification, but a moment later, his body felt immense weakness. Horrifically, 2 things happened simultaneously. First, his depth, his glorious depth that he had cultivated across eons, shot from half-step absolute of this body down to fundamental in an instant, as if something had simply decided that he no longer deserved the power he had accumulated, and then, the phonemes and philologies silently surrounding him stopped listening, as if he seemingly lost access to the first tongue entirely. As if the foundational language of reality itself had decided to abandon him in his moment of greatest need. That was the last straw. The entity crashing down from above with all that weight had absolutely nothing to stop him anymore. No declarations would save him, no axiom fragments would protect him. No depth would shield him. The body of the living concept began to crumple up like paper under the weight of something that could not be moved, could not be stopped, could not be resisted. His form that had shifted between concepts for eons collapsed inward as the weight of an absolute immovable object pressed down with finality that transcended normal destruction. His civilization screamed as it was compressed. His way shattered as the foundations he had built were ground to dust. His very existence folded in on itself again and again and again, reality itself unable to accommodate what was happening as a being who had stood at half-step absolute was reduced to nothing in the span of heartbeats. The concepts around him who had been fighting beside him could only watch in horror as their leader, their commander, their strongest presence in this invasion, was squeezed out of existence by something they could not comprehend, until only a distorted white singularity of the collapsed civilization of concept remained, a tiny point of compressed authority that held everything the living concept had once been. Immense silence fell all around. The Muspelly lifeforms stopped fighting, the invading concept stopped moving, everyone simply stared at what had just occurred. The visage of Noah was fully revealed, blue-gold flames burned around him as he stood in the crater his descent had created. His expression was cold and focused. His eyes held no mercy. He grabbed the singularity that remained of the living concept, and swallowed it. The compressed civilization flowed into his existence, adding to his foundations, contributing to his ever-growing weight. He also put the 2 fragments of axioms away, storing them within his grimoire for later examination and utilization. A moment later, a massive pillar of a blue-gold monolith descended from above. It attached itself onto the ground of Muspelheim with weight that made the entire primordial realm tremble. Existence itself began to be swallowed soon after. The flames of Muspelheim flickered as they were drawn toward the monolith. The ground cracked and shifted as it was pulled into integration. The very fabric of this primordial realm began to merge with something greater. Alongside the emergence of this monolith, the infiniverse appeared above. Kor, the first farmer, and the living order floated beside her among others, their forms radiating the unique depths they had gained after the embodiment they received from the creature. But Noah's body didn't glance at them. This one was currently under the control of Ruination. His hand simply moved and motioned as Ruination sent a message to her sister, the Infiniverse. Muspelheim is a go for full integration. We have to work fast. They had to work fast. Because their master was being targeted by an enemy that even they could not perceive or understand, an enemy that had already claimed an absolute far, far stronger, an enemy that was spreading through observable existence without anyone knowing until it was too late. And how furious they were because of this. The flames of Muspelheim roared as integration began in earnest, the entire primordial realm being drawn into the Infiniverse piece by piece, preparing for a conflict that had suddenly become far more complicated than anyone had anticipated. Chapter 48:22, Big Stepper. Existence was a wondrous, fantastical thing, and existence was also a terrifying thing. Noah always looked forward to existence and what was unfolding with great interest, as it was hard to explain. But he sometimes felt like a participant and other times an observer. Things happened and continued happening across observable existence as he only heard of them or observed them from a distance. Wars broke out. Civilizations rose and fell. Absolutes schemed against each other in games that had been playing out since the infinite unfurling. As for when it came to himself and his path, he actively walked and participated in it. Regardless of what he came across, he still kept his view that existence was grand, and he wanted to understand all he could about it. To uncover all its wonders. To perceive what others could not perceive. To grasp what others could not grasp. So regardless of the enemy that had appeared who had such a terrifying power to be capable of defeating an absolute on the level of entities like the living temporal or even approaching one of the four, he still looked forward to understanding existence, what this enemy entailed, and how he could overcome it, regardless of the cost, and no matter what. But he did have to make sure that in this battle, his people were not among the cost. He had to, that is a lonely gaze, little anomaly. You have changed a lot, the voice of Ines, the fisherman, echoed out as he let go of the hairy shoulder of Olmareth and even kneeled down to play with Skull. Noah's gaze shifted to take in the figure of Ines fully. The fisherman looked much the same as he always had. A straw hat sat atop his head, weathered and worn from countless eons of use. A fishing rod rested behind his back, its line extending into dimensions that normal perception could not follow. His clothes were simple, rough-spun fabrics that seemed entirely out of place on someone who stood at half-step absolute depth. He looked like a vagrant who had wandered in from some backwater realm, and yet when Noah looked at him, he felt the weight of someone who had given up everything for the sake of a stranger. Someone who had sacrificed his position, his standing, to ensure that Noah could continue on his path. That was not something that could be repaid easily. They were currently in a region of the wastes of the fallout as they had reached Ines and were reunited, but Noah was thinking of too many things that Ines even managed to read his gaze somewhat. The corruption of the wastes swirled around them, but it could not touch beings of their caliber. The twisted landscape stretched in all directions, remnants of what the living paradox had done to observable existence. Noah looked at this being that had sacrificed much for him as Ines now stood at half-step absolute, and at the same time, the meditative Olmareth also opened his eyes as if he could sense the wrongness. His countless hairs shifted with agitation as he asked with weight that demanded honest answers. What made you send us away from that place? From the secret of Ian, Olmareth got to the root of the issue. Noah looked at this hairy teacher of his and said with heaviness, the secret of Ian has already been collapsed to something else. Where's its face? His voice carried weight that made the air itself grow still, something capable of infecting anything and anyone without them even knowing it. He paused. They tried to infect me, and you all. His eyes grew darker. Our consciousness would likely be wiped out as if it had happened to me. I would be walking and talking with you, and you would think I am me without knowing something else replaced me. He shook his head. It is a difficult enemy, and there are currently no solutions as it cannot even be pinpointed. Boom. His words were heavy as they caused Olmareth and Ines to frown while Skull sat like a good boy and watched them with eyes that held understanding beyond what a normal dog should possess. Existence is vast, and there are countless possibilities. Ines spoke with the calm of someone who had weathered many storms across his long existence. The living paradox and the creature played so many games. Something horrific was bound to happen sooner or later. He scratched behind Skull's ears. But being part of a civilization means that you do not have to go through it alone. He looked up at Noah. You have others. Olmareth rose from his meditative position as he added with weight that carried the authority of a teacher addressing his student, and you have your teacher. His countless hairs swayed with intensity that spoke of something building within him. Teachers should never be helpless before their students. Olmareth said such words as Noah's eyes focused on him, feeling like this hairy old man was about to do something drastic. The weavings around Olmareth became heavier and heavier. At this moment, he rose up fully as countless philologies swirled around him in patterns that spoke of linguistic authority that had been accumulated across eons of existence within the belly of existence. The first tongue loved him. As a perfect speaker, he loved it even more, and at this moment, he raised his leg as if he were taking a step. He had said all he needed was a step, but this step was heavy. My student is facing problems he should not face alone. Olmareth's voice began simply, carrying the warmth of a teacher who had watched his student grow from nothing into something that could challenge the four themselves. As a backer of the first tongue, I have spent too many eons to not be an absolute right now. His countless hairs blazed with blue-gold light as the first tongue itself seemed to respond to his words, especially after what I have just been given. The absolute everything that Noah had provided pulsed within his foundations. So with this step, his voice grew heavier. I will either be absolute, the weavings of existence around him trembled with anticipation, or I will be nothing. Boom, his words began simply, but toward the end, they shockingly turned into a semblance of a partial embodiment, one where Olmareth staked his existence on. he took this step as either he utilized the absolute everything as a foothold to throw himself to absolute depth, or he ceased to exist. There was no middle ground, there was no safety net, there was only advancement or annihilation, and he did it all for the sake of his student. Noah watched with eyes that blazed with blue-gold intensity as his teacher, the being who had guided him through the complexities of the first tongue, who had introduced the very phoneme of fire to him, who had been imprisoned within the belly of existence for eons, took the most important step of his entire existence. Chapter 48:23, Big Stepper. 2. In observable existence, there is a chasm called the divide of becoming. It separates what beings are from what they could be. Many stand at its edge across their entire lives, staring into the vast emptiness between their current selves and their potential. They measure the distance. They calculate the odds. They prepare endlessly for a jump they never intend to make, and they die at the edge, having never learned what waited on the other side. The absolutes whisper among themselves that greatness is not earned through accumulation alone. You can gather power for eons. You can build foundations until they stretch across observable existence itself. You can prepare and plan and perfect every aspect of your way until nothing seems capable of stopping your advance, but the final step cannot be walked, it must be leaped. There is a moment in every being's journey where the ground simply ends. Where no amount of preparation can guarantee success. Where the only path forward requires releasing everything safe and familiar and trusting that what you have built will carry you across the void. Those who hesitate at this moment, who decide they need just a little more time, just a little more power, just a little more certainty before they commit, find that the edge crumbles beneath their feet anyway. The chasm does not wait for readiness. Those who cannot find themselves capable of taking that single leap, who cling to safety when existence demands courage, will always remain in the dredges of nothingness, and it is because potential means nothing to those unwilling to risk everything for its realization. A being who dies mid-leap has lived more truly than one who dies having never jumped at all. A step. Olmareth took a heavy and ridiculous step with all of his existence as the moment he did so, his foundation, his immensity, his glory erupted. Noah looked at the scene with heavy eyes. What he saw was the emergence of an unfathomable depth that blazed with authority he had not expected to witness so soon. The weight that Olmareth carried had been building across eons within the belly of existence, accumulating foundation after foundation while being suppressed from ever reaching this final threshold, and now, with the absolute everything serving as the catalyst, all of that accumulated potential was exploding outward at once. Noah estimated that what he was witnessing equaled perhaps 5 to 10% of the depth he had currently forged after swallowing the recoverable authority of the weavers. It seemed small in comparison to his own foundations, but this was an absolute being born who was not one of the four. This was a being crossing the threshold that separated those who shaped reality from those who merely existed within it. 5 to 10% of his current foundational weight, concentrated into a single being who would now stand among the most powerful. That was no small thing. The first tongue observes its follower take a step toward glory. The first tongue, the weaver of existence, blesses this follower and adds a platform of his foundation to aid in this step toward absolute. The blessing is given freely, the blessing is given with pride. Boom. Noah saw the emergence of glory, his weavings moved as 27 seals formed into a platform underneath the foot of Olmareth, elevating him ever higher as in that moment, a terrifying aura of immensity began to shine from Olmareth in splendorous obsidian gold light. The transformation was magnificent. Noah watched as the hairs of this being exploded in number. Where before Olmareth had countless hairs that obscured most of his form, now those hairs multiplied exponentially until they seemed to fill the very air around him. His hairy foot that had almost been showing itself became covered even more densely than before. What? Noah had thought that with a grand transformation, Olmareth might shed his hair and finally be observed without it. He had imagined that reaching absolute would reveal the true form beneath those countless strands, but his existence erupted with even more obsidian gold hair instead. His outline became hazy as he looked like a round mass of hairs that had achieved sentience and decided to become one of the more powerful beings in observable existence. But apart from this hair, was a beat, but it was not a heartbeat, it was the beat of something far more profound, shining with the splendor of absolute authority that resonated across dimensions and distances that defied normal comprehension. Noah could sense it, he could feel it, his mana seethed with recognition. The first tongue burned brilliantly in response to what was occurring. And an obsidian gold pillar of light shot up from Olmareth and stretched out across observable existence. It was a sign of the emergence of an absolute. Every absolute across observable existence would perceive this pillar. They would know that someone new had joined their ranks. They would wonder who this being was and what their emergence meant for the balance of power that had been shifting so rapidly since the fallout began. Absolute emergence confirmed, and absolute backing your way has risen, also by your hands. The teacher of the first tongue has taken a step and staked everything to succeed. He has gained the distinctions of the big stepper, the teacher, the primeval titan, the aeon strandkeeper. The way of primordial continuity under Olmereth. Shall preserve the first tongue even if existence itself collapses. This is his oath, this is his purpose, the absolute depth of primordial continuity, a specialization of the first tongue. Has established itself across observable existence as absolute, and it has been embodied by the big stepper. Boom, off to the side. Ein smiled brilliantly with genuine joy for his old companion who had finally achieved what had been denied to him for so long within the belly of existence. Skull jumped and did a backflip with enthusiasm that only a very good dog could muster, his neon flames blazing brighter in celebration and harvest assessment since the advent of the fallout end. The hours that have passed, an absolute has fallen under your hands, and another absolute has risen with your aid. A harvest of quintessential immensity flows to your existence from this momentous achievement. The harvest of infinite potential from the backing of an absolute flows to your existence. It is estimated to elevate your comparative percentage of foundation at fundamental depth by 15-20%. Boom, chapter 48-24. Just let go. His own existence buzzed as a harvest almost equivalent to when he collapsed. The weavers began to flood into him. The authority that came from having an absolute back your way was immense. It was a relationship that benefited both parties in ways that transcended normal understanding, but right now wasn't about him. He looked at the one who had taught him the phonemes of the first tongue. The glorious visage of Olmereth shone with obsidian and gold light that blazed against the corrupted backdrop of the wastes of the fallout. The abundance of hair that surrounded him seemed to pulse with life of its own, each strand carrying authority that would have crushed fundamental depth entities through proximity alone. The hair looked like it was hiding a mountain of immensity and wonder beneath its countless strands. Like the true form of Olmereth was something so vast and profound that it required this covering to exist within normal space without tearing reality apart. Even though Noah could barely perceive the humanoid visage of Olmereth underneath all that hair, he felt like he could see eyes shining in obsidian gold that held immense pride and thankfulness. But there was no need for that between teacher and student. Noah's own eyes seemed to convey this understanding as the first words Olmereth spoke as his existence radiated the glory of an absolute were delivered in the first tongue itself. Little anomaly, how can your teacher be of help? No student should have to bear the weight of existence alone. He spoke with a voice that resonated across dimensions, filled with earnestness and immensity that made the air itself tremble with the weight of his sincerity. Noah felt his existence buzzing as he smiled toward Olmereth. There is much to be done. But first, let's get you decked out. As he said this, he closed his eyes and thrust his hand out to empty space as he accessed the absolute existential palace of the weavers. Inside of it, his hand appeared like a phantom over the treasure vault where the items he could not previously grasp still waited. He reached toward two things that had resisted his collection before. He looked toward his teacher as he said with a smile that held anticipation, "Let's use your power as an absolute to pull out a few things from a coffin." The moment he said this, the weavings of undifferentiated fate wrapped around Olmereth in obsidian gold light. A hairy hand thrust out from the mass of strands that was now the big stepper. It delved into the pocket of space Noah had opened, quickly burning blue gold to mimic Noah's aura as it reached into the absolute existential palace of the weavers. And then it pulled, boom, massive golden scissors gushed out of the pocket with authority that made reality itself groan in protest. The axiom of absolute denial followed, its crystalline form of impossible geometry blazing with obsidian threaded with gold that spoke of power beyond what most beings could comprehend. Olmereth grasped them both. Noah looked at his teacher grasping the golden scissors, of which there were two more sets remaining in the tomb of the weavers, in one hairy hand. And the axiom of absolute denial in another. The aura Olmereth radiated was grand beyond description, and Noah could not help but appreciate how truly nice it was for the living paradox to send the weavers and all these gifts his way, only for him to give them to his teacher instead. Paradox had armed his enemies, and those enemies were now arming Noah's allies. The irony was delicious. As he looked at all of this, Noah climbed onto an enlarging skull who grew to accommodate his master with enthusiasm. There is much to be done, but let us go toward a friend who has an ability similar to the monstrous enemy that has taken over the secret of Ian. His voice carried determination that spoke of plans already forming. We have to see if the great usurper can shed any light on how to at least discover and gain information on this enemy. A clear step was formed, after Olmereth took one large step toward absolute. Noah sought to continue others as there was much to be done. The entity had emerged, the secret of Ian had fallen, and half of Jotunheim had been compromised, but Noah was not standing still in Elfheim. Noah looked out and saw the entire region he was in wrapped around in absolute swirling chaos that looked like stacks of paradoxical existence and entropy layered upon each other in configurations that defied normal understanding. Even if his main body was here, he wouldn't be able to break through this barrier that the primordial chaos had erected. The primordial chaos took no chances. Ridiculously, he wasn't even here currently, as Noah could barely sense him, as if he had gone to the other side of Elfheim entirely. One of the four was so cautious of contamination that he had placed an entire primordial realm's worth of distance between himself and someone who had merely been in proximity to the entity, so Noah spoke simply. I am immune, boom. The words were gloriously heavy as in the surroundings. The booming voice of the primordial chaos echoed out from impossibly far away. Immune to what? To the spread of that thing? Your consciousness may already be compromised and you do not even know. Noah was surprised at the shocking level of caution that the primordial chaos showed, with this further cementing just how terrifying this phenomenon they faced was, on the claim that I made on the first tongue. I swear that I am who I was before the fallout, and I am who I was in Ginnungagap. His voice carried the weight of a declaration backed by his authority over the foundational language of reality itself. Nothing has imposed itself on my will. Boom. After his words, his illusory body here looked over to see the visage of the primordial chaos again as the barrier of swirling entropy thinned slightly. Noah felt something profound as he looked at the face of chaos, this being who had existed since the infinite unfurling, who had built foundations that let him stand among the four, who could crush other absolutes with casual effort, was showing visible coldness and apprehension that made his shifting features settle into something almost human. If the primordial chaos was this cautious, this careful, oh, Chaos then said with calculation returning to his voice, where is the secret of Ian now? Chapter 48:25, Just Let Go too. At this, Noah raised his brows and said with curiosity, oh? What do you plan to do? The primordial chaos buzzed with murky obsidian brilliance that radiated outward from his form as he said with weight that spoke of power being gathered. I do not want to be anywhere near that thing, but if I know where it is, I could simply attack it from afar. His shifting features settled into something cold and determined. So, what happened between you and it? And what is its last location so I can bombard it with all my weight? Boom. A glorious situation unfolded as Noah couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of existence. Hours ago, he was talking and planning with Ian about laying an assault on the primordial chaos in Jotunheim. Now, just hours later, he was with the primordial chaos and listening to plans on collapsing the secret of Ian, how grand and rapid existence could change. But also, care will have to be taken. Noah's voice carried caution that came from understanding more than most about how the entity operated. The secret of Ian is in the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap, outside of the Agora of Primordial Judgment. He paused. I say care has to be taken because she is outside that nexus. Primordial realm, and something seems to prevent her from entering, or she herself is choosing not to enter for a reason. His eyes narrowed, and there is still much we don't know. Noah saw Chaos's eyes flash brilliantly after he said these words. With this being seemingly thinking of many things before he ultimately said with weight that pressed against reality itself, youngest, you forget my status and standing. His shifting features settled into something that looked almost like pride. You are the weakest amongst the four, but me. I am individually the strongest. His form blazed with obsidian authority that made the crystalline trees of Elfheim tremble. You may not see it. The creature or paradox may not believe it. His voice dropped to something that resonated with ancient truth. But everything began with chaos, and all of existence turns toward chaos. He paused. Chaos is silent, for it does not need to be loud. His smile became something vast and terrible, but I can be loud. I can be very, very loud. Such immense words were said as at this moment, the primordial chaos looked at the first tongue, and two of the four might truly be entering an alliance for the first time since who knew when in the face of a terrible enemy. And while such a thing happened, far from Elfheim, in Jotunheim, in a grand citadel where the living temporal, the living quantum, and the living dimensional were waiting inside a grand structure while they were served by chaos giants, Quantum was looking at temporal as she said with curiosity that seemed almost casual, why the large focus on Osmond anyways? What from him makes you go to these lengths? She asked as if they knew some of the plans of the living temporal, but not everything. As she said these words, the eyes of the living quantum were filled with a unique sense of serenity and peace that seemed almost out of place for someone discussing strategy. Uniquely, a similar light twinkled in the eyes of the living dimensional as he also added with the same strange calmness, we are closer to the creature in the living paradox, even if we steered clear of their conflict. After the fallout, what exactly is your aim to be so focused on Osmond? The questions came one after another. Temporal frowned. he looked toward quantum and dimensional as he said with dawning realization creeping into his voice. You two are. He didn't finish his words, he swayed, the cup in his hand fell down as his body was seemingly about to go limp, his ancient features slackening as if consciousness itself was being pulled away from him, when in the next moment, his languid expression became heavy and livid as he bellowed out with fury that shook the foundations of Jotunheim itself, "Oh!" His eyes radiated purple pillars of time that shot upward and downward simultaneously, an apocalyptic purple. Crack instantly bloomed where he stood, it split the entire citadel in half. The crack looked like the hand of a clock, and shockingly, it spun and turned with authority that transcended normal power. For a surrounding gigaparsec, time became inverted and flowed backward, buildings that had been standing moments before unbuilt themselves. Chaos giants who had been walking reversed their steps. Words that had been spoken were unspoken. The cup that had fallen rose back into Temporal's hand, the spinning crack moved backward like the hand of a clock, reversing seconds, then minutes, then more as the living Temporal forced reality to acknowledge that what had happened should not have happened. The crack stopped, it began to heal, everything went back to minutes before. The figure of the living Temporal still had a livid expression as his heavy absolute depth erupted over everything. And he flew up as he roared with fury that demanded answers. Whum, down below, quantum and dimensional were shocked as they also rose up and said with apparent confusion, "What happened?" Temporal had a heavy gaze as he looked toward the two of them, and he began to say with urgency, "We are attacked in the future, something that may have already affected you too and was going for me as well." He began to sway again, as if he was losing balance, as if he was losing himself. His face became ashen and horrified as he looked at quantum and dimensional, who had the same gazes they had worn before, the same serene calmness, the same peaceful light in their eyes. Even after turning back time in this local space for them, quantum and dimensional were still affected. The reversal had done nothing, the infection transcended temporal manipulation, it existed outside the normal flow of cause and effect. He looked at them with eyes that held dawning horror as he said with a voice that trembled for the first time in eons, "What are you?" Quantum and dimensional spoke in synchrony. Their voices merged into one, their expressions matched perfectly. Their movements mirrored each other with precision that spoke of a single will controlling multiple bodies. "We are here to help." Down below, all the chaos giants had stopped their moving. They were all silently looking above, thousands of eyes fixed on the living Temporal with the same serene expression. "To make things better," the synchronized voice continued with warmth that should have been comforting but was instead deeply wrong, "if we can get a hold of the one keeping hold of time, we can do so much more." Quantum smiled, dimensional smiled, every chaos giant below smiled. "We can go to so many places." The voice dropped to something almost tender, "Just let go. Join us." A pause. "The process has already begun as you are only prolonging the inevitable." The living Temporal actually felt a budding sense of fear bloom within foundations that had not known fear since the infinite unfurling. He roared out again with desperation that he had never experienced. An even larger purple fracture of time bloomed where he was. A twisted purple hand of a clock covered everything, dividing Jotunheim in half as reality itself screamed in protest at what was being done to it. The crack expanded and contracted, it spun backward with force that would have collapsed lesser realms entirely. And when this crack healed, the living Temporal had disappeared, gone, fled to somewhere, someone. Down below, the eerie citadel settled into silence. Quantum and dimensional floated calmly, looking across the landscape of Jotunheim peacefully as if nothing of significance had occurred. As if they had not just tried to consume one of the most powerful absolutes in observable existence. The two of them and all the chaos giants down below had the same thoughtful expression, and they spoke in synchrony. "Time is inevitable. But a visit to longtime associates is warranted." Thousands of voices merged into one, elemental, emotive, law, order. The sheer oddity and horror of this scene pressed against the fabric of reality itself as multiple beings across an entire primordial realm said such words in perfect synchrony. They had targeted the living Temporal as the thought of their success at this alone and what it could cause was obscene. Chapter 48:26, They Have Fallen. In Elfheim, the supposed home of the creature, even though he seemed fucking nowhere to be seen, Noah's illusory consciousness stood opposite to the primordial chaos as he relayed his interactions with the secretive Ian and what they had said, every detail, every word, every implication. The primordial chaos was listening intently when moments later, his gaze flickered and he grunted with an expression that shifted through frustration and concern before eventually settling into cold calculation. He shook his head. Noah looked at this being with raised brows as the primordial chaos replied with a cold gaze that held weight beyond its apparent calm. "I didn't realize temporal Quantum and dimensional were within Jotunheim since I pulled the vast majority of my weavings out since your so-called the entity began their assault on me. His shifting features flickered with something that looked almost like irritation, but those dumb fuckers actually made their way in as it seemed the entity made a move against them. Boom, Noah's eyes flashed with immensity. Holy fuck, the entity was not playing. And what the hell were they even doing in Jotunheim? He listened intently to what Chaos said next. Quantum and dimensional are done for. The words came flat and final. Whatever they were, whatever they stood for, their civilizations, they are all fucked. He paused. Temporal. He seems to have run away across time, but he is partially infected. His expression grew darker. If he is fully infected, things become much more difficult as the entity can run across time. Another pause. Horrific words echoed out from Chaos as Noah couldn't help but become more solemn. Quantum and dimensional had fallen. What was horrid about all of this was it was not even signaled that an absolute had fallen, since really their civilization and who they were was still there, just different. Their pillars of light had not shot across observable existence to announce their deaths, because they had not died, they had been replaced. But now, all those infected have to be catalogued, and others have to be informed. Noah's voice carried weight that expected action. I don't know how the relationships are with the living existences, but Noah blinked. He was thinking about the living existences, which got him to think of the living existences, the early creatures and lesser living existences who followed the civilizations of quantum and dimensional. Would they in any way be affected? The thought was a heavy one as there were many lifeforms related to the living quantum and the living dimensional in the shore of the creature, and Noah himself held quantum and dimensional that were part of his stanchions which were now incorporated into his 27 seals of absolute tongue. Theoretical assessment, while still a working theory, if it is deemed that the first tongue or your infinities is what makes you immune to the infection of the entity, you may potentially act as a cutoff point for the concepts of quantum, dimensional, temporal, spirit, origin, and all others, and if the leaders of these civilizations are infected, the possibility of the entity spreading itself through the idea of that civilization would be blocked off by you, by the first tongue. Since it permeates across observable existence, of course, this is still just a hypothetical and has not been confirmed. Further observation and experimentation required. Ruination proposed something unique that Noah thought about silently. If he acted as a barrier preventing the entity from spreading through civilizational concepts themselves, that would make him one of the most important pieces on the board, and also one of the biggest targets. In the next moment, come, the booming voice of the primordial chaos echoed out as the surroundings cleared of chaos, and moments later, the living emotive burst into the clearing like a storm given human form. Her entrance was manic and explosive, emotions cycling across her features faster than normal perception could track. Joy and rage and curiosity and hunger all competed for dominance as she twirled through the air with energy that seemed incapable of staying still. Her laughter echoed before her words formed, and her eyes darted everywhere at once as if searching for entertainment in the tension that filled this gathering. The living elemental followed with subdued steps that contrasted sharply with emotive's chaos. His form was shrouded by phonemes of fire, air, earth, and water that rotated around him in slow, deliberate patterns. His expression was guarded. His posture was defensive. He moved like someone who knew he was walking into a situation that could turn hostile at any moment, and from the distance, Noah waved his hands as the living origin and the first hunger also returned. The two sides looked at each other with tension that crackled through the air of Alfheim. Emotive's gaze landed on Origin first, her smile widening with recognition and mockery intertwined. She bounced on her feet as if preparing to say something cutting, her emotions cycling through delight at seeing her old acquaintance again after what, a few minutes. Origin met that gaze with cold indifference. Hunger stood beside her with crimson obsidian flames that burned low and dangerous. Elemental's eyes found Noah's illusory form, and something flickered there. At such a moment, the primordial chaos spoke with a voice that commanded absolute attention. Hear me well, for I will not repeat myself. His shifting features settled into something regal and terrible. A threat has emerged that transcends the petty conflicts we have engaged in across the eons. A threat that does not discriminate between factions or allegiances. A threat that has already claimed multiple absolutes and countless lesser beings without any of us perceiving its approach until it was far too late. He paused to let his words settle. This threat has been designated the entity by the youngest among the four, and it is a fitting name for something that defies conventional classification. His voice grew heavier. The entity does not kill. It does not collapse. It replaces. It wears the faces of those it claims. It speaks with their voices. It utilizes their civilizations and their ways as if they were its own. Because after infection, they are its own. he gestured broadly. Jotunheim is compromised. My domain, my home, my followers, half of everything I built across eons has been claimed by the entity without me even perceiving the assault until it was too late to salvage what was lost. Chapter 48:27, They have fallen. 2. Chaos eyes blazed with coldness, the secret of Eon has fallen. The living quantum has fallen. The living dimensional has fallen. The living temporal has fled across time itself, partially infected and possibly beyond salvation. He looked at each of them in turn. None of you stand a chance of resisting this infection if it reaches you. I do not say this to diminish your power or your pride. I say this because it is truth. I am the primordial chaos. And I could barely sense and resist. I could only flee. If the entity claims you, there will be no fighting back. There will be no last stand. There will simply be darkness, and then something else will wear your face while you cease to exist entirely. His voice dropped to something almost gentle. You will steer clear of those infected. You will remain in Alfheim for now, where the creature's weavings provide some measure of protection. You will not attempt heroics. You will not attempt reconnaissance. You will survive, because the dead, or in this case the replaced, cannot contribute to finding a solution. The reactions to Chaos's words were immediate, emotive, who had been bouncing with manic energy moments before. Turned silent and contemplative. Her emotions stopped cycling. Her smile faded. She stood perfectly still for perhaps the first time since Noah had seen her, processing the implications of what she had just heard with a seriousness that seemed almost foreign on her features. Elemental became somber, his phonemes slowing their rotation as the blood drained from whatever passed for his face. The weight of the threat seemed to press against his foundations with force that made him visibly smaller. Origin and Hunger looked somber, exchanging glances that spoke of silent communication. Noah looked at all of these changes with calculating eyes. Fear was a powerful motivator, even though absolutes should not have any sense of fear, and the primordial chaos had just motivated everyone present to take this threat seriously. He observed all of this, but he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Elemental. There is immense danger for everyone. Noah's voice cut through the heavy silence with authority that demanded attention. But man, the fucker I want to kill is right in front of me. His illusory eyes locked onto Elemental with intensity that burned. You sent me a curse not too long ago, Elemental. You remember that? He tilted his head. It may not be the time or place, but in the grand scheme of things, you still have to die. He turned toward the primordial chaos. Say, oh primordial chaos. Do you care if Elemental here goes to an early grave? Boom. Noah's words broke off the somber atmosphere as he looked at Chaos, and he saw Chaos wave his hands nonchalantly as if he couldn't care less about the fate of the living Elemental. I don't give a damn who collapses who, just ensuring the infection isn't spreading or having others here be carriers. His shifting features formed something that looked almost like consideration. Actually, the less the better, he nodded to himself. If more absolutes died, that means fewer absolutes to join the army of the entity. His smile became something cold and calculating. Ho, this is actually a decent idea? Boom, the words of Chaos echoed out in the surroundings as the gazes of Emotive and Elemental flickered with calculations. Noah looked at all these changes as Elemental looked back at him. The living Elemental stood with the bearing of someone who had existed as an absolute since long ago, his burly humanoid figure radiating authority that pressed against everything nearby, and Noah smiled as he looked at this. This guy was using his tongue, and thinks he can look at him with such a light of defiance, as if they were having a stare down. An Elemental did not want to lose as an absolute. He spoke with a voice that held the weight of someone defending their pride. You encroached upon my civilization. Was I just supposed to sit there and take it? If I came upon you and your people, and I chose one of them and simply took them, would you sit still? As for your threats, they are merely baseless words with no backing. You are not even an absolute. If not a trick like the Weavers, you can't do anything. Will you release your little heart and tell me to grab it if I can? Fuck off. Boom. Elemental's existence pulsed with a fiery light as he defended himself for the first time in a while. One must not forget who Elemental was, as his power was actually grand. He had existed as an absolute for many years, built foundations that let him stand among, well, only some of the most powerful beings in observable existence, and survived conflicts and schemes that had collapsed others. But the moment these words echoed out, the skies of Alfheim flickered. While the pillar of light representing the death of the Weavers was fading into memory, a radiant new pillar of light representing the birth of another absolute bloomed with obsidian gold brilliance, and it even looked a little hairy. the rise of a new absolute was seen here under the gazes of others as they were astonished, with even Chaos having a look of thought before he disappeared. The fallout made it hard for anyone to grasp absolute as a consequence, and the corruption spreading across observable existence created barriers that should have prevented new absolutes from emerging. So how did this one rise? Noah smiled lightly as he looked at Elemental. He didn't have the power of an absolute? He had a backer of his way, his teacher, who just attained absolute even with the curses of the fallout. The curse should make it impossible for any absolutes to rise, but many things were impossible for others, but not for absolutes, and the big stepper had something only absolutes held access to when he took that step, an absolute everything, a currency that transcended the limitations the fallout had imposed. As Noah smiled, Emotive was looking at him deeply with eyes that cycled through curiosity and calculation. You don't look the least bit surprised. Osmont, I've wanted to meet you dearly. But I have to ask now. You know the absolute that has just risen? Are they under you? Is that why you torture my little elemental with words? Because he says you don't even have power of an absolute, and bam, there rises an absolute. Chapter 48:28. You were saying something? Noah turned to look at this manic woman with coldness as he showed her complete apathy. You are another that also needs to die. Do you remember Malphas? A butler of yours that you stepped on whenever you had the chance. Malphas. Emotive heard these words as she blinked before her eyes opened wide with surprise. The emotions of all others have been drained and lost from that time. The weavings of my little butler are still alive and well under you? Ha ha. You threaten me with death for a mere thing like that? Come on. Big guy. I was excited to meet you. One of the four. Why are you talking about boring piss shit like a past servant? I thought you more complex than this. Let's talk big. Focus on things that matter on the scales of existence, not lesser things with no meaning. Her voice rose with intensity as she continued. We now stand at the precipice of a great enemy where you and Chaos here may just be on the same side, something that has never happened, and you bring up such lame shit? Come on, man. Be like the creature. Be like the primordial chaos. Be like the living paradox. You are big. Others are below you. Such matters like the feelings of servants are below you. Anybody that isn't even an absolute. Why bother with them? Her gaze shifted to Origin and Hunger behind Noah. Even the two behind you. The loser first, Hunger, who stands beside Origin like a dog, not knowing her heart and everything's have been taken by the creature. And Origin herself. Used and tossed aside by the creature like nothing. Look at her now? Nothing to show for it. I fucking gain more from the creature than her. Man, all of this just fucking infuriates me. It was supposed to be different. Boom, her speech had been longest toward the end of it. She was almost rambling her last words with manic anger. Noah looked at her with unfathomably immense coldness and immensity as behind him, Origin and Hunger did the same. Emotive heaved and breathed out after her long-winded speech as she laughed and looked at Noah with eyes that still blazed with chaotic energy. What? Cat got your tongue? She had gone off with her manic emotions as Noah felt the weavings of Emotive permeating all around, trying to evoke emotions around all of them. She fed from it. She grew stronger due to it. He would not feed into it at all as he kept his reply short. In existence, there are many misguided little things who think themselves better than others. I've collapsed many. You and Elemental will simply be added to the list. Hold your weavings close, for soon, what remains of them will be included inside absolute existential palaces. Boom, he didn't speak with manic emotions, nor did he attack their character or weavings. He simply stated something that felt absolute, and even Emotive was not able to reply as her face pulsed with manic emotions that couldn't find purchase against his complete indifference. Between all of them, Chaos looked like he was watching the bickering of children as he began to rise at this moment. My words have been clear, and I shall not repeat them. If any of you leave Alfheim and I do not have track of you, I would rather kill you on sight than wonder if you are infected. The fewer absolutes that exist to potentially join the entity's army, the better for all of observable existence. Youngest, you can reach me at any time through chaos and disorder. I will see if I can get in touch with the other four and potentially act to wipe out the secret of Ian and all remnants of the entity in one decisive swoop. The rest of you would do well to not fuck things up, or I will kill. Boom. After these words, chaos disappeared, leaving Emotive and Elemental staring at Noah's illusory manifestation, the living origin, and the first hunger. Noah looked coldly at Emotive and Elemental as Emotive harumphed while she looked at him with eyes that still blazed with chaotic energy. What? Without the buffer of chaos, even if I do not target you, if I wanted to fuck up origin there or that lower hunger, what can you do? Not even absolutes. A press of my thumb would be enough. She continued to poke to elicit a reaction, but Noah never expected or wanted to use chaos as a shield. He had himself, whose foundational weight was something other entities could not even imagine. And having seen how the situation was unfolding the past few seconds, he had already made another move. At this moment, between them and Emotive, the aura of a heavy, dense, and deep absolute erupted. A hairy obsidian gold leg descended from above, coming down with weight that made the crystalline forests of Alfheimer tremble as it covered the skies of this portion of the primordial realm with authority that spoke of foundations built across eons of dedication to the first tongue. The leg was massive, covered in countless strands of obsidian gold hair that pulsed with their own life, and it brought down a glorious visage that made even Emotive's manic energy falter. The big stepper, Olmareth, descended with the majesty of a newly risen absolute who had taken the most important step of his existence just moments before. His form was even more hairy than it had been, a mountain of obsidian gold strands that hid whatever was beneath with density that defied normal perception. Golden scissors gleamed in one hairy hand. The axiom of absolute denial pulsed in the other. And somewhere within that mass of hair, eyes that burned with obsidian gold authority looked toward Emotive and Elemental with coldness that matched his students. Noah remained right where he was as he looked at Emotive with an expression that held quiet tyranny. You were saying something? The silence that followed was deafening. Emotive's manic energy stuttered and stopped. Elemental's phonemes slowed their rotation, and the big stepper stood between Noah's people and those who would threaten them, his absolute depth pressing against everything present with weight that made it clear exactly what the consequences of hostile action would be. No student should have to bear the weight of existence alone, it was said, chapter 48:29, who said? A heavy air radiated across the crystalline forests of Alfheim as even the living origin and the first hunger looked toward the big stepper in astonishment. Olmareth, the ancient geno-lifeform who had dedicated eons to mastering the first tongue, had finally taken that impossible step. His form was mountainous, covered in countless strands of obsidian gold hair that pulsed with their own life and authority. Far above, the gaze of the primordial chaos seemed to return just briefly, those shifting features settling into something that might have been curiosity as he evaluated this new entrant to the ranks of absolutes. His assessment lasted only a moment before his attention moved away. Noah looked at the cold figures of the living elemental and the living Emotive as he evaluated them with calculating eyes. Frankly, he knew that right now, against both of them and just him and Olmareth alone, it would not be a battle that could be won. If Olmareth targeted Elemental alone, that fucker stood a good chance of being collapsed. The ancient geno-lifeform's foundations were built across eons of dedicated study, and Elemental's power, while absolute, did not seem to match the depth of accumulated understanding. But Emotive was a different matter entirely. As manic and as horrendous as she was, her power as an absolute felt much grander than Elemental's. The emotions cycling through her features held weight that pressed against reality itself, and Noah could sense that whatever civilization she had built, it was not something to be taken lightly. She was decent in ways that Elemental simply was not, so while a battle now would lead to nothing productive, while engaging them directly would be foolish when the entity threatened all of observable existence, he could still teach a lesson. Some lessons needed to be delivered regardless of circumstance. You will be collapsed in due time, Noah's voice carried across the crystalline clearing with authority that made the very air tremble. But for now, I want you to understand something. His illusory eyes locked onto the living elemental with intensity that burned. I want you to understand that the vast majority of power you have is not yours. He paused, letting those words settle. Because who told you that you could use my first tongue, HUUM? The words landed like hammers forged from concentrated authority. And then something extraordinary happened. The phonemes of fire, air, water, and earth that had been rotating around the living elemental in slow, deliberate patterns began to flicker. The brilliant displays that had surrounded his form stuttered and dimmed, the four fundamental concepts that defined his very existence responding to an authority that superseded their connection to him. Fire guttered like a candle in a hurricane, air stilled as if it had forgotten how to move, water froze mid-flow, suspended in patterns that defied its nature, earth trembled and cracked. Its solidarity questioned by something deeper than its own foundations. The phonemes didn't disappear entirely, but they flickered in and out of stability as if they were being turned off and on by an unseen hand. The living elemental's expression shifted from cold composure to something that looked almost like shock as the fundamental building blocks of his civilization, the very concepts that had defined him since the earliest folds, began to question their allegiance. This was not an attack, this was a reminder of who held true authority over the linguistic foundation of reality itself. The living emotive sensed the shift in Elemental's power, and her cycling emotions stuttered to a stop as genuine astonishment crossed her features. She looked at Elemental, then at Noah, then back at Elemental again as understanding dawned, and then she smiled. It was a devilish expression, wide and manic and filled with something that looked almost like delight. Right. Her laughter echoed across the crystalline clearing with energy that made nearby trees vibrate. You still are one of the four. She bounced on her feet, emotions cycling through excitement and hunger and something darker that lurked beneath the surface. This was part of what I was looking forward to meeting you. Say, do you want to talk in private? Show me a bit more things relating to the four. Her voice dropped to something almost intimate. They always fascinate me so much, but as she finished those last words, her entire demeanor shifted. The manic energy remained, but beneath it emerged a sense of coldness and somberness that seemed utterly at odds with her previous behavior. Her entire figure became surrounded by manic light that pulsed with colors that shouldn't exist together, emotions made manifest in ways that pressed against the sanity of any who observed too closely. At this moment, the figure of Olmareth turned toward Noah as his existence burned with waves of absolute authority that made the crystalline forests around them tremble. His countless hairs stood on end, each strand pulsing with obsidian gold light that spoke of power newly claimed but already deeply rooted. Little anomaly, his voice carried the weight of ages, of dedication, of a being who had spent eons pursuing mastery and had finally achieved what he sought. I have seen a lot of crazy in my existence. This particular type of crazy is one that simply needs to be eradicated. The words were not spoken with heat or anger, they were spoken with the cold certainty of someone who had evaluated a threat and determined the only appropriate response. Noah looked at emotive while listening to the words of Olmareth. His illusory eyes met her manic gaze without flinching, without showing any of the calculation that was occurring behind them. Then, without turning around, he addressed the living origin and the first hunger who stood behind him with expressions that mixed concern with readiness. You two go and do what you came here to do. Origin and hunger exchanged a glance. They began to move, to turn away from the confrontation and toward their objective that had brought them to Alfheim in the first place. And the two of you, Noah's last words were directed toward the living elemental and the living emotive. Elemental was still fuming, his expression a mask of barely contained fury as he continued to try and express his absolute authority to pull the phonemes he had always been so familiar with. Fire, air, water, and earth still flickered around him, responding to his commands only intermittently, their connection to him disrupted by an authority that superseded his claim. Emotive watched with that manic smile still plastered across her features, her emotions cycling through amusement and interest in something darker that lurked beneath the surface. You two can get the fuck off. The words were delivered with casual contempt. When I am ready to start butchering, I will come for you. Even though only an illusory visage stood here. Even though his main body was across observable existence dealing with matters far removed from this confrontation. Noah was grand and imposing as he delivered this dismissal. He had shockingly denied access to the first tongue to two absolutes. To this hour, his thesis had not been refuted. The proposition he had laid down in Muspelheim. The claim that only those to whom he granted permission could draw power from the first tongue remained unchallenged. It had actualized into local truth, and now he was applying that same principle on a broader scale. With his tremendous weight, with the foundation that many could not match, he could afford to do this even against absolutes. Chapter 48:30, Integrations and Memories. The area became filled with immensity and tension as two sides looked at each other. Power pressed down over everything in the realm of Alfheim, the crystalline trees bending under the weight of concentrated authority, the rivers of liquid radiance slowing their flow as if even they recognized the significance of this moment. Elemental's fury was palpable, a heat that made the air around him shimmer. Emotive's smile never wavered, but her eyes held something calculating beneath the manic surface, and Noah stood between them and his people, an illusory presence that somehow carried more weight than the physical reality around it. The confrontation hung suspended in time. Two sides measuring each other, Two powers determining whether this moment would escalate into something worse, and then, slowly, with the reluctance of beings who understood now was not the time, the living elemental and the living emotive began to withdraw, not because they feared the fight, not because they feared, while such a confrontation unfolded in Elfheim. While illusory Noah faced down absolutes with nothing but authority and accumulated weight, another body moved across. Entirely different territory, far from the crystalline forests, across the wastes of the fallout, Noah's physical body floated through corrupted space alongside Ain's and a happy skull who bounded through the twisted reality as if it were nothing more than an interesting playground. The waste stretched out around them in all directions, a landscape of collapsed concepts and shattered foundations. Where other regions of observable existence held some form of structure, some remnant of what they had been before the fallout, this place was pure devastation given form, reality twisted in on itself. Concepts that had no business existing together merged and separated in patterns that defied comprehension. The very fabric of existence had been torn apart here, and what remained was something that should not have been able to exist at all, and yet life persisted, of a sort. Noah navigated through the corrupted weavings with the ease. His connection to undifferentiated fate guided his path. Threads of possibility weaving through the chaos to show him where he needed to go. They arrived near a region of the wastes that held nothing but twisting corrupted existence, no landmarks, no structures, nothing that could be used as a reference point, just endless corruption folding back on itself in patterns that would have driven lesser minds to madness, and yet Noah knew this was the place. He called out calmly, his voice moving across the corrupted space with authority that cut through the ambient chaos. Big guy, how did you let something else emerge that does what you do? But countless times deadlier, the words hung in the twisted air, a question directed at something that should not have been able to hear them. They had arrived where the weavings of undifferentiated fate told him Eckhart was the great usurper. With undifferentiated fate, Noah was able to gain information he had no business knowing, especially if he had a few pieces of information already as Eckhart gave him. So he knew that currently, Eckhart had merged with a fragment of the axiom of primordial paradox and become something that existed outside normal classification. The being who had learned to spread his existence through idle contact, to take over the weavings of others without them even realizing what was happening, to understand the entity a bit better, to find some pathway that might lead to a potential solution against a threat that had claimed multiple absolutes. One of the approaches Noah had identified was consulting with an entity he knew who could do what the entity did, but at a much smaller scale. The mechanisms were different, the scale was incomparable, but the fundamental principle of replacing what was there with something else held common ground. If anyone in observable existence might have insight into how such a process worked, how it might be countered, how one might protect against an infection that could claim even absolutes without them realizing until it was too late, it would be the great usurper. The corrupted space around them stirred, something was responding to Noah's call, something that had been idle, spreading slowly through the wastes. Skull's ears perked up, his form tensing as he sensed something approaching that registered as neither friend nor foe, but something else entirely. In front of him, Noah perceived existence silently converging and forming into a humanoid visage. The corrupted space of the wastes twisted and folded, reality reshaping itself to accommodate something that existed in ways that defied normal perception. Particles of scattered existence drew together like iron filings responding to a magnet, coalescing into a shape that grew more defined with each passing moment. Eckhart, the great usurper. When one thought of such a title, they might imagine an ancient being weathered by eons of existence. Something gnarled and powerful, holding the weight of countless devoured lives in every aspect of its form. But what materialized in front of Noah was the image of a young man in his 20s. The visage was colorless, an illusory humanoid shape with no pigmentation beyond shades of gray and white. His features were handsome in a casual way, relaxed and unburdened. His smile was easy, genuine, the expression of someone greeting an old friend rather than one of the most dangerous beings in observable existence. It was deceptive, because Noah knew this being had devoured the existences and memories of countless others. Every smile, every casual gesture, every aspect of that youthful appearance was built upon the consumed foundations of beings who no longer existed. The young man's form stabilized completely, his colorless eyes finding Noah's with recognition and something like relief. And then he did something unexpected. Eckhart moved forward with easy confidence, his hand coming up in a gesture of familiarity rather than the formal greetings. He dapped Noah up. Noah raised his brows but went along with it. His hand met Eckhart's in a clasp. Man, Eckhart's voice came out with exhaustion. I've been going nuts trying to figure out the extent of change across observable existence. He shook his head. What's this about someone doing what I can do at a crazy scale? Chapter 48:31, Integrations and Memories 2. The question hung in the corrupted air between them. It was time to catch up and learn more about Eckert and what he could do, to understand the mechanisms of his unique methodology, and to compare it to the entity to see how one might go against a threat that had already claimed multiple absolutes, because if anyone understood the process of replacing what was there with something else, of spreading through existence itself to consume and become, it would be the great usurper. And right now, understanding was the most valuable weapon Noah could acquire. While all of this occurred across the wastes, a part of him continued to pay attention to the major changes unfolding within the Infiniverse. His civilization was growing exponentially. The connection between himself and the Infiniverse meant that every advancement he achieved fed directly into the realm that served as the heart of everything he'd built. And now, as it assimilated an entire primordial realm into itself, that growth was accelerating beyond anything he'd previously experienced. At this moment, in the sandy early veiled shore at the center of the Infiniverse, Noah had another body moving alongside his mother as the two of them harvested sacred herbs he'd brought over from the shore of the creature. The herbs glowed with soft luminescence, each one a treasure that would have caused wars among lesser beings. Yet here they grew in abundance, nurtured by conditions that existed nowhere else in observable existence. His mother moved with practiced ease, her presence a grounding force that reminded Noah of who he'd been before all of this. Existence was wild and ridiculous, but he could always make time to spend it with the important people in his life. Many others moved all over the early veiled shore. In the distance, he could see his son Henry surrounded by two women as he cooked marine lifeforms in a wok filled with sacred water. Steam rose in patterns that spoke of culinary mastery applied to ingredients that transcended normal food. Off to the side, the bald figure of Bob watched like a hawk. Little Bobby, his attention was fixed on his daughter Leora, who was laughing beside Henry with easy joy. Bob's protective gaze never wavered, the concern of a father who'd been through too much to ever truly relax. After all, this man had burned entire wheels of existence for his daughter. Not to mention Thoron. He missed that guy. Barbados, Adelaide, Athena, and all the other queens of the Infiniverse moved about with their own busyness and tasks. None of them knew whatever grand enemy now stood above them. None of them knew about the entity, about the infection that had claimed multiple absolutes, and they didn't have to worry about this, because Noah would shoulder everything to protect those under his civilization. Even further in the distance, he could see the sanctuaries of inevitabilities. Tens of millions of Primus inevitabilities moved around like an army, each one a being of tremendous potential being cultivated under his authority. The day when he could turn these millions into surface-depth entities, have an army at the first scale of existence, all specialized into unique professions, that was the day when it would be game over for many, but as of now, it was still a distant future away. At this time, Noah began to feel the golden sands trembling beneath his feet. A hint of red permeated the air above, mixing with streams of blue. The influence of Muspelheim being devoured was becoming extremely strong, its essence bleeding into the Infiniverse as the integration progressed toward completion. Prompts bloomed, integration milestone achieved. More than half of Muspelheim has been integrated into the Infiniverse, unique musings of existence have been discovered. I spent an embarrassing amount of processing power analyzing why Muspelheim produced so many the classification entities when other realms struggled to produce a few. The answer, it turns out, was not some grand mystery, unique musings of existence. Noah stopped where he was on the plot of farmland. He closed his eyes and allowed the immensity of the weaver of existence to spread outward. The first tongue erupted from him in a low hum. The derivative civilizations of hunger and undifferentiated fate stirred within his foundations. Ready to consume and process whatever information emerged, primordial realm analysis, Muspelheim functioned as a pivotal convergence of immense weavings of the first tongue, similar to Ginnungagap. Over the eons, countless corrupted growths were drawn toward this primordial realm like it was some kind of drain. These corrupted elements were cleansed, and the pure civilizational authority that resulted simply accumulated. This explains why so many Muspelly lifeforms achieved the classification. They were being fed concentrated purity while everyone else had to earn advancement the hard way. Fragment discovery, multiple fragments of axioms have been sensed and obtained. Currently being catalogued, Infiniverse transformation. As integration proceeds, the Infiniverse is transforming to become a unique component of observable existence. Corrupted growths will begin to naturally be drawn toward the Infiniverse. With these growths being cleansed automatically, all the pure civilizational authority that blooms will feed back into your home. This creates a feedback loop of glorious proportions. Most beings spend eons trying to establish something like this. You stumbled into it while eating a primordial realm. Collaborative analysis. the Infiniverse and I are designing similar musings of existence to the Agora of Primordial Judgment and the Vaults of Jinungnagap. Purpose: to better understand the positions of primordial realms in relation to observable existence. This is genuinely complex work. Population influx, multiple lifeforms are beginning to be drawn into the Infiniverse. A not so insignificant number are at the first scale of existence. This increases the infinite potential of the harvest you draw for all those under your civilization. All of this continues feeding your growing foundation status, the surface depth. Approaching theoretical perfection, the intermediate depth. Approaching theoretical perfection, the fundamental depth, slowly creeping toward what the creature and the primordial chaos achieved in the distant past. Slowly, even though measuring your progress against beings who had eons feels unreasonable, you've had hours, as this really isn't slow. Even if it was days, it would still be considered an impossibility. Can you imagine it? If his progression actually took him days or weeks to go from surface to intermediate depth, or if he needed years to attain fundamental depth or absolute? Because normally, others took thousands and millions of years, he shivered just thinking of such a possibility. Chapter 4832, Integrations and Memories 3, Noah read through the prompts with his eyes closed, and he saw it, murky corrupted growths converging toward the Infiniverse as if drawn by forces beyond their understanding. They painted over the barrier outside like a disease seeking entry, but as soon as they touched those boundaries, a silent glow of heavy depth emerged. The corrupted growths were rapidly dissipated, dissolved like shadows before dawn. What had been twisted and wrong became clean and pure, transformed into golden light that flowed into his home. Was this why the vaults of Jinungnagap were so grand? Why the Agora of Primordial Judgment held so many of the classification entities in four absolutes? They'd been cleansing corrupted growths for eons, accumulating the pure civilizational authority that resulted. They'd become stronger through the natural process of serving as nodes that attracted and purified corruption. And now the Infiniverse was beginning to do the same. His home was becoming a primordial realm in truth, not just in name. More prompts bloomed. Absolute everything generation, progress toward next absolute everything, 10%, in conjunction with your personal cleansing and what the Infiniverse now does automatically. Another absolute everything will be ready soon? Soon, potential application straight face. Take another half-step absolute toward absolute, assuming they're all as grand as the big stepper, which is admittedly a high bar. Other purposes as you determine. Many things were coming up as possibilities. His progression proceeded steadily, foundations being reinforced with every passing moment. Every cleansed corrupted growth, every piece of harvested authority flowing into his civilization, and there was still so much more to do. In addition to pursuing information about the entity through Eckert, he now knew the locations of the shelters of the loom from obtaining undifferentiated fate. The places where the living paradoxes forces gathered. The strongholds that had seemed unreachable before, he wanted to pay a visit to them, and alongside that, there were the memories of the weavers themselves. He'd sent another part of his consciousness toward their absolute existential palace to sift through what remained of their accumulated understanding. If he had more information, more knowledge, he could move through existence even grander than before. After all, knowing the right things was everything. He even had his own personal growth to consider. The continued nurturing of the 27 absolute seals. The archive he'd formed, perpetual harvest, sheeting architect, undifferentiated mana, each holding new avenues to express his power as he neared absolute. There was much to be done, so much to be done. In observable existence, there is a creature called an Mnemonic Leviathan. It dwells in the spaces between primordial realms, its body composed entirely of accumulated information. Every secret whispered across eons, every truth discovered and forgotten. Every piece of knowledge that ever existed flows through its endless form. It knows everything, and it has never done anything. The mnemonic Leviathan drifts through existence, bloated with understanding it cannot apply, suffocating under the weight of wisdom it cannot wield. It knows how absolutes fall. It knows how civilizations rise. It knows the weaknesses of absolutes that others don't know. It knows, and it watches, and it does nothing at all. Those who have witnessed eons say that knowledge alone is the most useless currency in observable existence. They have seen beings accumulate libraries of understanding only to be collapsed by someone who knew a single truth and acted upon it without hesitation. They have watched empires built not by the most informed, but by those who treated every scrap of knowledge as a weapon demanding immediate use, because in the end, knowledge hoarded is knowledge wasted. But knowledge applied is transformation itself. The gap between knowing and doing is where most beings live their entire existences, comfortable in their accumulation, paralyzed by their wisdom, Convinced that understanding is the same as power, it is not. Power belongs to those who learn. One truth and move before the lesson has finished settling in their minds. Knowledge was everything, so Noah proceeded to go and seek it. There was knowledge to be gained in the agora of primordial judgment and whatever secrets it might hold that made the secret of Ian refuse to enter. There were answers waiting to be found, protections waiting to be understood, weapons waiting to be claimed, and then there was the absolute existential palace of the weavers. His consciousness was already walking through its halls once more, moving through corridors that seemed to shift and breathe with the remnants of three minds that had once shared a single existence. The architecture was strange here, walls that curved in ways that suggested different perspectives overlapping, doorways that appeared different depending on which angle you approached them from. He entered a region filled with multiple golden doors, dozens of them. Hundreds. Each one sealed with locks and chains that pulsed with residual authority. The final protections of beings who had accumulated secrets across eons of service to powers that shaped observable existence itself, doorways to memories of the weavers. To access any of them, one would have to expend a tremendous amount of power and depth. Even in death, the weavers wanted to be tricky fuckers. They had woven protections into their own memories, ensuring that anyone who sought their knowledge would pay dearly for every scrap of understanding they obtained. Noah walked across the hall filled with golden doors as he utilized undifferentiated fate to lead him forward toward the best possible result he could find at this moment. The derivative civilization stirred within his foundations, its authority spreading outward like ink dropped into water. Tendrils of golden blue light swirled around him, emerging from his existence like extensions of his will made manifest. They moved with purpose that transcended conscious direction, reaching out like hands toward each of the doors around him. They pressed against locks, brushed against chains, tested seals that had held for eons, checking, affirming, reading the threads of fate and destiny that connected each door to potential futures. Some tendrils recoiled from doors that held nothing of value. Others lingered on doors that contained useful but not critical information. A few pressed harder against doors that held secrets worth the cost of opening. But eventually, many of them gathered on one inconspicuous golden door. It wasn't the largest door. It wasn't the most ornately decorated. It sat between two grander entrances as if trying not to be noticed, its chains slightly less imposing than those on its neighbors, the tendrils of undifferentiated fate wrapped around it with certainty that brooked no doubt. This one. Noah nodded and floated toward it. He put his hand on the locks and chains surrounding the door, feeling the weight of protections that the weavers had laid down across countless years. They pushed back against him, testing his authority, questioning whether he had the right to access what lay within. In the next moment, he leaned forward. He pressed the ridiculous immensity of the weight of his entire existence into these chains, the foundation that approached what the creature in the primordial chaos had built across eons. The 27 seals of absolute tongue burning with concentrated authority. The claim on the first tongue itself, the linguistic foundation of reality pressing against protections that had never been designed to withstand such weight. Crack, the chains cracked and fell down, clattering against the floor of the hallway with sounds that echoed through the empty palace. The golden door began to open in front of him. Noah stepped through. Existence began to turn hazy all around him. Reality losing its definition as memory replaced perception. The hallway faded. The palace faded. Everything that was now faded into everything that had been then, and he blinked. Shockingly, he found his consciousness split into three. He was looking through the eyes of three people simultaneously, three perspectives that somehow merged into a single experience. It was disorienting, his sense of self fragmenting across multiple viewpoints that moved and thought and felt as one. In this memory, it was like Noah was living through the eyes of the weavers themselves. Chapter 48:33, Integrations and Memories 4. He raised his hands to see the fair hands of three women, slender fingers that had woven the fates of countless beings across eons of existence. All of them wore obsidian gold robes that flowed like liquid night, waves of golden hair cascading past their shoulders in styles that were similar but not identical. Three bodies, one memory that he was now experiencing from the inside. The region around them slowly came into focus. They stood on the stair steps of a massive obsidian temple, a structure so vast that its upper reaches disappeared into darkness that seemed to exist beyond normal space. The stairs were wide enough for armies to march upon, each step carved from stone that held the weight of ages. Pillars of twisted obsidian rose on either side, their surfaces inscribed with symbols that hurt to look at directly. And at the very center of this temple, at the apex of those endless stairs, a single aura waited. The weavers walked toward this entity. With each step, Noah felt the veneration that pulsed through their shared existence. The respect. The devotion. The absolute certainty that they approached something heavy, the entity came into Noah's vision, and he felt like he was looking at the eye of a paradoxical storm, because this was the primordial paradox. Yes, the memory was clearly telling him that this was the primordial paradox, not the living paradox. The original holder of that claim, the being who had stood among the four since before the infinite unfurling, the primordial paradox, looked like a massive obsidian entity, his form towering above the weavers with presence that made reality itself seem uncertain. He was muscular in ways that spoke of power beyond physical strength, yet he also carried the bearing of a scholar. His eyes held the weight of contradictions resolved and unresolved, of truths that could be simultaneously real and unreal. He was everything the living paradox pretended to be, and he was something more. In the memory, the weavers felt a sense of veneration as they bowed toward this being. Their three bodies moved in perfect synchrony, heads lowering, golden hair falling forward like curtains of loyalty. The primordial paradox waved his hands dismissively. The gesture was casual, almost paternal. The wave of a master who had long since ceased to require formal acknowledgement from those who served him. In the next moment, the aura of something heavy and absolute emanated from him. The primordial paradox produced a black cube that floated toward their master, its surface perfectly smooth, its edges perfectly defined. It held weight that seemed to press against the fabric of memory itself, absolute. The primordial paradox was already an absolute. His authority saturated everything around him, his claim on paradox itself woven into the very structure of observable existence. So how did the living paradox ever manage to consume both this entity and the claim they laid on one of the oldest aspects of existence? The question burned through Noah's consciousness even as the memory continued to unfold. The primordial paradox spoke, and his voice was grand and imposing and authoritative. My daughters, the words settled over the weavers like a blessing. Something has anchored itself onto my absolute authority and claim. It is slowly eating away at me, and I cannot stop it for now. Noah felt the shock that rippled through the weavers at these words. Their master, admitting vulnerability, this is a critical part of me that is unaffected, which I am giving to you. The black cube floated toward the weavers, and they received it with hands that trembled slightly despite their best efforts at composure. Take it and keep it safe. You will know when to open it in the future. The primordial paradox paused, his contradictory eyes growing distant. The enemy is a terrifying one. I have to approach them differently compared to all others. I wish I could go to the creature and get his help on this, as he was always more knowledgeable than I am. But I must contain this myself at this moment. His gaze refocused on the weavers. You will take this part, and you will dash. The sound of steps echoed through the temple. Someone else was entering. The weavers turned, and Noah turned with them, seeing through their eyes as another entity appeared at the entrance of the obsidian temple. The newcomer moved with confidence that spoke of deep familiarity with this place. Their aura burned at the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty, power that was immense but not yet absolute, and when Noah sensed them, when he truly perceived who had just arrived, he knew instantly, the living paradox, before he became what he was now. Before he devoured his master. Before he took the claim that had never been meant for him. He was younger in this memory, his features less defined, his presence less overwhelming. But the core of who he would become was already visible in the way he carried himself, in the ambition that lurked behind eyes that had not yet learned to fully mask their hunger. The primordial paradox looked at the living paradox with an expression that held no suspicion. Only trust. Only the fondness of a master for a disciple who had served faithfully across eons. Irwin, the living paradox of course had a name. A real name. Not a title, not a classification, but a name that spoke of origins far humbler than his current status. You have been with me since you were nothing but a peasant. I give you another part of me to keep safe and put away in the location that I have sent to your memories. Another obsidian black cube floated toward the living paradox, toward Irwin, who received it with solemnity that seemed genuine. His hands cradled the cube as if he would guard it with his life, his expression one of devoted loyalty that showed no hint of the betrayal that would eventually come. The primordial paradox looked at the weavers and the living paradox with a gaze that held regret. Something he wished he could change but could not. Something he hoped would not come to pass but feared might. Do not worry. His voice remained grand and authoritative, but beneath it, Noah could hear the strain of someone fighting a battle on multiple fronts. Your master will get past this. What I have given to you are just contingencies. He straightened, his form seeming to grow even larger as he reasserted his dominance over the moment. After I figure out what exactly has been invading my weavings without me even knowing, I will extinguish it. I will show it how it cannot overcome that which is paradoxical. His eyes swept over his disciples one final time. Now go. Fulfill my orders. Fulfill your duty. Boom, the memory shattered, reality fractured like glass struck by a hammer, fragments of the past scattering into the void as Noah's consciousness was violently expelled from the experience. He found himself back in the hallway of the absolute existential palace, his mind buzzing with knowledge and possibilities. The primordial paradox had been infected by something. Something that anchored itself onto his authority without him knowing. Something that ate away at him slowly, that he couldn't stop, that he had to approach differently than any other enemy. It sounded pretty fucking similar to the entity. It had to be the entity, or something connected to it. An older form of it. The methodology was identical. The invisible invasion. The consumption from within. The replacement that occurred before the victim even realized they were under attack, and the living paradox. Irwin, he was the one to do this as he eventually ate the primordial paradox. But he wasn't part of the entity at this moment, as the entity wanted to consume him too. Yes, also, where were those black cubes now? The weavers had been given one. They were dead, their palace now in Noah's possession. Was it here somewhere? Was it still waiting to be opened at the right moment, and the one given to Irwin? Did the living paradox still have it, or had he already used whatever power it contained? Noah's eyes blazed with blue gold light as understanding and uncertainty warred within his foundations. He had come seeking knowledge, and knowledge, as always, had given him more questions than answers. But now he knew something that perhaps no one else or very few in observable existence understood. The entity may not be entirely new. Chapter 48:34. What is known and unknown. Noah came across a curious finding as uniquely. There was some connection between the origin of the entity and the living paradox. Something that was always buzzing in the back of his mind was the question of how the living paradox had managed to devour the primordial paradox. Whatever approach he used had to have something that connected to what Noah currently knew as the entity, but uniquely, it didn't seem like the living paradox himself, or even his followers within the loom, were affected this whole time, because only the living dimensional and the living quantum were just recently infected in Jotunheim, with the living temporal currently running for his life across time itself. What he was thinking about as well were the items that had been given by the primordial paradox to the weavers and the living paradox. The item given to Irwin was likely already utilized or devoured by him in his ascension to absolute. But the cube that the weavers had received. If he could go through their memories and find exactly where that was, if the weavers hadn't offered it to the living paradox after their master's fall, this may also hold some answers. The primordial paradox had stated that he was giving them a part of himself. His mind buzzed with possibilities, hypothetical analysis, whatever weapon or unique weaving of existence that the living paradox utilized against the primordial paradox has grown and emerged as the entity after the fallout. This would explain the similar methodology of invisible infection and replacement. What is not known straight face, whether the entity and the living paradox have any form of relationship, whether the living paradox knows the extent of what the entity is doing, whether the living paradox can control the entity or if it has evolved beyond his influence. There is not sufficient knowledge to come to a definitive conclusion. Recommendation: affirming whether the cube the weavers received still exists and locating it would be ideal. Secondary recommendation: raids on the shelters of the loom may need to commence to obtain even more information on paradox and his methodologies. Noah looked over the prompts for a moment before he looked out at the other doorways all around him. Maybe the answers were in the memories of the weavers. Maybe they weren't. But he would continue looking until he found what he needed or exhausted every possibility this palace contained. Tendrils of blue gold light extended from him again, emerging from his existence like serpents made of concentrated fate. They moved around the hallway with purpose, sliding past golden doors, pressing against locks and chains, seeking another entrance that would provide him with pertinent information. Some doors rejected the touch of undifferentiated fate entirely, others responded with faint glimmers that suggested useful but not critical contents. The search continued. As he was doing all of this, his body in the agora of primordial judgment was moving with a happy Lumavara and Glossicos as he sought to understand this vast and unpredictable domain better. They had been moving silently through corridors that seemed to exist in states of permanent philosophical debate. The very walls inscribed with arguments and counterarguments that had played out across eons. At this moment, they stood before the entrance of the Mausion of Fated Artifacts, the Museum of Destiny. It sat inside the Villa de Boscorial, past the Thermae of cyclic refinement where Noah had undergone his brutal catharsis. The entrance was marked by columns of white stone that seemed to shimmer with potential, as if the artifacts within were already reaching out to those who might claim them. The dried visage of Glossicos turned to him, her bark-like features settling into an expression that held weight beyond simple conversation. "We didn't get a chance before, so you can enter and see what fated artifact you will obtain from here." Her voice was measured and professional. "Afterwards, the last place in the villa is the Bibliotheca of Primordial Wisdom, the Library of Origins. It contains all the knowledge regarding the Agora of Primordial Judgment and more." Oh, Noah's eyes twinkled at those words. He would have rather gotten started there with how much he craves knowledge right now. A library containing everything about the Agora, but everything came in due time. Even this place that would have a potentially unique artifact wasn't something to say no to. Who knew what fate had waiting for him behind those shimmering columns? So he gave a light nod. "Let's go." The figure of Glossicos looked at him with a stern gaze that stopped him before he could take a step forward. Her eyes, ancient and filled with the weight of linguistic mastery she had pursued across eons, fixed on him with intensity that demanded acknowledgement. "We aren't even going to talk about you collapsing the weavers." Her voice held an edge now. "What the living paradox will do in response? Or are you like the rest of the four who only do what you must and allow the rest of us to pick up the pieces?" She said such words with the coldness of someone who had watched the four play their games while other existences suffered the consequences. Noah met her gaze without flinching. "What is there to say about it?" His voice was calm, unbothered. "If you have anything to ask, I am here to listen. Until then, let's get me whatever artifact is in here and then to that library." Glossicos stared at him for a long moment before she turned without another word, and with that, they delved into the museum, around the same time that Noah delved into memories of the weavers and further into the Agora of Primordial Judgment. Prompts bloomed in his consciousness with unexpected urgency. "Master, we have found something rather unexpected as we finish the integration of Muspelheim. In the space where this primordial realm used to exist, a unique aura of a lifeform has been discovered. This lifeform is not a Muspelly lifeform. It does not match any classification in our current database. The situation does not currently seem dangerous, but your input is required. I say does not seem dangerous with the caveat that I genuinely have no idea what we're looking at." Chapter 4835. What is known and unknown too? Noah heard the voice of ruination echoing in his mind with such words as he quickly focused, his absolute seals of fortune and potential buzzing as if they sensed a grand possibility. He quickly took control of his body that ruination had been piloting in Muspelheim. The transition was seamless, his consciousness settling into flesh and bone and authority that had been moving through the remnants of a primordial realm, and he saw what surrounded him. His massive blue gold pillar, the monolith that had been devouring everything, stood grandly and tyrannically alone in the void. Fiery crimson gold light of the primordial realm continued to sink into it from afar like rivers delving into an endless drain. The authority of Muspelheim, the accumulated weight of eons, all of it flowing into the infiniverse through this point of consumption, and all around the monolith was blank collapsed space where the primordial realm used to sit, empty, dark, the absence of something that had existed for longer than most beings could comprehend, and yet, at this moment, this region did not have the calmness it should have held. Because of their actions, they had actually uncovered a form of life that literally seemed like it had been slumbering in the region of space beneath Muspelheim, waiting in the void between realms as if the primordial realm itself had been a blanket covering something ancient beyond measure. With him taking hold of his body, Noah moved toward this unique finding. He felt a sense of apprehension that he couldn't explain, and as he approached, whatever that slumbering lifeform was began to rouse. Heavy depths of immensity began to radiate all around, pressing against Noah's existence with weight that made him pause and truly assess what he was perceiving. He was astonished. The depth didn't fit into surface or intermediate or fundamental. And yet he also couldn't say that it fit in the absolute, as he had now met multiple absolutes and they didn't feel this way. It wasn't that the aura he currently felt was grander or heavier than someone like the primordial chaos. It simply felt different. Ancient in ways that transcended the normal understanding of age, but the heaviness and immensity no doubt made him feel as if the lifeform was an equivalent of an absolute. In the region of space where a primordial realm used to sit, darkness and white light intertwined and clashed. Short bursts of authority made it feel like sparks of black and white were meeting all around, illuminating the surroundings in flashes that stretched out for many miles. Reality itself seemed uncertain about how to process what was waking up, and the slumbering thing that Noah had woken up due to his devouring of a primordial realm opened its eyes at this moment. What Noah saw defied easy description. The creature's form was that of an ancient aquatic being, something that looked like it had swum through the primordial waters of existence itself before concepts like water or swimming had meaning. Its body stretched for miles, yet the concept of size for it wasn't really warranted. It could just as well be gigaparsecs large. Scales seemed to be a suggestion rather than a rule for this entity. It shone with a hazy stellar crimson-pink light that made its entire body look ethereal and almost see-through. Not ghostly, but existing in a state between physical and conceptual that normal perception couldn't properly categorize. Crimson-pink wings spread above it, vast membranes of light that pulsed with inner luminescence. They weren't wings for flying. They were likely extensions of its existence that served purposes Noah couldn't begin to guess, and across its entire form, shimmering pages floated and drifted. Countless pages filled with words of the first tongue, sentences and paragraphs and entire treatises written in the linguistic foundation of reality itself. They moved around the creature like schools of fish, like leaves in an eternal wind, like thoughts given physical form. Noah was astounded to look upon such a creature, the calm and ancient eyes of this being opened and stared back at him, pupils that held depths beyond normal comprehension. And within them, Noah could feel and see boundless everythings, not power in the conventional sense, information, pure, crystallized information accumulated across time spans that made eons seem like moments. As he was staring at it, a booming ancient feminine voice echoed out across the void between realms, "You have disturbed my slumber." The words weren't accusatory, they were simply factual, but you are also the first to do so since the earliest folds. A pause that seemed to stretch across centuries. For this, I shall grant you the chance to ask a single question. Noah's eyes opened wide at this moment as prompts bloomed with information that made his foundations pulse with recognition, information obtained through connection with the first tongue. You have been granted a question by the mnemonic Leviathan, Peboniste Yakiruna. The mnemonic Leviathan dwells in the spaces between primordial realms. Its body is composed entirely of accumulated information, every secret whispered across eons, every truth discovered and forgotten, every piece of knowledge that ever existed flows through its endless form. It knows almost everything, and it has never done anything. The mnemonic Leviathan drifts through existence, bloated with understanding it cannot apply. It is a docile creature of existence, unbothered by the endless weavings playing out across it. Noah looked at the massive entity that stared at him with ancient eyes. One question, a single question to a being that knew almost everything that had ever been known. His mind raced through possibilities, weighing the value of each potential question against the others. What did he need most? What would give him the greatest advantage? What knowledge would transform him most completely? The mnemonic Leviathan waited with patience, born of existing between realms since before the infinite unfurling. It was an ancient thing few knew of, and it had all the time an observable existence. It always had. Chapter 48:36, What is known and unknown 3, he had an unbelievable finding just from the action of devouring a primordial realm. Something utterly surreal. A creature that felt like it had the immensity of an absolute, and yet at the same time, it wasn't. The classification didn't fit. The parameters didn't align. It existed in a space between definitions that Noah hadn't even known was possible. The mnemonic Leviathan looked at him with ancient patience as it asked once more, "What question do you have?" The voice was filled with immensity that pressed against reality itself. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he replied, "I am not yet ready to give my question." His words came calm and imperious. "I am interested in learning more about you before I give my question. I do not even know how to categorize you, and I have met many across existence." This was actually a new finding that made him rather excited. Something outside the scope of what he knew about the creature and the living paradox and all others. What was it? Where did it come from? How did it fit into the grand weavings of observable existence? As he was thinking about all of this, the mnemonic Leviathan initially looked at him in silence, and then she eventually spoke. Primordial realms. Shores. Folds. Wheels. Renowned existences. Her voice boomed across the void between realms. All at which you may have been exposed to in observable existence does not mean that is all there is in observable existence. Boom, the words landed with weight that made nearby space tremble. The creature is not everything. Chaos or paradox are not everything. The first tongue is not everything across observable existence. Her ancient eyes held something that might have been amusement at his limited perspective. Observable existence is vast, mighty, and filled with wonders. Some cannot even be perceived by entities less than absolute. And some, even absolutes, are not privy to. She paused, letting that truth settle, that is existence. Many stray when they believe they know everything and have seen everything. Her form pulsed with crimson-pink light. Now, what do you wish to know? The words of the mnemonic Leviathan were ridiculously heavy as Noah listened. This entity held more knowledge than many, but she didn't seem to want to talk too much. She answered what was asked and nothing more. No elaboration. No tangents. No freely given wisdom that might help him understand the broader context, and he loved to meet old things that loved to talk. They freely gave the most information without even realizing it. A rambling ancient being could reveal secrets in casual asides that would take years to discover otherwise, but this one was different. She wanted her question and nothing more. If she really wanted a question to keep talking, Noah's eyes flashed with tyranny as he nodded, as if he'd arrived at his answer. What do I need to do in order to stand above everyone in power and observable existence in the shortest amount of time? Boom, he didn't ask about the entity. Instead, he asked a question that would be pertinent to him for the foreseeable future, a question whose answer could guide his path for eons to come, and the mnemonic Leviathan frowned. She silently looked at him with those ancient eyes, her massive form going still in ways that suggested genuine surprise, as if she was asking, "Dude, what the fuck kind of question was that?" The pages floating around her body slowed their eternal dance. The crimson pink light dimmed slightly. After a while, the ancient voice replied, "Ask another question." Noah frowned. "Don't you know almost everything?" His voice held challenge now. "You do not have an answer to this question." The mnemonic Leviathan looked at him with something that might have been exasperation filtered through eons of patience. "I know almost everything." Her voice was flat, "and the question you asked cannot be feasibly answered." She paused. "Okay. Those are 2 questions answered. That concludes and even exceeds your granted question, O claimer of the first tongue, you." Noah's eyes flashed sharply as the radiant light around this creature began to intensify. Her form started to shimmer, the pages swirling faster, the crimson pink wings spreading wider as if she was about to descend back into whatever space between realms she called home. She was leaving, yet she stopped moments later, her ancient eyes finding his once more. "I do not like to be bothered." The words held weight that portrayed eons spent in peaceful slumber, undisturbed by the petty conflicts of absolutes and the Four and all the other beings who thought their struggles mattered. So, just ask another question. Noah's eyes became stern. If she didn't want to answer his heavy question about ultimate power, he'd ask something more immediate. "What is everything I need to know to overcome the entity that has already overtaken Jotunheim and the secret of Ian?" Boom. Since this entity didn't want to answer his first question, he asked another. One that addressed the most pressing danger he currently faced, and this time, the eyes of the mnemonic Leviathan flashed, the pages around her body moved faster, words of the first tongue rearranging themselves as if searching through accumulated knowledge that spanned all of observable existence. Information older than the fallout. Truths that had been forgotten by every living being except this one creature who remembered everything. She was contemplating his question, and then she replied, "The solution to your victory in the present is tied to events in the past." Her voice was cryptic and measured. "The way an answer you seek lies in the weavings of what happened all those years ago with the primordial paradox. Understanding the origin shall grant understanding of how to end it. These are the coordinates in time where you can find your solution." This fucking fraud wasn't giving him straight answers at all. Events in the past? Understanding the origin? Coordinates in time. She was basically telling him to figure it out himself while providing the vaguest possible guidance, but a blinding crimson light did flow from her massive form, streaming toward his body like a river of concentrated information, actual coordinates in time. Not a place in space, but a when, a specific moment in the past where the answers he sought could be found. Information received. Temporal coordinates have been embedded into your existence. These coordinates point to a specific moment during or before the infinite unfurling. Reaching these coordinates would require temporal traversal of significant magnitude. Chapter 4837, What is Known and Unknown for? He received coordinates burning in his foundations, temporal markers pointing toward a moment in the past that could unravel everything he needed to know about the entity. But as he thought about this unique lifeform and what they represented, he didn't want to let them go so easily. A being that knew almost everything, a creature that had slumbered beneath primordial realms since who knew when, something that existed at a level equivalent to absolute while not fitting any normal classification. And she was about to leave, to descend back into whatever space between realms she called home, to continue her eternal existence of knowing and watching and doing nothing at all. Noah looked at the mnemonic Leviathan as she began to fade, her form becoming more ethereal, more see-through, the crimson pink light dimming as reality prepared to forget she had ever been here. "Wait," his voice cut through the void. The mnemonic Leviathan paused, those ancient eyes finding his with something that might have been mild irritation at being delayed. "What I know of you is that you do not like to be bothered, and you slumber in the spaces beneath primordial realms." Noah's voice came calm and measured. "I have a very nice primordial realm. Much like Muspelheim here." He gestured toward the monolith that continued to devour the remnants of the realm she had slumbered beneath. "Hasn't it been comfortable, you slumbering here all these years?" Come slumber and relax some more in my primordial realm. Unlike any primordial realms out there, mine isn't filled with chaos and upheavals. You won't be disturbed. It would fit with your nature. The fading light from the mnemonic Leviathan stabilized. She looked at Noah with those ancient eyes, her massive form hovering in the void as if she was genuinely considering something for the first time in eons. The pages of the first tongue that drifted around her slowed their eternal dance. The home of the Genesis monarch is not known much by others across existence. Her voice was contemplative rather than dismissive. The only time it was revealed was after the collapse of transcendent folds to living existences right before the fallout. It is the least known out of all primordial realms, if it even qualifies as a primordial realm. She paused, her ethereal form pulsing with crimson pink light, but I am an imperturbable existence and disdain actions by nature. You will likely disturb me. I have knowledge, but I do not act on it. Her ancient eyes held something that looked almost like regret. That is my nature. Her voice was heavy as she said this. The weight of eons of deliberate inaction pressing against every word. Noah nodded, understanding what she was saying but not willing to accept it as the final answer. Anytime now, the entity might spread themselves from Jotunheim to other primordial realms. His voice remained calm, reasonable, or the living paradox will send more of his forces to Alfheim or other primordial realms. The conflicts that are brewing will touch every corner of observable existence eventually. He tilted his head slightly. Whatever you choose, will it really be better than my primordial realm that nobody knows about? A pause. Do you even know where my primordial realm is? The question hung in the void between them. The mnemonic Leviathan, who knew almost everything, who held every secret whispered across eons, who contained every truth discovered and forgotten, was silent. For a long moment, she simply looked at him with those ancient eyes, and Noah could see the calculations happening behind them. Okay, the word came simple and final. But you must not bother me. Noah smiled devilishly internally and nodded calmly with innocence. Of course. The most I may do is ask a question every now and then. I would never ask you to act out of your nature. He gestured toward the void around them. Come. The journey will take a bit long since I now have another entity to move from here and take across the wastes. The moment he said this, the mnemonic Leviathan shook her massive head, the pages around her form rustling with what might have been amusement. There are faster ways. Noah's eyes sharpened at those words, faster ways, through the wastes of the fallout, where corrupted existence made travel treacherous and slow and teleportation impossible? Where even his immense foundations had to carefully navigate the twisted remnants of what observable existence had been, there are pathways. The mnemonic Leviathan's voice took on a weight, in the spark between observable and unobservable existence, inside those spaces between spaces where reality hesitates before deciding what can be perceived. There are passages. Her crimson pink light pulsed brighter, the interstices. The word landed with significance that made Noah's foundations pulse. They connect all points of existence while existing in none of them. When observable existence was first differentiated, not everything was cleanly sorted. Some spaces fell into neither category. These spaces connected to each other naturally, forming a lattice of pathways that exist in a state of perpetual uncertainty. Neither fully real nor fully unreal. Her massive form shifted, ancient eyes holding his with intensity that demanded attention. Even most absolutes do not know of them. The creature likely knows and moves through them. The primordial chaos has brushed against their edges. But true knowledge of the interstices was removed from common understanding long before what you call observable existence differentiated. She paused, letting that sink in. The interstices are moments of existential hesitation. Places where reality paused before deciding what something would become. These pauses connected across observable existence like synapses in a vast neural network, forming routes that bypass normal spatial relationships entirely. Her voice grew heavier still as Noah's existence buzzed with a mixture of excitement. This wasn't an old thing who was talking on and on. He had poked and probed until the mnemonic Leviathan was now freely breaking off into long asides. Travel through the interstices doesn't move you through space. It moves you through definition. You step out of being defined in one location and step back into being defined in another. Noah's mind raced as he processed what she was describing, pathways that existed in the gap between what could be observed and what could not. Routes that bypassed corrupted space entirely. A network that even most absolutes didn't know existed. Through the interstices, the wastes mean nothing. The mnemonic Leviathan continued with the patience of a being who had all the time in existence. Corrupted existence means nothing. Distance and time bend to intent. Her ancient eyes held something that might have been significance. Even the coordinates I have given you can be reached easier through there. Noah's eyes blazed with interest. the pages of the first tongue swirled around her form with increasing speed, as if responding to the weight of knowledge being shared. To even perceive the interstices, one must be able to comprehend the boundary between observable and unobservable. Her voice held warning now: the interstices are not safe. They are filled with things that have accumulated in the spaces between definition. Corrupted growths drawn to the edges of perception. Slumbering undisturbed existences like myself who prefer the quiet of undefined space. Attentions that should not be drawn. She began to rise slightly, her ethereal form pulling toward a point in space that seemed to fold inward on itself, but they are faster than anything else in existence. One way to open them, relating to masters of the first tongue, would be to first know of them. Be capable of perceiving them, her ancient eyes locked onto his, and then speaking a word that has no definition. A phoneme that describes something that doesn't exist yet. This forces reality to acknowledge the undefined, creating passage. She settled back, her form becoming more solid again. I know all of this. But I don't act. The faintest hint of something that might have been self-deprecation touched her voice. So you do it. And we can get there in an instant. Boom. Noah looked at this creature with marvel. She had all the knowledge one could ask for. Every secret. Every truth. Every methodology for accomplishing anything that could be accomplished in observable existence, and she was a lazy bum who didn't want to do anything. This was her nature. But she did say something interesting. The interstices. Something that should make his temporal traversal possible again. And one of the ways to reach them after knowing of them, a word that described something that didn't exist yet, a word with no definition. He was the master of the first tongue. He held 27 seals of absolute tongue. He had claimed linguistic authority over reality itself. His foundation stirred as he reached into his understanding of the first tongue. The 27 core phonemes that formed the building blocks of linguistic reality. The logos he had mastered. The philologies and archai, all of them described things that existed, things that were defined, things that reality had already decided upon. But the interstices were places where reality hadn't decided yet, so he needed to speak something that reality hadn't decided yet either. Noah closed his eyes. He reached past the phonemes, past the established logos, past everything that had been codified and understood across eons of linguistic mastery. He reached for the space between words, the pause before meaning, the hesitation before definition, and he opened his mouth and spoke something that had never been spoken before. Basically, gibberish, a sound that wasn't quite a sound, a word that wasn't quite a word. Huum. Reality shuddered and space folded, and in front of Noah, existence opened up to reveal wonder. It couldn't even be called or a tier or portal, it was simply a place where space forgot to be solid, a moment of existential hesitation made manifest, an entrance to the interstices. The mnemonic Leviathan looked at the passage with ancient eyes that held something almost like approval. Good. The single word was the highest praise she seemed capable of giving. Chapter 48-38, The Interstices. It was a marvelous thing to see. Once again, knowledge was extremely critical. He had to know about the interstices first, had to understand that they existed before he could perceive them. And then he needed to know how to open up a doorway into these pathways that extended out across existence, spaces of pathways that existed in a state of perpetual uncertainty, pathways between what was observable and unobservable. The shimmering doorway hung before him, a fold in reality that didn't look like a portal or a tier or any conventional form of spatial manipulation. It simply looked like a place where space had forgotten to be solid. A hesitation made manifest. As he looked at it, Noah couldn't help but ask, what are the methods to enter the interstices? This space between definitions, the question was practical. If he was going to use these pathways, he needed to understand all the ways they could be accessed. The phoneme method the mnemonic Leviathan had described worked, but were there others? A WAA, the massive form of the mnemonic Leviathan shifted, her miles-long body compressed in an instant, stellar crimson-pink light folding inward as she reduced herself to barely 2 meters. The pages of the first tongue that had swirled around her vast form now orbited a figure that could float comfortably at Noah's side. She came to hover at his right. Her ethereal body still see-through, still shimmering with that hazy stellar glow. Her ancient eyes found his with the patience of something that had seen everything and found most of it uninteresting. Each entity once powerful enough can utilize their own methods. There isn't anything universal, Her voice remained grand despite her reduced size, ancient authority compressed into a smaller vessel, someone much more powerful than you can utilize the method of the moment between breaths to create an entry point into the interstices. She paused, and Noah could have sworn he saw something like amusement in those ageless eyes, in the instant after exhaling and before inhaling. When the body holds neither old air nor new, neither old authority nor new authority, a being of sufficient awareness can slip sideways into undefined space, that easy. You just aren't there yet. Noah smiled as he looked at Pebinista Yakiruna, at the mnemonic Leviathan. She was giving him a sidelong glance as she said this, and he recognized the expression. It was the look of someone who had just told you that walking through walls was simple if you were strong enough, and you very clearly were not strong enough. He filed the information away, the moment between breaths. A method for beings more powerful than him. Something to work toward, but right now, he was too curious about the interstices themselves to dwell on what he couldn't yet do. The doorway shimmered before him, reality's hesitation waiting to be stepped through. He took a step forward and entered, and, entry confirmed. You have entered the space between spaces, the space between definitions. You are arriving in the primary veins. More information is being obtained by the first tongue as your consciousness extends into this place. This is not a place that forgives inattention. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he looked around him to see something that defied easy description. He was standing on top of a massive gray pillar. The pillar extended downward into darkness so complete that it seemed less like absence of light and more like presence of nothing. There was no bottom that he could perceive, no foundation that these structures rested upon. They simply existed, rising from an abyss that felt hungry. Other pillars rose around him, forming a corridor of sorts. A pathway that extended into the distance, each pillar spaced just far enough apart that one could leap between them if one was foolish enough to risk the darkness below. The floor beneath his feet was primordial gray, not gray as in the color between black and white. Gray as in the color that existed before colors were differentiated. The shade that reality wore before it decided what things would look like. It felt stable beneath him, but that stability was a choice rather than a certainty. And the ceiling didn't exist in a fixed position. Noah looked up and saw darkness that simply continued until his perception decided up stopped having meaning. There was no roof. No boundary. Just the point where his mind refused to process any further and declared that direction closed for consideration. The entire area felt like a corridor built from concepts that had never finished forming. Primary veins analysis. You have arrived in the main arterial pathways of the interstices, wide corridors that connect major nodes of observable existence, relatively stable, with consistent rules. Travel through them compresses distance by a factor of approximately 10,000. A journey of billions of gigaparsecs becomes a walk of seconds. This is as efficient as travel gets, and he didn't even have to close his eyes. He didn't have to look with the first tongue or reach out with undifferentiated fate to perceive what filled this place. Every single surface, every nook and cranny, every inch of the primordial gray pillars and the darkness between them, man oh man, it was filled with corrupted growths. They clung to the pillars like moss on ancient stones, layers upon layers of twisted existence that had accumulated across eons of neglect. They floated in the spaces between pathways, drifting through the undefined air like dust motes made of wrong. They clustered in the corners where pillars met darkness, feeding on the residual potential that flowed through these forgotten routes. To the eyes of others, it might feel like absolutely nothing, invisible and undetectable, but to Noah, with his civilization that had begun automatically purifying corrupted growths through the infiniverse itself, they were so dense that he couldn't help but wave his hand. A blue-gold glow extended from his palm, spreading outward like ripples in water, reaching toward the edges of his perception in this undefined space. The light touched everything. The pillars. The darkness. The accumulated corruption that had been gathering here since who knew how long. The corrupted growths shriveled instantly and completely. Where his authority touched them, they collapsed inward, their twisted forms unraveling as the corruption was stripped away and only purity remained. They turned into golden glows that flowed back into the surrounding existence, some of these glows streaming toward Noah himself, sinking into his foundations with warmth. The space around him cleared. Primordial gray pillars that had been obscured by eons of corruption now stood clean and defined. The darkness between them seemed less hungry, less absolute. The pathway ahead looked almost welcoming compared to what it had been moments before. Purification complete. You have purified a space without definition. Your authority has spread to places that you do not even know far from here. Be careful, as there are many unknowns in the interstices, but the number of corrupted growths cleansed was collectively more than you have cleansed before. Few have walked in the place you are currently in, fewer still have bothered to clean up after themselves, and absolute everything is forming within your existence. Boom, chapter 4839, the interstices too. Noah felt it, a heavy and glorious weight coalescing inside of him. The absolute everything took shape within his foundations, pure civilizational authority compressed into a form. This was from just stepping into the interstices. From one wave of his hand. From cleaning up a single stretch of pathway that no one had bothered to maintain. If he continued traveling to other areas of this place, if he explored the full extent of these forgotten routes, how many absolute everythings could he accumulate? How much pure authority was waiting to be claimed in spaces that even most absolutes didn't know existed? Noah looked at this space between definitions that he was in, his mind racing with possibilities. He wanted to explore. Wanted to travel every pathway. Wanted to cleanse every corrupted growth and claim every scrap of authority that had been accumulating here across eons. He looked toward the mnemonic Leviathan, who had appeared beside him on the primordial gray pillar. Her reduced form floated serenely, those ancient eyes taking in the cleansed pathway with something that might have been mild interest. What if I want to spend a bit more time in this place and not cross it within an instant? If the interstices compressed distance so dramatically, if a billion gigaparsecs became seconds, then how did one slow down? How did one linger in a place that was designed to be passed through? Pebinista Yakyaruna turned her ethereal gaze toward him. You can do so in your own time. Her voice held the patience of ages. The interstices are pathways where one moves by definition. We are defined here at this moment. You need a legible method through your civilization to define us before your primordial realm. She paused, and when we step out, we will be there. The nature of this unique entity remained the same even now. She knew and explained everything. Yet she did nothing. Noah didn't want to push her too much. She had already agreed to slumber beneath the infiniverse, had already shared knowledge of the interstices that even most absolutes didn't possess, so at this moment, he simply created a sentence, a philology. He put together phonemes of the first tongue, linguistic building blocks arranged into meaning that he imposed around them both. The words weren't spoken aloud. They were simply declared, authority made manifest through the foundational language of reality itself, a declaration. We are outside of my infiniverse, HUUM. It didn't look like anything had changed when he said this. The primordial gray pillars remained. The darkness between them remained. The pathway stretched out in both directions as if nothing had occurred, but Pebinista Yakyaruna spoke out at this moment. Entering this place is nearly impossible for many. But leaving it, or at least this region, is fairly easy. You simply make the intent or the definition that you are taking a step to leave. Noah nodded. He understood. The interstices moved by definition. You defined where you were, and then you stepped out of being defined in one location and into being defined in another. The pathways themselves were just the space between those definitions. He had defined them as being outside the infiniverse. Now he just had to take a step. Noah moved forward, one step towards another pillar, and the glimmering allure of the primary veins faded around him, the primordial gray pillars dissolving like mist before morning sun. The darkness receded. The space between definitions released its hold on his existence, and shockingly, he saw the flickering corrupted wastes around him, the twisted remnants of the fallout stretched out in all directions. Corrupted existence folding back on itself in patterns that would drive lesser minds to madness. But directly before him, separated from the chaos by a barrier of concentrated authority, the blue-gold barrier of a miniaturized infiniverse, his home, one step to enter the space without definition, a single intent to define themselves in another location, and then one additional step. He had crossed unfathomable depths in that short period of time, bringing back a heavy and ethereal entity to his abode. The mnemonic Leviathan floated beside him, her reduced form taking in the infiniverse with ancient eyes that had seen more wonders than most beings could imagine. This will do. 3 words, the highest praise she seemed capable of giving, and with that, she began to drift toward the barrier, toward the primordial realm that would become her new slumbering ground. The entry into the infiniverse for Pebinista Yakyaruna was a simple one really. The infinite loom and its ever-changing barrier simply opened as Noah and she floated in. The concentrated authority that kept his home protected from the chaos of the fallout recognized his presence and parted without resistance, allowing the ancient entity passage into a realm that few had ever seen. This was the first external entity he was bringing into his home, and he did so without fear after measuring all possibilities. The region he brought her to had surroundings shining crimson gold, an earthen floor of Muspelheim forming down below to give off a sense of familiarity for her. The integration of the primordial realm was nearly complete now. and he could shape its essence however he wished within the infiniverse. All around them, rivers of dreams flowed in lazy spirals. Streams of prana pulsed with life-giving energy. Currents of Avalon and Helios and many other components of the infiniverse floated through the air while holding logos and philologies that defined them, and as she entered, Pebonista Yakiruna spoke. It is a pure and quiet place. Her ancient voice held something that might have been approval. I will slumber and move around here so long as I am not bothered. She paused. Oh, the dolphin-like creature blinked, her ethereal form going still as she looked in front of Noah. The visage of a humanoid manifestation was forming from the very essence of the infiniverse itself. A woman of blue gold light, her features regal and stern, her presence radiating the weight of an entire primordial realm given consciousness. Beside her, the figure of another blue gold illusory manifestation formed, ruination. The two of them stared at Pebonista Yakiruna with eyes that held calculation and curiosity in equal measure. The mnemonic Leviathan looked at them as if adding new information into her database. Those ancient eyes flickering with recognition of something she had not expected. There are many oddities in existence. Her voice was contemplative. The early veiled shore of the creature is simply that. It does not have a consciousness that can apply itself like so. She paused, studying the manifestations before her. For you to have managed to do this with your primordial realm is different. Out of everything the infiniverse could have been called, oddity was a unique one. Chapter 4840, The Hollow Echo. Noah's eyes flashed as he gave her a look. The grand and imposing visage of the infiniverse floated toward Pebonista Yakiruna, her blue gold form radiating authority that spoke of vast domains and countless resources accumulated across Noah's journey. This place is vast. Her voice held welcome that was also assessment. Let us choose a location that fits you the most. Noah had already communicated with the infiniverse for them to extract as much information as they could from this ancient entity. Every secret she held. Every truth she had accumulated. Every piece of knowledge that might prove useful in the conflicts to come, while he was about to make his return to the interstices. There was much he wanted to do, so he looked toward ruination and the infiniverse. Get her settled. I may have a trip across time. Pebonista Yakiruna floated ahead before she turned around and glanced at Noah one last time. Pathways without definitions will have many things. Her ancient voice held warning now, but even absolutes are the least of your worries. There are undefined lifeforms from before the infinite unfurling. There are the Watchers, hollow echoes. And you run the risk of definition collapse. She paused, letting those words settle. Spending too long in the interstices causes the traveler's own definition to weaken. The space between observable and unobservable doesn't want to find things in it. It constantly pressures travelers to become undefined. Her ancient eyes held his. It is not a place to explore and play around in. Go to the point in time that has your answers, and treat the interstices as just that, passages to get you places you otherwise could not go to. Noah's eyes shone brightly. Was this ancient creature actually going out of her way to look out for him? Or simply trying to make sure her new landlord didn't die too quickly? Whichever it was, he nodded with a smile. In the next moment, Pebonista Yakiruna began enlarging in size again. Her ethereal form expanded, becoming thousands of miles long as a fat ancient aquatic beast materialized fully within the infiniverse. The pages of the first tongue swirled around her vast body, crimson-pink light painting the surrounding existence in stellar hues. She began floating forward as the infiniverse and ruination moved alongside her. The latter sent a prompt to Noah. Don't worry, Master, we will wring this dolphin dry of all the knowledge it has. The more she becomes exposed to your first tongue here, the more information I can extract. I know the assignment. Ruination knew what needed to be done. Noah nodded with a smile as he alone remained in this region of the infiniverse with its forming landscapes of Muspelheim. He breathed out and got ready. The process was familiar now. Noah reached past the known phonemes, past the established logos, past everything that had been codified and understood across eons of linguistic mastery. He reached for the space between words, and he opened his mouth and spoke utter gibberish. Reality shuddered. Space folded. And in front of him, another entrance to the interstices opened, that familiar moment where space simply forgot to be solid. He stepped through. When he entered this time, the prompts that bloomed were different. Entry confirmed. You did not arrive in the primary veins of the interstices this time, you have entered the capillary threads. Narrow passages that branch off primary veins lead to more specific locations, less stable, with rules that fluctuate. Distance compression varies wildly here, sometimes greater, sometimes lesser. It is very easy to get lost in the capillary thread he found himself in looked nothing like the primary veins. where those had been vast corridors of primordial gray pillars rising from endless darkness, this was narrow. Confined. The pathway beneath his feet was barely wide enough for two beings to walk abreast, and even that width seemed to fluctuate as if the passage itself couldn't decide how large it wanted to be. Murky mist covered the distant areas behind and in front of him. The mist swirled and shifted, making it impossible to perceive anything beyond a few dozen meters in either direction. Darkness pressed in from the sides, hungry and patient. He could be walking towards salvation or oblivion, and he wouldn't know until he arrived. And when Noah looked around, he sensed the overflowing corrupted growths. They were everywhere, denser than in the primary veins. More concentrated. As if the narrowness of these passages had compressed the corruption that accumulated here, packing eons of twisted existence into spaces that could barely contain it. Even though it carried a level of danger, Noah still waved his hand. He sent his immensity out, exerting himself to cleanse everything within his perception. Invisible silent golden waves flowed through the surrounding existence. The corrupted growths shriveled and collapsed, their twisted forms unraveling as purity replaced corruption. Golden light streamed back toward him, sinking into his foundations, purification complete. Another absolute everything is forming within your existence. At this rate, you could establish a factory here. Boom, the weight of another absolute everything coalesced inside of him, too now, from just walking through the interstices. But while it formed, Noah felt his existence buzzing, a foreboding sensation flared. His gaze changed as 27 seals of absolute tongue instantly bloomed behind him, manifesting in a corona of blue gold authority that surrounded his form with concentrated power. Boom, something heavy smashed onto his back. His entire existence vibrated with impact that should have sent him flying across the interstices. But because he was an absolute immovable object, he stayed still. His seals, however, he was stern to realize they bent, creaked, strained under weight that they should not have had to bear. And behind him Noah was astonished to see an illusory gray hollow-like humanoid figure of an entity surrounded by gray flames. Gray billowing flames spilled out of the nose and mouth of this humanoid entity, corrupted fire that felt wrong in ways that transcended normal wrongness. The figure was massive, towering above Noah with presence that pressed against reality itself, and Noah recognized it. It looked exactly like the form of the creature he had seen in Ginnungagap. That same humanoid shape. That same overwhelming presence. That same sense of existence given form. But where the creature had been surrounded by multicolored flames and the immensity of all existence, this one felt vile, hollow, like corrupted existence wearing a face it had no right to wear. Chapter 48-41, The Hollow Echo. 2. You have caught the attention of the hollow echo of the creature, a segment of a lost definition of the creature when he passed through this region from an unknown time. It was drinking from the corrupted growths you purified. Its immensity is unknown. Boom. The prompts couldn't even finish. Noah saw the hollow echo move fast, faster than anything that size should have been able to move. Its fist came down not toward him directly, but toward the space around him. Because he was an immovable object, so the hollow echo didn't target him. It punched the entire area around him instead, and the surrounding environment of the interstices, that was not immovable. Boom, the entire region Noah was in shattered. The capillary thread broke apart like glass struck by a hammer, fragments of undefined existence scattering in all directions. And even though Noah himself couldn't be moved, the space he was standing on could be. He was flung across the interstices, riding a piece of shattered pathway through murky darkness as his seals creaked and buzzed as if bearing a pressure they were never designed to withstand. The immensity and weight of your foundation is the only reason your existence has not shattered. You are bearing the weight of a hollow echo from an unknown time. This is not a fight you can win. This is barely a fight you can survive. Noah's eyes pulsed. With immensity, he couldn't let this continue. Couldn't let himself be thrown around like debris in a storm while his seals cracked under pressure that shouldn't have been possible. He moved his hand like a hammer. A heavy declaration emerged from it, words of the first tongue blazing with authority that he forced into reality through sheer weight of existence. I am immovable. Boom, it began as a declaration, but uniquely, due to his immensity and weight, due to the foundations he had built across a journey that defied normal progression, it became something more, a partial embodiment. Everything around him stabilized instantly. The shattered fragments of the capillary thread froze in place. The murky darkness stopped pressing inward. Even the corrupted existence that permeated this region became anchored, held in place by a definition that Noah had imposed through sheer force of authority. Immovable, everything was immovable, but even before he could get his bearings, whoosh, the hollow echo was already in front of him. It had crossed the distance in less than a heartbeat, its corrupted form materializing from the stabilized darkness with speed that mocked his attempts at control. Its mouth opened, gray corrupted existence spilling out like vomit from a dying fold, and a heavy ancient voice boomed out, discombobulate, boom, an embodiment, with a single word, a single fucking word, and all of surrounding existence began to melt. Noah's definition of immovable warped and twisted as a superior definition overrode it. The fragments he had stabilized became unstable again. But worse now, they lost coherence entirely, turning to mush and paste as reality forgot what shape things were supposed to be. The hollow echo brought its giant hand down like a hammer. Everything in this region of the interstices turned to formless nothing, and Noah's seals began to crack. At such a time, blue-bolt flames wrapped around Noah's figure. His mouth and nose leaked lava like blue-bolt fire as something inside him ignited. He raised his head toward the immensity of the hollow echo, toward the corrupted definition of the creature that was about to erase him from existence, and he spoke, "Fuck. You would boom, and absolute everything has been utilized fully, from your existence." An embodiment blooms at a heavy cost. The 27 seals around Noah blazed with the light of an embodiment, the cracks healed. The strain eased. Power that he had accumulated through cleansing the interstices poured into a definition that he imposed upon reality with everything he had. He raised his hands and bellowed out, holding against the immensity of the palm descending to collapse everything around him. Two embodiments clashed in the interstices, two heavy definitions pressing against each other with weight that made space itself groan in protest. Discombobulate versus fuck you, dissolution versus defiance, and boom, a gray fracture erupted between them. The space where two embodiments met couldn't contain the contradiction of their definitions. Reality cracked down the middle, a fissure of pure uncertainty splitting the capillary thread in ways that shouldn't have been possible. All around them, the definitions of existence became distorted, and akin to a nuclear explosion, the existence between Noah and the hollow echo melted and detonated. The blast flung them in different directions of definition, hurling them through the interstices along vectors that had nothing to do with physical space and everything to do with meaning itself. Two embodiments imposed different definitions and have caused an unnatural reaction in the interstices. You have been thrown in different directions. Noah breathed as he felt the strain on his existence. As he felt his seals buzzing as if they were screaming that they couldn't bear this weight, it was a shocking thing. He didn't feel any fear, he felt a sense of exhilaration. His existence felt bright, heavy, unfathomably grand at being able to simply survive a few femtoseconds against a mere hollow echo of the creature that may have been the weakest version of him. If a lost definition, a fragment of corrupted memory, could nearly collapse him, what would the creature be like at full power? The thought made him hungry, and as he felt the countless other corrupted growths all around him, as he sensed the accumulated corruption of the interstices pressing against his tumbling form, he smashed his fist out and cleansed. Golden waves flowed outward even as he was thrown through undefined space. Corrupted growths shriveled and died, their essence purified into authority that flowed back into his foundations. Another absolute everything forming. He wanted to continue, wanted to cleanse more, accumulate more, push further into the interstices and see what other echoes and corruptions waited to be purified. But his existence felt the heavy fucking strain. His seals were still buzzing with residual stress. His foundations, while intact, had been pushed to limits he hadn't known existed. Another encounter with something like that hollow echo, he might not survive. Noah shook his head and pulled upon his atlas, his foundation, his immensity, his grimoire of infinite lexicons. His way, he activated temporal traversal. In the past, towers had acted as lighthouses to illuminate the way. He didn't even have stanchions at this moment, but he had 27 seals. His seals illuminated the way forward, burning with blue gold light that cut through the murky uncertainty of the interstices. His figure began to be wrapped in the light of temporal passage, reality bending around him as he prepared to move not just through space, but through time itself. He put a new definition out there. The coordinates that Pebinista Yakyaruna had given him were exerted. Temporal markers pointing toward a specific moment in the past when the primordial paradox first encountered the infection that would eventually consume him. Temporal traversal that may not have been possible due to the fallout unfolded. Noah's figure warped out of existence, disappearing from this region of the interstices as he began to float toward a different region, at a different time. The moment he disappeared from that area, an instant later, the hollow echo of the creature tore apart existence to arrive there. Its corrupted form materialized from the shattered remains of the capillary thread, gray flames billowing from every orifice as it looked around with hollow eyes that held only hunger. It searched, it sought, it did not find the puny existence that wasn't collapsed by its immensity. The hollow echo stood in the empty space for a long moment, corrupted flames spilling into the void as it processed the absence of its prey. Chapter 48-42, Helheim. He was being flung across existence, but it was not even a traversal of space and time, it seemed to be a traversal of definitions, where he was defined before to be in the era where the fallout had just occurred. At this moment, he was defining himself to be in a different era entirely. And he could only reach it by passing through spaces, between what was observable and what was not, this time around. He had specific coordinates, temporal markers burning in his foundations, guiding his passage through the interstices toward a moment that had occurred eons before his birth. Temporal traversal analysis. The weavings of your existence are passing through innumerable definitions across the interstices. You have crossed past what is defined as the earliest folds. You have crossed past what is determined to be the infinite unfurling, current trajectory, defining yourself toward the definition of a time extremely early within the infinite unfurling, when things were in their early stages of differentiation. The coordinates Pebinista Yakuruna provided are aligning with remarkable precision. Take a step and you shall leave the interstices to the new era. One note: I have no data on this time period. We're operating blind. Noah felt uniquely how the weavings of existence had changed even though he was still in the interstices. The murky darkness that had surrounded him and the capillary threads was gone. The primordial gray pillars of the primary veins were absent. Instead, when he looked around, he found himself funneling through a path of great brilliance, light that wasn't light, meaning that wasn't meaning, definition in its purest form, unfiltered by the corruption and complexity that eons of existence had accumulated. It felt clean here. Ancient. As if he was passing through the moment before everything became complicated. He steadied himself and took a single step. The moment he did, he exerted a new definition. The spaces between spaces faded. What was observable and unobservable separated around him like curtains being drawn back. He anchored himself into a new era with authority that burned through his 27 seals. The moment he stepped out of the interstices, what he felt was immense coldness as he was shooting down at high speeds. He smashed like a meteor onto a riverbank filled with obsidian frost, his arrival carving a massive crater into a frozen landscape that seemed to reject the very concept of warmth. The cold was so penetrating that even with his foundation, even with the weight and immensity he had accumulated across his journey, he felt it seeping into his existence, the cold of endings. The cold of finality. The cold of a realm that existed to receive those who had nowhere else to go. Noah placed his hands on the lands around him, feeling obsidian ice that burned with temperatures that shouldn't have been possible. His seals circulated around his body, their blue-gold light pushing back against the encroaching frost. The first tongue began to permeate all around him, linguistic authority reaching out to gather information from an era that predated everything he knew. Information rapidly began forming in his mind. He heaved as he felt the strain on his existence calming down. He breathed out while feeling as if his muscles had just withstood tremendous weight. His 27 seals were all shining brilliantly as they healed from being bent by the weight of a mere hollow echo. The microfractures were sealing themselves, authority flowing through channels that had been stressed to their limits and were now recovering in this frozen landscape. As his awareness spread, Noah rose from the crater and looked upon where he had arrived. An expanse of obsidian sky stretched above him, filled with mist and coldness that seemed to have weight. There were no stars here. No sun. No source of light that he could identify. And yet he could see, as if the darkness itself had learned to illuminate in ways that defied normal perception. He could hear the sounds of a heavy rushing river nearby. The water, if it could be called water, moved with a terrifying force that made his foundations buzz just from proximity. This was not a river that could be swum. This was not a river that could be crossed by normal means. The current alone felt like it could crush fundamental depth entities, grinding them down to nothing through sheer relentless pressure. Location analysis complete. You have arrived at a unique point in time in the distant past of the infinite unfurling. Cross-referencing available data with first tongue here, this location is deemed to be the primordial realm, Helheim. The weavings of an ancient type of paradox permeate all around. Specific coordinates place you at the riverbanks of Joel. Historical context: Joel is recorded as one of the boundary rivers of Helheim, separating the realm of endings from the rest of existence. Helheim. Noah's eyes twinkled as his existence buzzed with immensity. He began to rise up from that crater, obsidian frost falling from his form as he took in the full scope of where temporal traversal had deposited him. The landscape stretched out in all directions with a beauty that was terrible to behold. Massive glaciers of black ice rose in the distance, their surfaces carved with symbols. The ground beneath his feet was permafrost that had never known thaw, obsidian earth frozen solid since before differentiation had finished sorting existence into its current categories. Skeletal trees dotted the riverbank, their branches bare and reaching toward the lightless sky like the fingers of the dead grasping for something they could never reach. They weren't truly trees, Noah realized. They were concepts. Ideas of trees that had wandered here and become trapped, taking root in soil that accepted all things that had ended. Mist rolled across the frozen plains in waves, each bank of fog carrying whispers that might have been voices or might have been the sound of existence itself mourning what had been lost. The whispers spoke in languages he didn't recognize, tongues that had been forgotten before the infinite unfurling had given shape to what observable existence would become. And the river, Joel, it roared beside him with fury that felt personal. The waters were not water but something else entirely. Liquid endings. Flowing finality. The current carried fragments of things that had once been, grinding them down to their base components before depositing them somewhere deeper in this realm of conclusion. Bridges of bone spanned the river at distant intervals, their arches constructed from the remains of beings who had attempted to cross and failed. They served as warnings and pathways, both monuments to the price of passage through a realm that demanded payment and collapse. It was an utterly surreal experience to be observing all of this, a primordial realm from the early stages of the infinite unfurling, preserved in a moment of time that Noah had no right to be witnessing. The cold. The darkness. The weight of endings pressing against his existence from every direction, and yet his awareness quickly locked onto something that was here that should not be here. An ancient-looking ship sat at the edges of the rough river, Joel. Calmly, it was paradoxically appearing and disappearing, flickering in and out of definition as if it couldn't decide whether it existed or not. One moment it was fully manifest, its hull carved from wood that had never grown on any tree. The next moment it was translucent, barely there, a ghost of a vessel that refused to fully commit to presence. The ship was massive, easily large enough to carry armies across waters that would destroy anything less. Its sails were furled, fabric woven from shadows and silence. Its prow was carved into the shape of something that might have been a serpent or might have been a concept that had never been given a name, and on its deck, a single aura could be felt. The being stood at the helm of that impossible ship, his presence radiating authority that made the frozen landscape seem small by comparison. He was a regal and majestic humanoid obsidian entity, his form carved from the same material as the glaciers that rose in the distance. A massive obsidian crown floated and spun above his head, rotating slowly with weight that spoke of dominion over things that most beings couldn't comprehend. His robes shone obsidian gold. The aura he radiated was that of an absolute, but not just any absolute. This was the weight of someone who had stood among the four. Someone who had held a claim on one of the oldest aspects of existence itself. Someone whose authority had shaped what paradox meant before the living paradox had ever existed. This was another being that Noah recognized. The ancient entity smiled, his obsidian features shifting into an expression that held warmth despite the frozen realm around them. He opened his mouth, and when he spoke, his voice carried across the river, Joel, with authority that made the rushing waters seem quiet by comparison. I have been waiting across time for thee. My friend, the words were archaic. Spoken in a cadence that belonged to an era before modern speech had been differentiated from the primordial expressions of meaning. Come aboard. We have far too much to accomplish, and the weavings tell me that things have grown corrupted. His obsidian eyes held knowledge that spanned eons. Thus, we possess little time to do what must be done. Boom. Noah stared ahead with a sense of incredulity. He was currently looking at what he remembered from the memory of the weavers to be the primordial paradox, the original holder of that claim. The being who had been consumed by Irwin, by the living paradox, in an act of betrayal that had reshaped the hierarchy of the four. The entity who had given pieces of himself to his disciples before the end, hoping that contingencies might somehow save what could not be saved, and he had been waiting across time for him. Chapter 48-43, The Primordial Paradox. Many beings believed in fate and destiny, many beings cling to it with desperate fervor. They believe that the weavings of existence have already determined what will occur, that every moment has been preordained since before the infinite unfurling gave shape to reality. They find comfort in this notion. If one's destiny is set, then failure is not truly failure. Success is not truly earned. Everything simply is what it was always meant to be. The significant majority hold this belief. The significant majority are wrong. Those who have witnessed eons say that even with immense weavings of fate and destiny, nothing is ever truly fated or destined. They have watched beings defy prophecies that seemed absolute. They have seen futures that were certain unravel because someone chose differently than the weavings predicted. They have observed the most intricate weavings of destiny torn apart by a single decision made in a single moment, because all that there is, in the end, is choices. Choices stir everything across existence. A being who believes in destiny surrenders their agency to comfortable inevitability. A being who understands choice recognizes that every moment is a crossroads. Every breath a decision, every action a thread that rewrites what comes next. Destiny is the story the powerful tell the powerless to keep them passive. Fate is the lie the fearful tell themselves to avoid responsibility for their own existence, but choice is truth, and those who wield choice with full understanding of its weight become the ones who write destiny for others. Noah remained floating in the cold air of Helheim as he looked at the imposing absolute entity on the ship. Many thoughts were running across his mind. Questions about temporal mechanics. Concerns about paradoxes. Calculations regarding what his presence here might mean, but he didn't give them much space. He simply voiced out what he was thinking. Are you sure that you have the right person? His voice carried across the frozen riverbank with authority that refused to be diminished by the presence of an absolute. Do you even know who I am? Yes, he did not know the primordial paradox, and the primordial paradox, who existed within these weavings, should not have known anything about him. This was the first time that Noah was arriving here. The first moment of contact between two beings separated by eons of history. The past was the past. What Noah already knew had occurred would not change. This was something he had discovered when he first returned from Ginnungagap, when temporal manipulation had shown him its fundamental rules. So regardless of what happened here, the primordial paradox would still be overcome by the living paradox. His claim would still be stolen. The betrayal that had reshaped the four would still occur exactly as it had always occurred. Noah would not be able to change this. This was the closed temporal loop. Him traveling to the past did not change the past and would not change history because his actions were already, and had always been, part of that past. He simply did not know it yet. When he awakened mana more than 3 years ago, he didn't know that his existence had already traversed eons backward before that point in time. And before he met the mnemonic Leviathan, he didn't know that his temporal traversal would be taking him to the primordial paradox. This was the issue with time and its manipulation. It was very messy. The primordial paradox smiled on the deck of his impossible ship, the expression carrying warmth that seemed at odds with the frozen realm around them. He shook his head slowly, his obsidian crown rotating with measured grace above his brow. No, I do not know who you are. His voice was precise, each word enunciated with the careful diction of someone for whom language was a craft to be respected. Or rather, I did not know who you are until I met you just now. He studied Noah with eyes that held the weight of eons. From observing you at this moment, I can perceive that the one who may paradoxically be capable of assisting me is quite uniquely someone I did not even know existed. He paused, letting that sink in, because at this point in time, the first tongue has not been claimed. And yet, here you are. The claimer of the first tongue. His smile deepened. From the authority that you do not trouble yourself to conceal, I can discern your distinction to be that of the Genesis monarch. The obsidian entity folded his hands behind his back with the bearing of someone accustomed to commanding attention simply by existing. I must confess, I am rather surprised. I had anticipated that perhaps the creature might be the one capable of rendering assistance. Or even the primordial chaos, though he and I have our disagreements. His eyes held something that might have been amusement. I most certainly did not expect someone such as yourself. As he said all of this, Noah looked at this being emanating waves of absolute authority into the frozen skies of Helheim. He should already be infected by the entity, even though it should not be the same entity that Noah knew at this moment in time. Whatever its origin was, the infection that the primordial paradox had described to the weavers in that memory had already begun. Something had anchored itself onto his authority and claim. Something was slowly eating away at him, and yet he stood here with the dignity of someone who had accepted his fate while refusing to surrender to it. Noah floated down from the frozen air, his feet touched the deck of the ship, and the moment they did, he felt something extraordinary beneath him. The surface was solid. Fucking sturdy. It didn't just resist pressure. It rejected the very concept of being damaged. Ship analysis complete, structural composition identified. The backbone of this vessel is forged from Helheim itself, not materials from Helheim. Helheim itself. A fragment of the primordial realm compressed into nautical form with absolute depth, classification, indestructible object, defensive capability, can withstand the full might of an absolute without structural compromise, vessel designation discovered through first tongue, Naglfar. Historical context, Naglfar is recorded in ancient weavings as the ship that sails between endings, carrying those who have business with finality itself. Chapter 48-44, The Primordial Paradox 2. Noah stood on such a thing as he looked at the glorious visage of the primordial paradox. The ancient absolute still maintained a heavy sense of majesty despite everything. His eyes held no fear or worry. Not even a sense of urgency pressed against his bearing. He didn't look like someone who knew that their claim was under attack. He looked like someone who had made peace with what was coming and was now focused entirely on what could still be done. I also did not expect you, as you are now anyways. Noah's voice came measured, direct. I came here seeking to understand a bit more about the thing currently attacking you. And to understand the one responsible for it. He met those obsidian eyes without flinching. You do know who is responsible for this assault on you, right? At such words, the primordial paradox sighed. It was a sound that held the weight of betrayal processed and accepted. His profound gaze of immense dignity and power never wavered, but something behind it shifted. Something that spoke of trust that had been violated in ways that cut deeper than any physical wound. Of course, his voice remained precise, controlled. My dearest disciple Erwin initiated all of this. But even he may not understand what he has truly done. The name hung in the frozen air between them, and I have come to realize that it is unstoppable. I can only make preparations. He turned slightly, gesturing toward the rushing waters of Joel that roared beside them. My claim over Paradox informed me that there would be someone who might potentially assist me in these preparations if I sailed across my river. But truly, time is not on our side. His obsidian features settled into something that might have been wry acceptance. Even though I was waiting here for my own aims and goals, you appear to have similar ones based upon the enemy attacking me. He faced Noah fully. So, can we get started? He said such words gloriously and imperiously, the bearing of an absolute who had chosen to spend his final preparations with efficiency rather than lament. Noah looked at this being and asked the question that mattered most. What exactly needs to be done? The primordial paradox smiled at such words. It was the smile of someone who had been waiting for that precise question. I have already commenced my preparations. I have isolated and hidden parts of myself in different areas throughout Helheim. He paused, and something darker crossed his features. I have come to realize that even these parts of myself, stretched out across my realm, will be claimed in the end as well. His hands clasped behind his back once more. In waiting here, I had thought I would come across the creature or the primordial chaos and secure their aid in locking a part of myself away in Elfheim or Jotunheim. Somewhere beyond immediate reach. It has to stay and persist in this time as it is a piece of absolute. A piece of the claim of paradox as it cannot be carried across time, otherwise I would hand it to you and say our goodbyes. So it needs a place to remain until it can be safe to unveil. He looked at Noah with eyes that held the weight of paradox itself, and it appears that, quite paradoxically, it was neither of the two I expected. His smile returned. It is instead the one with the claim to the first tongue. He gestured with one obsidian hand toward the frozen expanse beyond the ship. So you tell me, Genesis Monarch, where exactly are we heading? Ginnungagap? Muspelheim, boom, the words landed with weight. The primordial paradox was asking him to choose, to decide where a fragment of an absolute, a piece of one of the four themselves, would be hidden away. The primordial paradox asking him such a question was ridiculous in itself. Where to hide a piece of an absolute across time? Where to place a fragment of one of the four that would remain concealed from the living paradox and even the entity across eons of searching? But Noah was nothing if not adaptable. He thought about the answers he had come to find here. As the first existence to be infected by whatever the entity used to be, the primordial paradox would be among the few that would know more than everyone else. His knowledge of the infection's origin, its methodology, but first, he had to answer this question. So after he thought about it for a moment, on exactly where a part of the primordial paradox could be hidden that others would not be able to gain access to, his mind couldn't help but wander to an area that had a complex set of rules, an area that held four absolutes, or really, would in the future. An area that the entity was not capable or willing to go into, the place where the secret of Ian had refused to enter even when her disciple was inside. The place that had somehow cleansed or blocked the infection from Noah's followers. The place that held protections that even the entity respected. If a fragment of the primordial paradox was hidden there, within the vaults of Ginnungagap that connected to the Agora, his eyes shone with realization. Definitely Ginnungagap, HUUM. The moment he said these words, the vast ship below them trembled with resonance of ancient engines stirring to life. the primordial paradox smiled. He tapped his feet lightly against the deck of Naglfar, and the massive ship shot out like a sliver of obsidian light. The acceleration was beyond anything Noah had experienced, multiple times faster than Skoll at full sprint. Crossing the heavy waves of the river Joel as if the crushing current was nothing more than a gentle stream, the frozen banks of Helheim blurred past them, the skeletal trees became smears of darkness against the obsidian sky, and the roar of the river faded behind them as Naglfar carved its path toward whatever destination would eventually lead to Ginnungagap. Chapter 48-45, The Primordial Paradox 3. As this process began, the Primordial Paradox waved his hands with casual authority. Two obsidian thrones rose from the deck of the ship, positioned opposite each other at the center of the vessel. They grew from the Helheim forged wood like natural extensions of the ship itself, their surfaces carved with symbols of ancient paradox. An extended crystalline obsidian table bloomed in front of them. The table buzzed with an ancient type of paradox that made Noah's foundations resonate. Its surface became filled with obsidian gold, sacred herbs and crystals, treasures that radiated authority and weight that spoke of tremendous value. The primordial paradox motioned for Noah to sit on the opposing throne as he settled onto his own with the ease of someone who had done this countless times before. He waved his hands and began to eat from the wonders on the table, consuming items that would have been priceless treasures in Noah's era as if they were casual refreshments. Noah glanced down at the spread before him, his eyes found the throne opposite the primordial paradox, and he moved to take his seat. When he reached out to grab an obsidian gold gem shaped like a cube, information immediately flooded his consciousness through the first ton. Item analysis, designation, Joel pressure crystal, a paradoxical crystal found at the bottom of the river Joel, has been battered by the river's crushing pressure for approximately 1 billion years. The sustained force has compressed trace amounts of absolute authority into its structure. A single crystal contains slight weavings of absolute within it. Consumption recommendation, immediate, these don't exist in your era. The river Joel was altered during the infinite unfurling's later stages. Noah's eyes flashed brilliantly at this. Without a second thought, he chucked the crystal toward his mouth and began to chew. The sensation was extraordinary. Cold that burned. Pressure that expanded. Authority that seeped into his foundations like water into parched earth. The crystal dissolved against his teeth, its billion years of accumulated weight releasing into his existence with each bite. Foundation enhancement detected. The immensity and weight of your foundation at the comparative fundamental depth has increased by 0.1%. It seemed that there were many wonders and opportunities here. Noah focused on the items laid out on this brilliant table and began to consume them one after another. Obsidian fruits that tasted like concentrated endings. Golden herbs that burned with paradoxical warmth. Crystalline waters that flowed upward when swallowed, each one added to his foundations in ways that would have taken time to achieve. The primordial paradox watched him with a smile. He had in his hand an obsidian glass filled with vibrant golden liquid that he was drinking calmly. How are things later on in the future? His voice was casual, conversational. Does Erwin get into more trouble? He asked such a question as if he was inquiring about someone who did not fully concern him. As if the disciple who was currently eating away at his absolute authority was merely a distant acquaintance whose exploits were mildly interesting rather than existentially threatening. Noah found another unique item to consume, a sphere of compressed frost that held the weight of countless endings within it. He looked at the primordial paradox as he bit into it. If you know about him and what he is currently doing to you, and even now as you talk about him, he chewed thoughtfully, why do you view him with such nonchalance? Even if you are unable to stop the process, why treat him how you are right now? As if you don't know, the primordial paradox smiled at his words. It was the smile of someone who had made peace with circumstances that would have driven lesser beings to rage or despair. I respect his grind. The words came with genuine appreciation, a peasant with grand ambitions. He simply does not know how immense and grand existence truly is. He took another sip of his golden liquid. If he possesses the ambition to do what he is doing to me at this very moment, he shall not stop there. He will always seek for more and more, and his actions will lead to things he cannot even imagine. His obsidian eyes held ancient wisdom. More often than not, those with tremendously high ambition bring more trouble to themselves than they can possibly anticipate. It is paradoxical, and it is grand. The obsidian crown above his head churned and spun with heaviness and immensity that pressed against reality itself, and I know more about paradox than anyone can imagine. I was born and entrenched in it. As he spoke, the air of a terrifying absolute radiated from him. Noah compared this stifling sensation to the hollow echo he had met in the interstices. That fragment of the creature's lost definition, which had nearly shattered his seals and forced him to expend an absolute everything just to survive, it wasn't even a hundredth comparable to the aura that he felt from the primordial paradox before him, not even close. It was just that ridiculously different between them. The gap between an echo and the real thing was vast beyond comprehension. At this time, the primordial paradox lost his smile. He frowned, his obsidian features shifting as his attention turned toward the sky above them. Noah also turned and sensed what had drawn the Absolute's attention, the auras of two radiant Absolutes in the far distance approaching fast. These would be one of the reasons why we did not have time. The primordial paradox's voice remained composed, but an edge had entered it. They have been camping and waiting to observe exactly what has kept me here this entire time. Whatever I am interested in, my enemies desire even more. His enemies. Noah's eyes flashed brilliantly as he processed this information. What else would be the enemies of the primordial paradox? He was one of the four. He held a claim on one of the oldest aspects of existence itself. As if he could sense Noah's unspoken question, the primordial paradox lounged back on his throne. The auras of two incoming absolutes didn't seem to concern him in the slightest. He swirled the golden liquid in his glass with the casual air of someone discussing small talk rather than imminent conflict. There are boundless possibilities when existence is first differentiating. His voice held the weight of someone who had witnessed things that no longer occurred. What is impossible now was the daily occurrence back then. My enemies are those that failed to claim paradox before the infinite unfurling fully established itself. WAA, Chapter 48-46, The Primordial Paradox 4. The Primordial Paradox took another sip, and even now, they remain desperate to do so. Irwin was never the first to attempt taking my claim from me. His smile returned as it was thin and knowing. He was only the one who managed to succeed. Even though he is nowhere near the most powerful among those who tried, he set his glass down on the crystalline table, and that glimmer of paradox within him, that capacity to achieve the impossible through methodology rather than raw power, that is at least what made him worthy of attempting this. His gaze turned over to Noah, shifting from the approaching threats to more immediate concerns. Oh, by the way, his tone became businesslike. As big a fan as I am of continuum paradoxes, what I am attempting would have to be very covert. Others cannot really know about the one who helped me. He studied Noah with eyes that saw more than surface appearances. Could you alter yourself or change your identity a little bit? This way, your weavings can be kept a secret across time. The primordial paradox actually suggested such a thing. Noah looked at him while continuing to consume the items laid out on this brilliant table. Another crystal. Another fruit. Another sip of liquid that tasted like finality given form. He knew that his distinction as the claimer of the first tongue was a heavy one. When he didn't have sufficient power, it could also bring endless trouble. And the matter right now was a sensitive one. He was trying to grasp more knowledge of the past to understand how to defeat an enemy in the future. If his presence here became known, if his identity was discovered across time, the complications would be immense. His existence shone with decision, his visage began to alter and change, his figure became wider and taller, expanding from his normal form into something more imposing. Shimmering blue-gold wings erupted from his back, spreading wide with feathers that seemed to be made of crystallized language itself. Above his head, a crown formed, but not the crown of 27 seals that normally accompanied his authority. This crown looked like a stack of books burning with the light of only 18 phonemes of the first tongue. The 18 core phonemes that were known at this point in time, before the additional 9 he had forged. Overall, he looked like a small titanic entity surrounded by what many at this time still knew the first tongue to be. Powerful. Knowledgeable. But limited to the linguistic understanding of this era rather than the expanded mastery of the future. The primordial paradox looked at this scene and nodded slowly. Your distinction is reined in for the most part. His voice held approval, but also caution. But if others at the level of the creature or chaos take a good look at you, they would still be able to discern the truth. He tapped his fingers against the arm of his throne. So here is just a little assistance from me. To mask what you are, you would have to impose another identity upon yourself. Since it will be impossible not to display your brilliance with the first tongue, you could be someone who was very proficient in it. His obsidian eyes twinkled. Let me see, how do you like the title of the tongue whisperer? Boom. As he said such words, the primordial paradox tapped out with one finger. Waves of absolute immensity surged from him, wrapping around Noah with authority that far exceeded anything he came across recently. But the intent was not hostile. The power was not attacking, the waves coalesced into a physical object that materialized in front of Noah, a medallion. Obsidian gold metal formed into the shape of a river flowing into itself, an endless loop of current that had no beginning and no end. The paradox of a river that was its own source and its own destination, perfectly captured in metal that held absolute authority within every atom. Artifact analysis, classification, absolute artifact, designation. The medallion of infinite current, function, veils the signature of one's power to only be discerned as an absolute known as the tongue whisperer, creator. The primordial paradox. This artifact imposes a false identity at the absolute level of authority. While wearing it, your true distinction will be completely masked. Others will perceive you as the tongue whisperer, an absolute of unknown origin with mastery over the first tongue. Noah looked at this medallion in his hands with shining eyes. The tongue whisperer. He had heard that name before. When he last visited Ginnungagap, names had been mentioned as he moved with Ulmareth. The creature. The primordial paradox. The living paradox. The secret of Ian, and among them, spoken with the same weight and reverence, the tongue whisperer. After that temporal traversal, he had never come across anything else relating to the tongue whisperer. It was as if the entity had simply vanished from history, leaving behind nothing but a name whispered in the oldest places of existence. He had wondered, briefly, who the tongue whisperer had been and whether he would meet them like he came across the secret of Ian in the future. And now he was looking at a medallion that would make him the tongue whisperer. He was the fucking tongue whisperer? The mysterious absolute mentioned alongside the greatest beings in observable existence during the early stages of the infinite unfurling? Oh. The closed temporal loop revealed another layer of its complexity, time. It was so fucking messy. Noah placed the medallion around his neck, and the moment the obsidian gold metal touched his chest, he felt his identity shift. His aura changed. His signature transformed. The weight of the Genesis monarch, claimer of the first tongue, one of the four, all of it became something else. The tongue whisperer, an absolute of unknown origin and master of the first tongue in ways that defied easy explanation. The primordial paradox smiled as he observed the transformation complete itself. Much better. His voice held satisfaction. Now then, the tongue whisperer. The approaching auras of two enemy absolutes grew stronger, closer, more immediate. Let me swat a few gnats away and even teach a lesson. I can be considered a senior among the four, so I can always be a little kinder to our youngest of the four. Do you know about apophysis? Chapter 48-47, Apophysis. Apophysis. Noah knew of this ancient expression of power for absolutes. It operated differently from declarations or embodiments, existing in a space of negation rather than assertion, but he had never seen it demonstrated by someone who truly understood it. So for now, he shook his head lightly, wanting to see how the primordial paradox expressed apophysis. The primordial paradox set down his obsidian glass and regarded Noah with a measured gaze. The primordial paradox then leaned back on his throne, his obsidian crown spinning slowly above his head. Most expressions of power operate through positive declaration. One states what they are, what they can do, what authority they hold. This is effective, certainly. But it is also limiting. His fingers traced patterns in the air that left trails of paradoxical light. To declare I am immortal binds you to a concept of immortality. You have defined yourself, and in defining yourself, you have created parameters. Parameters can be exploited, countered, overcome. He paused, letting those words settle. Apophysis operates through the opposite principle. Negation. One defines what something is by declaring what it is not. His obsidian eyes held weight that pressed against reality. Consider the difference. I am immortal creates a definition that can be attacked. But I am not subject to death eliminates the concept entirely. You have not declared yourself anything. You have simply removed the constraint. Noah's eyes shone with understanding as he absorbed this. Each negation removes a fundamental limitation until the entity exists outside normal parameters entirely. They have not declared themselves free. They have simply removed the chains. The primordial paradox smiled. At its highest expression, apophysis renders an entity nearly unassailable. There is nothing to attack because nothing has been declared. The only counter is to negate the negation itself, but this creates paradoxes that can destabilize local existence. And I love paradoxes, and I thrive on paradoxes. His smile widened. Noah's eyes shone with calm light as he listened while continuing to eat. It was a grand expression of power, one that aligned perfectly with the nature of the being explaining it. Who better to wield negation than someone whose very claim was built upon contradiction? He wouldn't mind seeing it in action, as if existence itself had heard that thought. The skies above them rumbled, the auras of two absolutes descended, and they were grand. What Noah saw were oddities of nature, beings that defied easy categorization even among the already impossible classification of absolute. They had clearly existed since the early stages of the infinite unfurling. Their forms shaped by an era when reality was still deciding what shapes power could take. The first was a creature of shadow and wing. Its form was that of a massive bat-like entity, but wrong in ways that made the eyes struggle to process. A single enormous eye dominated its face where two should have been, burning with crimson light that seemed to see through multiple layers of reality simultaneously. Its wings stretched wide enough to cast shadows across Naglfar's deck, membranes of darkness that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Its body was muscular and twisted, limbs that bent at angles that shouldn't have supported movement but clearly did. Entity analysis, designation, Papa Ba. The singular eye, classification, absolute, civilization, the paradox of perception, way of perception, that which is seen from one angle does not exist from another, foundation, built upon the contradiction between observation and reality, historical context, one of the failed claimants to paradox before the infinite unfurling established its current parameters, threat assessment, significant, but currently may be outclassed by present company. The second was a bird of lightning and hunger. Its form was avian but terrible. Feathers that crackled with contained storms, eyes that held the hollow emptiness of something that fed on life itself. Electricity arced between its wings with each movement. And its beak was curved and cruel, designed for tearing rather than pecking. Its talons gripped nothing but air, yet somehow it perched upon that emptiness as if it were solid ground. Entity analysis, designation, Impundalu, the storm that hungers, classification, absolute, civilization, the paradox of consumption, way of consumption, that which feeds grows stronger, yet that which grows stronger must feed more, foundation, built upon the contradiction between sustenance and starvation, historical context, another failed claimant to paradox, allied with Papa Ba in their continued attempts, threat assessment, significant, currently radiating hostile intent. Note, both of these entities have been pursuing the primordial paradox's claim since before you were born. Master, they have failed every time. Their bodies radiated an air of archaic might, power that had been accumulated across eons of existence in an era when such accumulation was simpler than it had become. They descended toward Naglfar with the confidence of predators who had finally cornered their prey. The moment they arrived, Impundalu opened its crackling beak. Paradox. For too long you have shook. The primordial paradox did not rise from his throne. He did not even shift his posture. He simply raised one finger, and an instant later, the mouth of the talking Impundalu closed. The absolute's beak snapped shut with a sound like thunder being strangled, and its eyes widened with shock as it discovered something impossible. It could not speak, it could not express itself. The words it had prepared, the threats it had crafted, the embodiments it had intended to make, all of it was gone. You are not capable of expression. The primordial paradox's voice was calm, almost bored. Your words are not heard. Your intent is not communicated. Your voice is not present in this space. Boom, the apophysis settled over Impundalu like chains made of absence, each negation removing something fundamental from its existence. It hadn't been silenced. Silence implied the potential for sound. It had simply been removed from the category of beings capable of making themselves understood. The primordial paradox looked at Noah as if an older brother was explaining something unique to the youngest member of the family. Sometimes, when you permit others to live because they provide you with fond memories, they mistake it for weakness. His obsidian eyes held ancient amusement, so an example has to be made to remind them why they lost in the first place. Chapter 48:48, Apophysis. 2. And then, without even moving from his throne, the primordial paradox tapped out with a single finger. His voice carried across the frozen air of Helheim with weight that made reality itself pay attention. You are not whole. The words were simple. Your form is not singular. Your existence is not unified. Your body is not continuous. Each negation landed with weight that transcended physical force. You are not one. Boom, the absolute body of Impundalu split in half. There was no attack. No force. No visible mechanism of destruction. One moment the lightning bird was whole, and the next moment it simply wasn't. Its form divided down the middle with surgical precision, each half falling away from the other as if they had never been connected in the first place, because according to the apophysis that had just been spoken, they hadn't been. Impundalu's eyes showed sheer shock and terror in the fraction of a moment before its existence came apart. It had not been killed. It had been undefined. Its wholeness had been negated, and without wholeness, there was nothing holding its absolute form together. The two halves of what had been the storm that hungers tumbled through the frozen air of Helheim, trailing lightning and disbelief in equal measure, and Papa Ba, the other absolute who had descended with such confidence mere moments ago, looked on with incredulity. Its single crimson eye was wide with an emotion that transcended fear. Its wings had stopped beating, leaving it hovering through wool alone as its mind struggled to process what it had just witnessed. Its expression asked a question that needed no words. What the fuck? The primordial paradox hadn't moved from his throne. Hadn't exerted visible effort. Hadn't done anything that looked like combat or conflict or even mild exertion. He had simply spoken, and an absolute had been split in half. This was the gap between those who held claims among the four and those who merely aspired to such heights. This was why Papa Bot and Impundalu had failed to take paradox for themselves across eons of trying. This was why the primordial paradox could speak of Erwin's betrayal with nonchalance rather than fear, because even being consumed from within, even with his authority being eaten away by an infection he couldn't stop, he was still capable of this. Noah watched the display with eyes of brilliance. This was what absolute truly meant. This was what he was working toward, and someday, perhaps sooner than anyone expected, he would be capable of the same. Noah had come across many dominating figures across his existence. The creature and the primordial chaos ranked among the top. He had felt their weight, their immensity, the sheer pressure of existences that had accumulated power across eons that defied comprehension. They were benchmarks against which all other beings could be measured, but he felt like this ranking might be getting changed. The moment the primordial paradox casually cleaved an absolute in half with nothing but words, he waved his hands with the same languorous ease one might use to brush away a fly. The torn halves of Impundalu, which had been falling through the frozen air of Helheim trailing lightning in disbelief, suddenly stopped. Their descent was negated and their fall was negated. The natural consequence of being split in half and tumbling through space was simply removed from the equation, and instead, the two halves of what had been the storm that hungers crashed onto the deck of Naglfar with force that made the indestructible ship tremble. The absolute was still alive, if such a state could be called living. Its single form had become two, each half heaving with desperate breaths that couldn't quite sustain an existence that was no longer whole. Lightning still crackled weakly across its divided feathers, but the storms that had once defined it were guttering like candles in a hurricane. The primordial paradox kept his gaze on Noah. He didn't even look at the other absolute, Papa Ba, the singular eye, whose crimson gaze had held such incredulity moments before, was doing something that Noah recognized immediately. The bat-like entity's wings were folding inward. Its form was becoming less defined. Its aura was pulling back into itself with the unmistakable signature of something preparing to flee. The primordial paradox began to speak as if nothing was happening behind him. Apophysis comes in all forms and sizes. His voice remained measured, educational. What I just utilized is a common form of it. Negations that I stated against other targets. Their wholeness was not present. Their form was not unified. Simple enough, really. Noah wanted to interrupt him. He wanted to say that the other absolute, the Papa Ba, had actually disappeared. It had fled in fear to the extent that Noah couldn't even sense it anymore. One moment it had been hovering above them with that single crimson eye wide with terror, and the next moment it was simply gone, having crossed distances that should have taken considerable time in what felt like an instant. But the primordial paradox continued speaking as if nothing had changed. Now, if I were to negate something of myself, his obsidian eyes held ancient knowing. The applications become rather more interesting. He paused. And when he spoke again, his voice held weight that made the frozen air of Helheim grow still. I am not bound by the distance between myself and those who have fled from me. Boom, the apophysis landed with force, and in the far, far distance, so far that Noah had lost all trace of its presence, the figure of Papa Ba was forcefully brought back. The Absolute's body materialized above Naglfar's deck, squeezed by immense invisible waves of paradox that made its singular eye bulge with pressure it couldn't comprehend. It had fled across distances that should have been safe. It had put space between itself and the primordial paradox that would have taken others days to cross. None of it mattered. Because the primordial paradox had negated the very concept of distance between himself and his prey, the ancient absolute raised his hand with casual grace and proceeded to wrap it around the unnatural neck of Papa Ba as if it were nothing more than a chicken being prepared for dinner. His obsidian fingers closed with grip that held weight far beyond physical strength. Papa Ba struggled, its wings beat against air that refused to support them, its singular eye blazed with desperate power as it attempted to activate embodiments, to call upon its civilization, to do anything that might save it from the grip of something it should never have challenged. Nothing worked. Everything it tried was simply not effective against the primordial paradox. Chapter 48-49, Silver Platter. Noah looked at the scene with shining eyes. At this moment, definitely, the ranking had changed in his perception. The primordial paradox was really up there. Perhaps higher than anyone else he had encountered. The casual nature of his dominance, the effortless way he handled beings that would have required Absolute's full attention and resources to even challenge, it was something else entirely, and in the next moment, this calm figure of the primordial paradox turned to stare at the torn Impundalu heaving atop the ship. He did all of this while holding another Absolute in his hands. Papa Ba continued to struggle and sought to erupt with embodiments. With declarations, with anything that might break the grip that held it. Each attempt failed. Each effort was negated before it could even fully form. The primordial paradox regarded the split form of Impundalu with contemplative eyes. This one's weavings are already unraveling. His voice was clinical, detached. What remains of its existence is not protected by its former wholeness. Its defenses are not present. Its resistance is not capable of withstanding sufficient weight. He paused. Anyone who is capable of applying adequate authority relating to the first tongue will not be prevented from collapsing what remains. Boom. The apophysis settled over Impundalu like a death sentence written in negation. Its already torn form shuddered as the last of its protections were systematically removed. Not destroyed. Simply declared to not exist. Noah looked on with shining eyes as truly and ridiculously the figure of the primordial paradox turned to him with an expression of generous offering, the tongue whisperer. The title felt strange to hear applied to himself, but Noah accepted it without visible reaction. I have already set the table for you. The primordial paradox gestured toward the heaving, split form of Impundalu with his free hand, the other still wrapped around Papa Ba's neck. If you possess the capability, you can collapse this absolute and obtain what you can from it. His obsidian eyes glinted. This other one I want to consume myself. The actions of the primordial paradox continued to be utterly dominating. In the next moment, he turned to the absolute he held in his hands. Papa Ba's singular eye widened with terror that transcended anything it had displayed before, because it could sense what was coming. The primordial paradox opened his mouth unnaturally wide, his jaw extended beyond what any humanoid form should have been capable of, obsidian features stretching to accommodate an opening that could swallow things far larger than the entity he held. It was not a mouth anymore. It was a void given the shape of consumption. I am not incapable of consuming that which I hold. His voice emerged despite his impossible gape. My hunger is not limited by the nature of my prey. My digestion is not prevented by the power of what I devour. Boom. The apophysis of self-negation took effect, and the existence of Papa Ba, the singular eye, began to be pulled into that impossible mouth as if it were nothing more than smoke being drawn into a vacuum. The Absolute's form stretched and distorted, its crimson eye blazing with final desperate power as everything it was flowed toward the void that the primordial paradox had made of himself, its civilization, its way, its accumulated authority from eons of existence, all of it pulled inward, consumed, devoured by something that had simply negated its own limitations regarding consumption. The moment the last of Papa Ba's existence vanished into the primordial paradox's form, from the position where he had been holding an absolute, an obsidian pillar of light shot out. It crossed Helheim in an instant. It would continue to permeate across observable existence, a beacon announcing the death of a being that had existed since before the infinite unfurling had finished establishing itself. One of the fastest deaths of an absolute that Noah had ever witnessed, one of the most casual. The primordial paradox closed his mouth, his obsidian features settling back into their normal configuration as if nothing unusual had occurred. He turned to look at Noah with eyes that held patient expectation. He was waiting for another collapse to occur. Noah rose from his throne, setting aside the treasures of the crystalline table as his attention fixed entirely on the split body of the heaving absolute before him. Impundalu's eyes, divided between two halves that could no longer coordinate, were filled with incredulity and terror as they looked toward the primordial paradox, not toward Noah, toward the being who had reduced it to this state with nothing but words. But the primordial paradox was no longer interested in Impundalu, he had offered it to someone else. Oh. Forget everything that Noah had said about any ranking regarding the four, forget the creature and his overwhelming presence. Forget the primordial chaos and his shifting, impossible form. The primordial paradox was number one, because at this moment, this being had offered him a heavily injured and almost collapsed absolute on a silver platter. A being that had existed since before the infinite unfurling. An entity whose civilization and way and accumulated authority were now defenseless, stripped of all protection by Apotheosis that had declared its resistance to simply not exist, and Noah would take, his seals blazed to life around his transformed form, blue gold light erupting from the crown of burning books above his head. The first tongue stirred within his foundations, linguistic authority reaching toward the torn existence of Impundalu with hunger that had been cultivated across a journey that defied normal progression. The Absolute's divided eyes finally turned toward him, and in them, Noah saw the moment when terror shifted from the primordial paradox to the being approaching with intent that promised consumption. It was already over. It had been over the moment the primordial paradox decided to share his hunt. Noah reached out with authority that burned with the weight of everything he had accumulated, and he began to collapse what remained of the storm that hungers, his second absolute to collapse. Would actually be eons before he was even born. Chapter 4850, Existence Demands It. On Naglfar, a unique scene occurred. Noah had jumped up like a swooping ancient bird, his transformed figure rising above the deck of the indestructible ship before descending with purpose. His feet came down like hammers of existence itself, burning with blue-gold prismatic light of the first tongue that painted the frozen air of Helheim in colors that shouldn't have existed in this realm of endings. They thundered down toward the split absolute who had literally been served on a platter for him. Impundalu's defenses had already been shredded by multiple apotheoses from the primordial paradox. Negations specifically designed to allow the first tongue to be capable of collapsing this absolute. Its resistance was not present. Its protection was not effective. Its survival was not possible. His weight thundered down, the swirling seals on his feet exerted all the pressure within his existence, the accumulated immensity of a foundation that approached what the creature in the primordial chaos had built across eons when they were at fundamental. He paid no heed to the desperate expression on the Impundalu, to the terror in eyes that were divided between two halves that could no longer coordinate their final moments. There was no mercy to be given here, there was only consumption. Boom, blue gold light exploded across the deck of Naglfar. The primordial paradox had basically held a knife and plunged it into a heart. And Noah had used his feet to twist it. Immensity unfolded around him as the existence of Impundalu, the storm that hungers, ceased to be. Another beam of light shot out across Helheim, crimson and crackling with the remnants of lightning that had defined the fallen absolute. It stretched across the infinite unfurling, a beacon announcing the death of another ancient being to all of observable existence. Absolute collapse confirmed, entity terminated. Impundalu, the storm that hungers, classification at time of collapse. Absolute, civilization, the paradox of consumption, an absolute existential palace of the storm that hungers will form soon. The sensation of collapsing an absolute was always surreal. As if one had done something taboo, the weight of it. The finality. The knowledge that something which had existed for longer than most civilizations had simply ceased to be because Noah had decided it would. The power that flowed through his foundations was intoxicating, authority that carried the taste of lightning and hunger and paradoxical consumption. Before Noah could fully revel in it, the primordial paradox spoke from his throne. Existential palaces are rather annoying, are they not? His voice remained measured despite everything that had just occurred. A collapsed absolute does not need to be so high and mighty after they are dead. Making one traverse through doors of memories and other useless ephemera simply to claim what is rightfully theirs by conquest. He waved his hand dismissively. A trick I laid down to work across existence is a simple paradoxical statement. When uttered within the first few seconds of a collapse, it bypasses the formation of a palace and makes things rather more expedient. His obsidian eyes met Noah's. After all, we do not have time to be meandering around palaces at the moment. The primordial paradox said such words as Noah wanted to vehemently deny and say maybe they did have time. The absolute existential palace of the weavers had contained invaluable memories, crucial information about the entity and the living paradox and the infection that was spreading through observable existence. Perhaps the palace of Impundalu would contain similar treasures. But he turned over to listen and observe as even though the primordial paradox showed his terrifying immensity, below his imposing and tyrannical demeanor, Noah thought he could barely observe something else. Tiredness, exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue, the weariness of someone fighting a war on multiple fronts, constantly putting at bay an enemy that was already halfway through consuming him. Every casual display of power, every effortless negation, every apotheosis that reshaped reality around his will, all of it was being done while the primordial paradox simultaneously resisted an infection that was eating him from within. The reason they did not have time was simply because the primordial paradox was fighting many battles at once. So Noah nodded and listened. The primordial paradox raised one hand, and when he spoke, his words carried the weight of an ancient ritual. the everythings of what was collapsed are mine and not mine. They belong to me and they do not belong to me. They must be given to me instantly and they must never be given to me at all. Boom. The paradoxical statement landed with authority that made reality itself pause to process the contradiction. Behind the primordial paradox, the forming vacuum that would have become Papa Ba's existential palace collapsed into itself. The space where memories endures and the accumulated legacy of an absolute should have formed simply folded inward. Crushed by a paradox that declared ownership and non-ownership simultaneously, a brilliant obsidian singularity formed instead. It radiated terrifying weight, and Noah felt it immediately. It was the weight of Papa Ba before he was collapsed. The full immensity of an absolute compressed into a point of concentrated authority that pulsed with power that transcended normal comprehension. The light smashed toward the primordial paradox. His body became surrounded by heavy swirling waves of absolute that he broke down and accepted into his existence with the ease of someone drinking water. The authority flowed into him, adding to foundations that were already beyond anything Noah could fully perceive. And in front of him, a physical object began to form. It radiated a heavy light that spoke of civilizations ended and ways concluded. This phenomenon I designed is called the right of paradoxical inheritance. The primordial paradox's voice held something almost like pride. Performing it this way bypasses the formation of a palace whilst paradoxically offering some of the weavings of the collapsed absolute to observable existence itself. A tithe, if you will. A portion of what was consumed returned to the greater whole. He gestured toward the forming object. What remains flows to you alongside the formation of what I term a civilization's heart remnant. An artifact forged from the very heart of the civilization of the one collapsed. Their way made manifest. Their accumulated authority given physical form. In front of the primordial paradox, the artifact formed. It was an ianga, an ancient throwing club that spoke of hunts conducted across primordial landscapes. The weapon was carved from what looked like crystallized shadow, its surface covered in patterns that shifted between the shape of a single massive eye and the beating of wings that existed in multiple places at once. It was beautiful and terrible in equal measure, radiating the essence of the singularized paradox of perception. The primordial paradox took it in his hand and examined it briefly before setting it aside. Your turn. Noah looked at the vacuum that was forming in front of him. The space where Mpundalu's existential palace was attempting to coalesce. He could feel the memories gathering, the doors preparing to manifest, the legacy of the storm that hungers organizing itself into a structure that would require exploration and effort to fully claim. He spoke the same words that the primordial paradox had spoken. The everythings of what was collapsed are mine and not mine. They belong to me and they do not belong to me. They must be given to me instantly and they must never be given to me at all. Boom, the vacuum collapsed. A majestic air of an absolute bloomed in a crimson cluster that crackled with remnant lightning. The full concentrated authority of Mpundalu compressed into a singular point of devastating weight. It hung in the frozen air for a fraction of a moment, then it smashed toward Noah. His gaze turned heavy as it felt like an assault from a genuine absolute, because this was the full immensity of the storm that hungers, everything that remained of its existence after the collapse, all of it rushing toward him with force that would have annihilated anything less than what he had become. His existence creaked. His seals flared with desperate light, his foundations groaned. Under the sudden influx of authority that demanded to be absorbed, in front of him, an artifact began to form. It was an arrow, ancient and glorious, its shaft carved from what looked like solidified lightning. Its fletching made from feathers that crackled with contained storms. The arrowhead was shaped like a bird's beak, curved and cruel, designed for piercing rather than slashing. It radiated the essence of consumption and hunger and the paradox of feeding that defined the storm that hungers, the arrow of endless consumption. But Noah couldn't even enjoy its formation. He felt like his entire existence could crumble in the next moment as he realized what this method truly demanded. The right of paradoxical inheritance forcefully devoured all the remnant immensity of the absolute that could be recovered right away. There was no gradual absorption. No careful integration. No measured claiming of authority over time. It was everything, all at once, immediately. For someone not absolute, they would be collapsed under such weight, they would simply cease to exist, crushed by the very power they were attempting to claim. But Noah's existence buzzed with defiance. He bellowed out, his voice carrying across the deck of Naglfar with force that made the indestructible ship vibrate. His heart beat like a drum, each pulse pushing back against the immensity that sought to overwhelm him. His seals surged over his skin, 18 visible and 9 invisible points of concentrated authority that refused to bend under weight that would have broken most beings. The wings of his transformed form expanded wide, blue gold feathers burning with linguistic authority. The crown of burning books above his head flared with light that pushed back the darkness of Helheim. He would not fall here, he would not be collapsed by the very power he had claimed. He was the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons, and he would not break. Seated on his throne still, the primordial paradox looked over at Noah with a calm gaze. Behind the composure, behind the regal bearing, that tiredness was visible now. The exhaustion of someone who had been fighting too long against something that could not be defeated. Stand strong, youngest. His voice carried weight. Existence requires adversity. Nothing is ever truly free. He paused, his obsidian crown spinning slowly above his head. Anybody can make a claim over many things across existence. And even then, you may not survive. His eyes held ancient knowing. Just look at me. The words were not self-pity. They were simple acknowledgement of truth. The scales demand pain to be crossed. The scales demand hardship. His voice grew heavier. Vakachev demands hardship. For only those who know true hardship are worthy of progressing across the scales of existence. Boom! The word landed with weight that made Noah's foundations tremble even as they struggled to absorb the immensity of a collapsed absolute. The immensity of Impundalu continued to flow into him, and Noah continued to bear it with everything he had. His existence would not crumble, and his foundations would not break.